Might take too long, but he hits the free fire on two players.
Oh my gosh, Ayala! Don't do it to him, Ayala! Don't do it to him!
Happens, the magic happens! Mythic! Oh, from Naden gets the first.
Reload.
What an opening salvo!
Ooh,
Oh!
the beam, it's a 1v1.
Say peekaboo! 1 down, 3 to go. Ooh, this is gonna be zombie boys. They need a speech. They got 1. They're looking at 2.
Oh, this is look good. Actually,
Oh.
it's real good, baby.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Season 4 Challenger Finals. Today is the day for some of these teams to earn a coveted spot into Premier Finals and, more importantly, have their shot at glory to earn that PMSL qualifying slot and potentially change their lives or competitive career. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, your host for today, but I can't do the job alone. Let's bring in some familiar faces. Of course, I'm talking about Powerbang and Mustachio Dave today. He's looking Mustachio. Dave, how you feeling, man? How's everything going?
Hey, Mustachio Dave checking in for the Titan series. I'm feeling good. I'm pumped up. I want to see what these challenger teams can bring to the table here tonight.
I am as well, and Powerbang, always great to see your smiling face, baby. I realize we got the same hairstyle. Makes us kind of brothers in a way. I don't know if you want to be brother with me. You look better than me. Hey, it's great to see you. Challenger Finals, we're back.
I appreciate you pointing out my best feature there, Reflections. I appreciate you calling it out. It does wonders for me. Anyways, guys, happy to be here. Thank you so much for the audience tuning in. We got a great show tonight. It's the Challenger Finals, Season 4. Who will earn the right to move on to the Premier Finals this coming Saturday?
That's right, C4. They dropped down to Challenger Finals not only this time, but last time. They're looking to reclaim glory, much like literally every single team playing today. Let's take a look at our overall standings, though, for the Challengers and see who's going to be up to snuff, right, to be able to compete. Dave, we look at Control at the top. They led the charge by 109, but Sentinels, Hawks, Lotus, Strangers, literally everybody underneath that, so incredibly close.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting night without a doubt. Of course, I got my eye on C4 to requalify. It's just what they're known for at this point in the Titan series. But out of these teams, I am going to have my eye. Just checking out the stats here today on TitanSeries.gg. Lotus Esports, total damage per game on average around 600. So this team, they know how to pop off.
600, not bad at all. We've seen some high numbers, but if you're averaging that, means you're averaging a pretty good amount of eliminations, you'd have to assume. We look at 9 through 16 PB. We got aces, and then at the bottom, unique legends. But to round us off, F29 Reborn.
100%. A lot of repeat faces that we're seeing here. Challenger finalists once before. Seeing Men of 4 bros up there. Team Aces back to compete again. We also saw Hellcrime and Strangers BD on that first page. But again, Dave mentioned one of the teams in Lotus putting out a ton of damage. I got my eyes on Sentinels today. Sentinels sitting second in the standings overall coming into the Challenger finals, but they're fresh off a PMCO. That's the PUBG Mobile Club Open victory. They finished ahead of all teams, so taking that #1 spot. So they're feeling that momentum. They're trying to have it carry through to today. We'll see if they're able to do just that.
Love that. Sentinels Lotus already getting a lot of love out there, but not the only teams competing today. Dave, we had quite a few, 4 teams drop down from Premier, now playing today. We're going to be talking a little bit more about them, but I ask you, what separates those 4 teams versus the other teams that we just watched who have been grinding through Challengers?
Yeah, I would say the Premier lobby is a little more competitive just because some of those teams have been in that lobby from the inception of Titan Series and they haven't fell down quite yet. But I believe we're going to have C4, Golden Eagles, these 2 teams in particular. They've been going bouncing back and forth between the 2 lobbies, and somehow they still managed to be in the Premier. So I think they're just tried and true, I guess you could say here.
That's it, PB. Let's take a look at the Premier standings. It was competitive. Titan Gaming, though, was the leader, taking the charge. They started off as 412 Nomads. They're picked up by Titan Gaming, a large fan base. They led the charge, and then rounding out at number 8, Black Mamba. We take a look 9 through 16, though, and start to focus our conversation on the bottom 4 who are going to be playing today.
Absolutely. We took a peek at Super Lazy Reflex, C4 Esports, Mazexis Esports, and the Golden Eagles. Those are the 4 teams relegated to the Challenger Finals. They'll be taking the stage today, starting off tied for 4th place. So ultimately, all 4 of these teams will have to outperform the majority of the Challenger teams if they want to claw their way back in. This is something that C4 Esports has done successfully in seasons past, coming through the Challenger division all the way to win it all. So it can be done. They are living proof of it. But I think if one team needs to pick up their game down there, it is the Golden Eagles. They were quite a bit behind the other 3 teams, and Super Lazy Reflex relegated at the last second on the last game. So unfortunately for them, they missed their opportunity to qualify directly. But good news is they've got another chance here today.
Yeah, SLR played incredibly well. I really thought that they were going to be a shoo-in for Premier Finals, but like you said, narrowly missing out by just 5 points. And above Zombie Boys, after all, who was at one point in the Challenger rankings. But Golden Eagles, Dave, I want to point that conversation towards you because they, because you constantly hype them up, and for good reason, and you say you talk to them. What's going on with these guys?
Listen, there's only enough room in this lobby for one bird of prey. We got Hawks Esports as well. So the Golden Eagles, they're a team that they learn from their mistakes, chatting with a bunch of players, honestly. But they really, since last week, they really went back into the locker room, went through those VODs, and they're looking to improve and just come out swinging here today, and hopefully having another chance at going to the Premier Lobby. So I love a team when they tell me, like, listen, we had some bad games, but they learn something. They take away from their bad performances and try to improve on that.
Hopefully they do improve, man. It was kind of rough watching, one of the lowest scorers out there. Maybe they can turn things around. I always hear every week, right? They're looking at VOD, but have they truly been looking at VOD? You'd have to assume they have. Mazexis, another team that we didn't necessarily cover, but a team that was constantly pumped up by Hotchukes, at least in the terms of him wanting to see Mazexis do well. They've been a team for quite some time, but they've also been a great org representing PUBG Mobile and in the NA space. And the thing about Mazexis is, they're so talented, but they always fall short. It's quite disappointing. They were getting just beat off the initials left and right. Hopefully, this time around, things will be different. Those are the 4 joining the Challengers. But let's take a look at scoring and bonus points, because today's going to run how it typically does, right? We are used to the scoring as a whole, PB. Let's run through it. First place, 10 points. That's the big eye on the prize.
Absolutely. The standard esports scoring format for match points. 10 points for first, 6 for second, on down all the way through 8th place will receive points. So you got to finish in the top 8 to get those rank points. We're giving 1 point for every elimination today for all players who are collecting points for their teams. But the big story is the bonus points. We'll turn our attention there as teams that played well throughout qualifiers over the past 3 weeks. They'll be rewarded for that consistent performance. Top teams like Control are coming in with 10 points before the games have even started today, while the Challenger teams or the Premier teams rather, that have come down to the Challenger division, they're coming in with 5 points apiece. So it's going to be interesting. We'll look at the standings before game 1 even starts tonight, and here are the way things shake out. Control on the top of the board, Hawks, Sentinels, and Lotus Esports rounding out your top 4. But as you can see, those Premier teams are all sneakily tied right there with Lotus for that 4th place spot.
I like it. 10 points for Control. Dave, that's got to give them a lot of confidence.
Yeah, definitely a nice little cushion. The thing is, they can't lose it. They got to hit the ground game 1 running. If they get a bad game, they might feel a little comfortable and be like, hey, we already got 10 points from the previous lobby. We're good. We're chilling. But that mindset, I don't want to see it. I want them to take every game and make it count here, even though they have the buffer.
Well, Dave, you have mentioned there is a curse when it comes to bonus points. Now, that's been applied to Premier Finals, not necessarily Challenger Finals. We'll see if that curse is going to reign true today. Obviously, bottom 4, Unique Legacy, the Fierce Aces, and Reborn, they will not be having any bonus points. But you know what? That's going to be all right, because they're not going to let it slip. By the way, shout out Old Gangsters, all right? I can say for myself, I'm getting up there, all right? So hopefully they represent. That's a heavy name to have, especially if you're calling yourself the OGs, right, PB? So they've got to perform, and not only because they're trying to make it to Premier Finals, but also for that coveted prize pool, right, PB?
100%, man. We are rocking some prizes today to stay eligible for that $2,000 that'll go down next weekend, or I guess this weekend, rather Saturday, December 2nd. $1,200 for first place, though, for whoever takes home the top prize in the Premier Division. And second place will receive $500. Third place gets $300. The good news is all teams still playing still have a shot at this prize pool. So all you got to do is score in the top 4 tonight, move on, and we are there. So loving the format here. And don't forget, in addition to the prize pool, we've got the coveted spot to move on to the PMSL on the line. So the top-ranked team inside of the Titan division that's not already qualified, they're going to get their free golden ticket to move on, and that cannot be understated.
As money can't buy that, Dave, right? That's a big opportunity. I mean, you've been watching competitive for a long time alongside that of PB. Dave, what does that spot mean to these players?
Oh, it's huge. It's another stepping stone when it comes to just making it on the big stage at the LAN and for that big cash prize, like $1 million on the line. So it would be so cool to see a team come from challengers, qualify through the challenger finals here tonight, and actually get that golden ticket later on in the week. Like, that would be one heck of a storyline. And you know what? It's all on the table here tonight. Like, that could actually happen here, fellas.
It absolutely could. That is such a big opportunity. I love that. And quite honestly, I love watching challenger divisions across multiple esports because these guys are passionate. They're here for a reason, and that is passion, right? They don't necessarily get the most broadcast time. They don't necessarily have the biggest following, but they want to get to that point. So they're going to be hungry today, and that's what worries me about the bottom 4 relegated teams. We'll see how well they're going to do. C4, I guess you can say, honestly, being the exception. It seems like they always find their way here. We'll be starting off with Erangel, then Miramar Sandhawk, back to Erangel, back to Miramar, and then back to Erangel. So Erangel going to be, or has to be, the bread and butter tonight. You can throw in Miramar in there too, with Sandhawk kind of being the sprinkles on top. So today, a big day, 16 wonderful teams competing. Who will make it out and play in the Premier Finals? We'll find out. It can only be 4 of them. So let's start focusing our attention on who is going to be the best today. Now, Dave, starting with you, Lotus was on the tip of your tongue a little bit earlier. Will Lotus be winning map 1 in your opinion?
Good shot, good shot. If they start strong, I can see them definitely qualifying here tonight. So a game 1, winner, chicken dinner will definitely set them on that track. Honestly, fellas, I already know C4 are going to qualify. So in my mind, I'm looking at 3 other teams, and I'm thinking Lotus is one of them.
Okay, so is Lotus your map 1 winner then?
Sure. Yeah, mark me down. Lotus, we're going for it.
I'll mark you down because there was a sprinkle of C4 in there too. So I was just making sure you had a distinct lineup. This is who I'm going with. PB, what about you? Who's winning map 1?
You know, if Hot Jukes was on the set, which he will be a little bit later today for those of you guys here for him, he would say not C4. That he's going to vote against them here and now. I am not going to do that, but I'm also not voting for them in game number 1. I'm going to stick with my earlier pick of Sentinels. I do have a dark horse in mind, but maybe let's see how it goes in game 1, and I might predict him in game 2.
I like, so sticking true to the early narrative. Both of you set, right? Sentinels, Lotus, good. We'll see how well they do because, hey, especially from you, Dave, you pumped up Lotus's stats, you did your research, so clearly you know a little bit about what's going on, and I'm not messing with your history. You were the one to pump up Zombie Boys when everybody else was liking them, but kind of doubting them too, and Zombie Boys ended up playing very well. PB, you were on the desk for that, all right? So Dave's got some heavy weight when it comes to his wizardry, all right? Predictions. For me,
Crystal ball.
I am going to go, look, I'm going to go C4. Easy. I'm going for them. C4 is just that team that they love Erangel. They're a great Erangel team, and that's most importantly why. Never mind their history of making it out of challengers. I typically do go with them when it comes to Erangel. They love the slay out. They're a very aggressive team, but they're also a team that, can play a bit safe off the rip. They do like to land on the northernmost part of the map. We'll see if they do that here. Or, hey, C4, they've got some egos, all right? And sometimes you do need an ego to be a wonderful competitor. Do they try to ego players out of their initial landing spot? It's possible, but it could bite them in the butt, especially if they get third party. But I'm going with C4 with an honorable mention of OGs. All right, I'm going to try and back up original gangsters as much as I can tonight. Got to go with them, PB.
What's in a name, right? What is in a name? I feel that pick true to the core. Taylor, I love the fact that you went with them. We'll see if they perform well. That wasn't even my dark horse pick, but they might win me over before the night's done.
That's right. Well, talk to me, though, about, let's go back to the teams real quick and set a big narrative here for tonight, because, yes, we have challengers, and, yes, we do have the standings at stake, right, the top 4 to move to Premier Finals. Talk to me about number 5 and number 8 teams, though. Most importantly, of course, talking about Super Lazy Reflex, C4, Mazexis, Golden Eagles. Why is tonight so important for those 4 specific teams?
Having been in the Premier Finals and in the Premier Division throughout the past couple of seasons for many of those teams, This is their opportunity to maintain their grasp on that coveted position, to stay against the best of the best. And ultimately, the placement in an individual tournament or league isn't necessarily the most important thing. What is important, though, is playing against the best competition so that you can actually get better as a team. And if relegated, right, if they don't make it back there tonight, that limits their ability to face off against the best of the best in the region. And unfortunately for them, a lot is on the line when it comes to that tonight. So we'll have to keep an eye on them. Again, I expect Super Lazy Reflex to take things a bit personally with how they finish, to come out strong. Mezexis, we'll see how it goes. And Golden Eagles, they're going to need a massive turn of events here, but maybe they can get some momentum going against a perceived weaker competition, but that may not be the case either. These teams, several of them doing quite well in the PUBG Mobile Club Open.
Never underestimate your enemies, man. Once you do that, you pretty much lose the battle off the rip. But like I said, these challenger guys, they are very passionate. They want to be the best, and they're determined to be the best, Dave. So SLR, I think, is one of the teams outside of C4 that could very well dominate today. Granted, they are starting low in bonus points, but 5 points, they can recover that quite easily.
Yeah, they could, and it's just a matter of the themes, like who's hungrier, who wants it more, because only 4 spots, there's not a lot of wiggle room here. So if you have like 1 or 2 bad games, you might be out of the race here tonight. And just kind of going back to Premier, SLR, Golden Eagles, like these are teams, like if they have 1 bad game, they kind of just snowball into the next game, also kind of a poor performance. And you can really tell, like they get tilted and they start going in their own individual directions and things just fall apart, and hopefully that's not going to be the case here tonight. Not trying to rain on anyone's parade, but I'm just saying some of these challenger teams, you can definitely feel they're just hungrier and they want to qualify here tonight.
Yeah, hunger is good, right? Being hungry is a great thing, but
no,
also
it's not.
have the
Being hungry sucks. I beg to differ with you. Anyway, keep going.
Motivated,
I was trying to slam a banana before the broadcast, man. So luckily I'm only host. I had probably the wrong thing to say, but either way, I really was. And I'm hoping to have a little bit of downtime once game 1 starts so I can eat that, maybe even have some crackers and whatever on the side. So I'm hungry. But as I was saying, man, hunger is one thing, right? It's good to be hungry. But it's also good to be the team that was being fed at one point, being in Premier, having the experience. And, I mean, there's no other team, like I said, than C4 who truly does have that experience. My concern with them is their consistency. I really do worry about that. And I also worry about, do they get a bit lackadaisical at times? Because they're a team that consistently drops down or plays, very poorly during regular season. However, not to mention the other esports, there were certain teams that would do that during regular season. Come tournament time, they would just turn up, and C4 seems to be that team. They don't really care too much about regular season so much as they do about whether it be Challenger Finals or ultimately Premier Finals. After all, they literally are the returning champs looking to take it all today. But something tells me, my gut feeling, since we're talking about hunger, I think we will have some surprises today. I mean, after all, I think we have to, and we typically do every single Challenger Finals. So PB, starting off, Erangel writes, big drops. I'm hoping some initials don't get a little bit, or I'm hoping not too many initials get too spicy, because that's where a lot of teams lose out. Golden Eagles is one of them. They were losing a ton of initials week 1, week 2, week 3. They got a victory. That was the first one that they ended up getting. So Golden Eagles initials. Let's see how they're going to pay off today. Well, here it is. Season 4 Challenger Finals, map number 1. It's going to be Erangel. Let's see who's going to perform well. PB Dave, take it away.
Appreciate the alley-oop there on the topic. I am going to talk about that specifically. Taylor just made a point about the the teams and Challenger division in general. We got a really awkward plane path right here, Dave. I'm just going to kind of change subjects for a moment. Look at that. I've never seen a perfectly vertical, like, south to north plane path. There's no angle to this whatsoever. It's just like a barbershop pole there.
No angle, but I think it's a decent plane path to start off the night, because in my mind, there's really no excuse to get to where you want to go if you have one of those set drop spots here. And I think where we were going with the point too, like we might have some early game conflicts here just because teams are going to be fighting. But then again, we only really introduced 4 teams into this lobby now with the Challenger team. So honestly, if I'm a Challenger team, I might show some, or if I'm a Premier team in here tonight, I might show some respect to the Challenger teams and not try to push them out of their drop spots here, PB. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
It's deeper than that, Dave. I disagree. I say you establish dominance and you assert what is yours. You claim your territory early because, and I repeat, because it is 2 different groups of challengers. So half of these teams haven't even played each other before. So they might have all kinds of conflicts on drop spots in addition to the 4 teams coming down from Premier. So it could get really hairy very early on in this one, especially with this awkward plane path.
So it's going to be a mess, is what you're saying here. And that's
a big pickle mess.
Spicy. That's the spicy stuff here. And we got to see who comes out on top of these drop spots. And we will be playing some of these maps 2 times here tonight. So it is important, like you said, to kind of plant your flag and make sure you claim it for your own here as the night progresses.
Oh no, XZZ from Super Lazy Reflex, you can see on the screen running into the compound right now. It is fully occupied by Team Aces. I don't know that he saw them on the drop. They are already there, so we'll see. And it looks like they did see him and have gate kept him from the weapons. He's in trouble.
Oh no, we got the knife though. Oh, support from the teammates right there just in time. Do they even know XZZ's right here? XZZ's trying to pull up from behind with the Bowie knife, PB.
It was unfortunate. I don't know why. He just ran out of patience right there. It seemed like the Team Aces squad was running scared.
Yeah. And
he just hauled out there with his fists, man. I commend the bravery, but maybe not the smartest decision early on in this one, as it does look like GOAT69 and Team Aces able to defend, and they'll pick up their 4th member here and get back in the fight. We do see a Northern Circle form early on in this one. You can see Yuan rolling up just a bit late. This is not the start that Super Lazy Reflex was hoping for.
Not at all, and a couple other teams can say the same thing right here, because the old gangsters looking like they're going to be in the mix with Lotus Esports, the team that I got my eye on here. Just, based off of looking at some of their previous stats, a team that can definitely put in the work here. It looks like both these teams are trying to fight for a drop spot here on Erangel. Game number 1. Looks like the old gangsters did lose one early on. Lotus Esports all up, working together as a unit here.
I want to change my prediction, Dave, on the team. I know I can't do that. No, we can't do that. But I'm just looking at the overall scene as it's developing here, looking at the circle, looking at the teams, how everybody started. I'm really liking Strangers BD. They're sitting on top of your battle tracker right now, but they are up north in Kameshki with no one around in firm control of half of the circle right now. So keep your eyes on Strangers BD. We don't have to focus on them just yet, but keep your eyes on them as this game evolves. I'm seeing good things for them.
Definitely big chillin'. They got Stalber, the mountaintop, pretty much the buffer zone between them and everybody else in the lobby. So Strangers BD definitely catching some zone luck here in game number 1, without a doubt here. And kind of on the opposite end of that one, just pointing it out real quick, C4 and Nova, Military Base Island, they're going to have a long rotate, so I'll keep tabs on them as well here, PB.
Very good, Dave. My dark horse pick, I mentioned it a couple times during the lead up to this first broadcast. It actually was Team Aces. They were one of the top performing teams in Season 3 in the Challenger Division. Unfortunately, just missed the qualification to move on to Premier. I have a feeling they're going to want it, man. They're going to want to be moving up to the Premier Division. And they've been around and stuck together for a little bit, putting some great performances together. So again, I like Team Aces to actually do well in this tournament, and they came out early and they got 2 frags over the Super Laser Reflex team who came down from Premier. So head to head, that bodes really well for them.
I'll take that. 2 points early on. That's a solid start here. SLR are going to be down to just that duo, like you said, hovering around Rawshawk. It looks like they're going to be able to get some loot and hopefully survive a little longer. We did see that map in the top right-hand corner a couple of moments ago. Beautiful map, by the way. Game number 1, looking like a pretty solid start here. A lot of these teams have a lot of room to really work with to acquire, all that loot, all the utility, all the vehicles here. I don't see much static going on between the OGs right now and what we saw earlier on with SLR, actually. So
They're just rubbing on the Asper cream, Dave. They're resting their joints, getting ready for maybe a moderate jog later on in this game, those OGs. They seem like they're just kind of chilling right now in their rocking chairs.
You really want the OG. You and Tyler, man, really cheering for the OGs. Hey, all 4. Let us know in chat, by the way, who you got your eyes on here. Game number 1. We got 6 games in total here tonight. Top 4 move on to that next lobby here this weekend, where all these teams will be fighting for that cash money and, of course, the golden ticket. We're calling it here for the PMSL spot. I mean, that's huge in its own right here, PB.
It really is. We are getting ready to have that circle shrink right now. We got 2 minutes until it closes, and The next zone becomes Clear Hawks Esports. They're getting refueled, ready to rotate, and Golden Eagles popping up on the screen here. We got to keep our eyes on them tonight because, again, they need to turn things around. The good news is they've picked a great drop spot here. Warehouse is just south of Severny right now. They have good center position in the circle. They have to establish that defensive position right now because everyone else in the lobby is going to be rotating in, just like White Elegy right now and Juan from Super Lazy Reflex. They're getting beat up a bit right now by Team Aces. Aces is chasing them down. They're going for the finish.
Yeah, Team Aces, the team that took out the duo early on, looking to finish what they started out here. You'll love to see the aggression from one of these squads here to kickstart their evening when it comes to just trying to get as many points as possible. Looks like SLR, they were able to kind of just get on out of Dodge for the time being. But another team to keep your eye on, we saw out there in the distance, Sentinels. They were actually the team who did drop in Severny. So SLR, they are just kind of driving in no man's land right now, just trying to survive and avoid the sight lines of Sentinels, Team Aces, and you're pointing out the Golden Eagles earlier on. So definitely going to be a challenge here for just a duo to survive.
Little flag for production coming up. We got F29 over on that bridge coming out of the crates at Georgia Pole. They are going to be gatekeeping that, it looks like, from two different squads. Again, we'll have to see as they rotate off of Everest there, but just something to keep an eye on for the observation team. Maybe we can catch a nice little bridge camp. Maybe not. We'll see. But we got fighting starting to break out right now. It looks like it's Stalber. Some teams kind of camped on the hilltops right now, really trying to hold things down. Mazexis chilling in the village below. I'm sure they'll be happy for the hardcover.
Big chill. And that's a huge spot, too, that you pointed out, that F29 Reborn are holding down a classic gatekeeping position, especially with teams like Hawks and Control who were looting Georgia Pool. Like that little cube corner, you have sight lines on so many angles for teams looking for the rotate here. So hopefully it'll pay off for F29 and we'll see him get some eliminations here shortly. But next circle, where do you think is heading, PB?
I don't know, man. I'm going to go northwest.
Northwest.
Severny. Nope, right centered up pretty much. We're looking over Stalber. That's going to reward all of those teams that rotated early. Look at that big mess of squads right in the middle here. And it does look like, if we look at F29 on that far left side of the map, all of the teams that were rotating in have gone around that choke point. So good for them. They noticed the trap and have avoided it. But now we take our attention to Stalber. Up on top, the high ground, we have Hellcrime looting up and also trying to establish position. Hellcrime, one of the repeat finalists here in the Challenger Division. Will this be their year, though, Dave? We'll have to see.
Yeah, we've seen Hellcrime here a couple times, just barely missing the mark. So hopefully tonight is going to be their night, like you said. And we're going to be checking in with the F29 spot. It is a strong spot, but such a classic position to hold early game if you are the first one to claim it. That, you know, these other squads, like you pointed out, kind of avoiding this at all costs, not even going to risk it here. So good for them. You know, heads up play. C4 finally going to be rolling into Yasnaya, kind of playing the edge here. One interesting thing here, PB, chatting with a couple of the Challenger teams, almost all of them had the same kind of theme. And that theme was play slow, play edge. So I'm really curious to see how that pans out here tonight.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like 5 or 6 teams still out near the blue zone edge right now, edging their way in. Going to see some collisions coming outside of Pachinki still, as there's still some teams down there. But we've got the Aces at one of the best compounds currently left in this circle. They're holding down this little crossroads. All kinds of visibility right here. The difficult part about this particular compound is rotating out of it can be a bit of a challenge if anybody posts up on them up on that ridge line. So we'll see how they're able to hold this down. And obviously, it really depends on what this third circle does as it starts to form up. Little meeting of the minds going on here in the house.
You really got to have confidence, too, to hold down a 2-2 at these crossroads and really need to hit your shots, and your communication needs to be on point, because I've seen teams, a whole squad just crash one of the sides of the streets and, well, there you are. But hold up, we're coming back to the F29 Reborn. Hold down over here. They're still in the compound that we were complimenting them earlier on.
They're getting company right now from their east as well. It's starting to converge. We thought this might be a bit of a hot spot here. F29 has been spotted out. Crippy? I don't know. He's out on his own, man. Dave, I don't like to be this guy. Here comes the grenade in the window. It misses. But I'm guessing that's not the last one. Look at the angles across the street being held as well. Ooh, caught him there.
Krispy Kreme up there, man. They're looking to take that snack here early on. Yeah, just flushing them out with the grenades. Their squad mates are over there in the distance in the hard cover. They just don't really have the angle, especially with Blue Tiam just flushing them out with the grenades. But regardless, now F29, they're aware that there's a squad in the area. So let's see what they can do.
You know, Milky here trying to ward off the enemy, and this is going to be a good nade. Look at this. Perfectly thrown. Just a bit too far. Player left right as it came out. Now it's time to defend. The molly out a bit late. It's going to gatekeep. He's going to have to get some sort of miracle going on here. And did he avoid that? Somehow he has avoided the Molotov. Every inch of that room except for where he's standing is on fire.
Every inch is on fire, but look at this, Blue Tiam. All of the squad mates, all three, with grenades in hand. The utility, instead of just breaching the compound, they're looking to flush them out here. This is a beautiful play from Blue Tiam. Let's see if it can pay off. As long as they don't blow themselves up. A little too cooked right there, but let's see. F29 now on the defense.
Oh, wow. Nice grenade there out the door. Catches Milky on the approach. Quick finish by Junior there, picking up a point for Blue Tiam. And now it is on. These two teams are going to have to fight to the death as the blue zone comes in. It's up to Exodus and Kasumi here to try to finish the job for F29. The trap was laid, but it has sprung back on them. And it is desperation here in game one for F29.
3v2 situation. The blue zone is going to be applying a little bit of pressure. It is really early on. Exodus with the Bison just zoning in on this doorway, waiting for the push to erupt here. Looks like their squad mate was taken out. And then the grenade to seal the deal right there. So Junior just popping off here on this early engagement. 4 eliminations going their way. They get a couple loot crates to hopefully top off their meds, their ammunition, and there's also a handful of vehicles that they can easily use to just send into the next zone. So huge come up for Blue Tiam here early game.
Really was. Blue Tiam having a bit of a momentum wave they're riding right now. They did come into this game with just 3 players, actually, so they were able to complete a clean squad wipe right there, picking up 4 elims. 4 points already in their column. They'll take top spot right now in this first game. Blue Tiam coming off an impressive performance in the Club Open just a bit ago. Took 4th place overall in the Club Open, and that momentum seems to be carrying forward here to these Challenger Finals. Aces trying to move out, and this is exactly what we forecasted a bit ago. It's a bit challenging to get out of there. The shots come raining down. Will they be able to escape? It looks like they are, but just narrowly.
BB, the zone. C4, remember, they were the only team in Yasnaya after their late rotate, and it just centers up. C4, I'm starting to realize how they continue to qualify and win. They're just zone magnets here, PB.
Absolutely. Hard shift here on Circle 4. Not what really anybody except for maybe C4 wanted to see. They knew exactly where to be, and they put their butts in those seats. So Yasnaya Pollyanna shaping up to be the final circles for this first game. All of the teams right now have a ways to go to secure their positions in zone. And really this big city, it offers a lot of places to hide, Dave.
Yeah, without a doubt. And when we saw that mini map, I think I saw SLR looting a crate in the water, the duo. So shout out to them for going for those unorthodox plays. But really, 15 teams alive still. The hard shift, it's going to get chaotic up here in the north as all these teams look to now rotate and find a place to call home. Lotus Esports on the east side with a beautiful gatekeeping position. Looks like Strangers BD might be one of the squads kind of poking around the area. Hopefully they don't find out the hard way that this is probably going to be taken up here.
Little scouting going on here from Strangers. They're taking a peek at the city down below, trying to find a good spot to land. Looks like Blue Tiam has run into some problems in Sentinels right now. Sentinels picking them apart just a bit, but also a couple men down of their own. And we've got some trades going on. Shots from Jelly Connect, and Blue Tiam down to their last member.
Yeah, Jelly's M4 spray right there, just disgusting right there. If I'm the last member of Blue Tiam, I think I'm just trying to send it to the water and survive a little longer, honestly. But it looks like they're actually trying to wrap around, get the high ground, and get the support. Yeah, here we go. Opening up on Jelly, missing a couple shots. Opting for that reload. Second chance right here. Jelly now behind the tree, now aware that there's going to be an enemy over here.
Yeah, it's a tough call. You know, there's still 15 teams alive, and in order to get into those rank points, he needs 7 other teams to go out. So if he could just pick up 1 point here, that's the equivalent of like 9 placements. So, you know, I can understand the decision to want to fight, but at the same time, Super Lazy Reflex also goes out here, not the start they were hoping for. Again, early engagement in this one, going up against Team Aces. Aces getting the better of them, and Super Lazy Reflex starting out with a goose egg. They will go out in 15th place.
Yeah, just a very challenging start for SLR here, but still 5 more games to go, so hopefully they can pick it up here. C4, interesting little split in Yasnaya. Hopefully they don't bite off more than they can chew. I see Jin kind of off on their own, trying to hold down a position, possibly waiting for that next circle shift to call their squad mates to group up on them, so we'll see how that one plays into effect here. As now Jelly from Sentinels. Looks like we're just trying to survive a little longer. The Golden Eagles, hey, PB, they are still alive. Already progress. Oh, and T44. Nice little shot right there with the Scar. Oh, here comes the push, too, from the squad mates. Looking at
Yeah, I'm curious, who exactly are they fighting at the moment? The Golden
Control.
Eagles, man. Okay, Control. That was like the easiest served up shot I think I've ever seen. They just were kind of crouched there, just waiting for the ear hole. Golden Eagles happy to deliver it. Moto wiped off the map right now with the DBS, and unfortunately for Control, they are at the end of the gun for the Golden Eagles. And again, Control, one of the top teams coming into this this week's action. They have a lot to prove. They want to show they're for real. They want to move up, and unfortunately for them, Golden Eagles beating them up a little bit here.
Yeah, definitely a confidence booster for the Golden Eagles and all the Golden Eagle fans out there. Mustache Dave. But Control, yeah, still, it looks like they were just kind of separated right there, so the odds were stacked against them, and it looks like the duo from Control going to continue to survive a little longer.
JPK is just watching them drive away like, no, my boys, have a good life.
No, you're not. Definitely not.
Yeah,
safe.
exactly. Exactly. So they're going to bounce out, and it's starting to pop off now. Unique getting into it. Looks like with Hawks holding down the fort here. They're on the defensive. Guns are out, and we've got Mazexus on the side as well, lobbing in some shots. Things are getting crazy, Dave.
Dude, my dude is just sending it through the middle of the battlefield. Yeah, you're gonna get punched for that. So the next circle shift, by the way, we saw it very briefly. Another hard shift, in my opinion, going to the west side now. So
Mazexus.
Blame Clint, by the way, if you're watching and you're like, what's up with these zones? Definitely Clint in the back, but it is great. It is exciting to see Mazexus, like you said, down range, trying to avoid getting flushed out from C4. C4 in a very strong position right now.
Love all of the drive-bys that are going on right now. You got the late rotators, those that are edging in, now trying to find their position. Strangers BD risking it, and this is the danger of those late rotations in, especially when it centers on an area where a large part of it, like this lake just northwest of Yasnaya, it's not playable. So there's not a lot of safe spots right now. The compounds are occupied. People are getting knocked left and right. Strangers BD loses 1 on the way in, but you gotta love the position here of Mazexus. Dead center in the circle, owning the high ground, and having some hard cover to boot. You can see Zuko in the house there. Good sight lines onto the other teams, a great spread. Lots of great angles here for Mazexus, so I like their chances.
Yeah, Mazexus, definitely a strong spot. Hopefully they don't get surprised from OGs across the way, but yeah, huge spot for Mazexus, and also I'm really favoring C4s down there in the south of Yasnaya. They got the fields. They're overlooking the fields, so any squad that decides to just send it across there, easy spray, like we saw earlier on. But look at this. We got the Hawks Esports over here. We got Hellcrime. We got so many teams in Yasnaya. And did I just see that next circle?
The next circle's gross.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at this. That next circle is on screen right now. It goes west of Yasnaya. Looks like Mazexus still center. And that push from Strangers to get into the zone, while they did lose somebody, they're where they want to be, but I have serious doubts right now of their ability, shorthanded, mind you, to be able to hold that position against all of these teams. There's still 13 alive that really, what are they grasping for here? Some gravel on the side of the road, a hay bale? I don't know, Dave. There's not much cover out there. The vehicles are going to become absolutely crucial.
Yeah, you're going to need to really be aware, ultra aware, and hit your shots, your 360s. Team Ace is really good position just because no one's near them, and they have the fields as a nice buffer. They just need to be cautious of the Golden Eagles. But besides that, all the other teams are gonna have to relocate out of Yesnaya. So really C4 and Mezexis, the gatekeepers here, in my opinion. Strangers BD, an early send. They did lose one early that we saw on the rotate, but they're also in a solid spot. So I don't know who's gonna survive here, PB. It's gonna be a bloodbath.
It's a tough call. I'm looking at the C4 squad here in this compound. You can see them just gunning down everyone on the way in. They're going to have to watch their back. They've got the Fierce coming from behind them as well as Sentinels. That is going to be 2 squads to watch out for. But if they can hold serve in that compound where they're at, they oversee the entire circle. And ultimately, they'll probably secure a top 3 here if they can just defend from people sweeping through their building. Love this position here from Strangers as well. Oh, man, the screen is very white, Dave. Very white.
Are we still pushing? Oh, we're in here somehow. We were able to breach the compound. A little pre-fire action right there. Fierce trying to take control right now. So we've got the Hawks Esports right ahead of them, and then Hellcrime. So it is just all these buildings are just going to be occupied, you have to assume, and that's where the utility comes into play, and the Fierce doing just that, trying to use the Molotov, trying to use the grenades to just flush out their opponents here. Oh, catching the DBS, the dome right there. Hellcrime down to just 1. Like the story. Still going to be alive, going for that heal off here. Here comes the blue zone. This is going to be applying a little more pressure now that we are getting towards that late game. But the Fierce from behind, discounting the solo from Hellcrime, getting the final laugh right there.
Absolutely, the Fierce calling it out a little bit earlier. They were going to try to work their way through the city, give teams some problems, and now we see that circle center up on nothing. That means everyone is going to have to move. There is literally no single player inside of the safe circle at this moment in time. Everyone is going to try to hold as long as they possibly can in cover and make a dash for the circle as late as possible here. Man, it's going to be difficult for the teams on the far edge of the circle. Looking at the northern side here, teams like Mezexis, who previously had a great position. You can see Nate scrambling right now, using any cover he can get. Quan on the move as well. Zuko getting ready to move. Valak also going to be hopping in just a second. This is going to be really tough for teams to secure that position, as, like I mentioned before, just a few hay bales out there. And other than that, it is open ground, and smokes are going to be everything.
That is it. So it looks like Mezexis just cleaning up the edge right here. 7 eliminations. They see Strangers BD right ahead of them. Nice little smoke wall, Strangers BD. They were able to cross the road, and they're actually going to get the pickup on their squad mate. You love to see the utility come and play like that. But Mezexis, we're pulling up right now on the Golden Eagles. The Kataz of the lobby. 3 people in the vehicles for the drive-by. But look at this, Strangers BD with the third party right there.
What an incredible entry from Mezexis. They do it in style, completely take over the Golden Eagles position, but they are going to pay for that. Strangers BD raining down hell upon them. It looks absolutely devastating out there for anyone caught in the crossfire, but Mezexis is not out yet. They're down to their last man. That's Valak getting the team patched up. We've gotten to the top 4, Dave. The storyline so far, in my eyes, are 3 premier teams making it to the top 5 with loads of kills to boot. So that is an interesting story, the way this is currently playing out.
Heck yeah, what a game. 6 eliminations on Valak as well, and I believe Valak is getting the revives back there, so everybody kind of just leaving them alone to be their own demise, essentially, with the blue zone, depending on how this one plays out. But T4 right now, trying to gatekeep. Here comes Jin, finally going to start to unload some of his utility. 2 more grenades to go. Just one could be the seal.
Are you kidding me?
Valak is so low right there in the smokes, but Nate's alive, so Valak doing their job.
We are down to just a couple of players right now. It looks like incoming Payne. They did get Jin, so now we've got Bonnie and Payne in the background there. Payne going to be trying to pick up his teammate here. It comes down to C4 versus Mezexis, the 2 premier teams coming down, and they will be a premier chicken dinner in game 1. Now it's just about who is it going to be.
Great grenades on Bonnie. Let's see, cooking it to perfection, going for the toss fadeaway. You know they're back here. It is going to be connecting, applying a little bit of damage. Bonnie with the follow-up grenade. Valak running for cover on the hay bales. Here comes the Molotov, flush them out. And there we go. C4 coming out on top. Game number 1. Winner, winner. Chicken dinner, PB.
Incredible stuff there from C4. They were quiet most of the game, but my goodness, they deliver at the end. 14 eliminations coming in from C4, over 2,000 damage. Absolutely crushing it at the end of this game. But again, like I mentioned just a moment ago, the storyline for me, you saw Mezexis up there. You saw even the Golden Eagles up there. They needed that performance to start off the night to go along with their 5 bonus points. They got it here in this first game.
Shout out to Jukes too. Didn't he say C4 we're gonna win game number 1? He's gonna be cheering for them all night long too. Shout out to Jukes. But yeah, Golden Eagles, huge come up for them. I like what I saw in game number 1 because they could have just held the edge, but instead they were proactive and actually pushed and flushed out Team Aces to even survive a little longer. So Golden Eagles already playing a lot more aggressive here tonight.
They really did. We'll bring back in Taylor on the desk here in just a second. We pointed out Strangers BD early on in that game had the position. They made it to the top 3, so a good shout out there, but unfortunately lost just a few too many members to make that a nice even fight at the end. But ultimately, Reflection C4 getting it done. Your prediction, my man. Nice work in game number 1.
Hey, man, they came out firing, didn't they? C4 looked strong. That open hayfield, which was, you guys called it early on. You said that final zone is nasty, and it was, in fact, nasty. I love the fact that Mezexis, though, grounded the Golden Eagles with the car. That was pretty funny to watch, and ultimately Mezexis surviving, right, with just one player to get second place. Very, very impressive. Exciting game all around. Some standout teams, and honestly, a standing ovation from Blue Team, who ended up getting 5 points themselves. Team Aces, though, this is where we start going against SLR, Dave. And man, Ziz was just caught out in the open, or excuse me, XEZ. What was going on with that split drop? Is this the time to experiment?
No, I don't even think they're experimenting. I think that's just their game plan. I mean, that's the same thing we saw from the Premier Lobby from SLR that kind of got them here in the first place. So, I don't know. I want to see them drop together, you know, play slow. Just go for some third parties here tonight.
Well, third parties, man, that's the way to go. Split drop might not be the way. Granted, Erangel going to be played 2 more times tonight, 3 in total PB, so a chance to recover, a chance to learn, right? So we'll be seeing this map very shortly, to say the least. A lot of great fights. This fight, though, in this building was nutty.
It really was. There were some nutty engagements all game long, and this one, none other more important here than the OGs getting clapped from the side by Mezexis as they send it to the circle, jumping over the Golden Eagles. Unfortunately, they lose a couple of players. If they did that clean, they might have cleaned up this last circle. They obviously, with that kind of stunt, drew a lot of attention here. You see Revenge cleaning out the backside of C4. Had his teammates still been up, I think Strangers BD takes that game, but unfortunately for them, it didn't work out. Molotovs abound, and that is going to wrap the replay.
There he is.
Fan.
About to have those eyebrows shaved off. Okay.
Whoa.
I look, I'm just throwing that out. He said it. He said an isolate. I've heard a gallon of water. Okay, I'm hoping like all of the above happens. Shave the eyebrow while a gallon of water is going over him. C4, 14 eliminations, PB, 2,000 damage dealt. I mean, these guys were on fire. They start off strong. Like I said, Erangel's their map, and the scary thing for everyone out there today is, again, Erangel's going to be played 2 more times, so C4 looks to be the heavy favorite already.
They really do. You know, the interesting stat for me is in addition to all of the damage and the elims, obviously, they didn't get shot much. I'll talk about that in just a second, but first, let's check out some of the other top performers. We saw Valak getting a lot of shout-outs during that last game. He put up a lot of elims for his team and ultimately was Mr. Utility, bringing 13 grenades with him to the battlegrounds. That's a lot, my friend, for one individual. But focusing back on C4 for just a moment, they only took like 300 damage that whole game, so they were outputting 7 times more damage than they were taking in, and that is a formula for success. And ultimately, really the top stat that anyone cares about is survival time, and they were number 1 in that category.
Wow, so let's take a look at this, Dave. C4 leading the charge. Mezexis, nice to see them in second, and you pointed out Golden Eagles earlier. In fifth, they had a heck of a game.
Yeah, heck of a game for them, just kind of being proactive, you know. They had 2 options, either turtle up and wait for the end game, but instead they were proactive and tried to get some additional eliminations, as we can see right there, 6. So already a good start compared to their last lobby, where I think they had 6 eliminations in total after like 3 weeks. So definitely a different squad here. I told you, they're hungry. They're hungry. There's only enough room for one bird of prey. I'm going to keep saying that all night.
So Golden Eagles, are they going to do it, or will the Hawks make it through? That's the question. They're relatively close, 3-6, PB. I like that. Your pick, those Sentinels. You tried to switch it up. I got a little bit worried. I said, why? They're still in it, man. And look, 5th place, that's not bad.
Not bad at all. I gotta say, though, my focus when I look at this isn't so much on the Premier teams who kind of cleaned up in this first game. I'm looking at Control, man. They came in the #1 overall seed from the Challenger Division. 10 bonus points coming into match 1. They were one of just a few teams to put up a goose egg in the first game, and they have gone from #1 all the way to #7 in the first game. So they've got to turn it around and figure things out in a hurry.
Yeah, which is interesting because they placed 9th. There was a lot of early engagements. You placed 9th, but without any eliminations, and you barely had any damage. Only 248 total, which matches that of F29 Reborn, who was the first team eliminated with 214. So a lot of questions there we'll be going through. 9 through 16, though, Dave, and I think the biggest storyline here, right, is going to be Super Lazy Reflex, who, with that split drop, didn't earn anything. They're eliminated early on. They stick with the 5 points they got for dropping down.
Yeah, and 5 more games to go is definitely doable. Just all you need is that one good match early on in the evening, and your confidence, that momentum is just out the door, honestly. So obviously they didn't get that in game #1, but if they could just drop together and try to avoid the early game fights, allow themselves some time to get some weapons to even take the engagement, I could see them doing a little better here tonight.
Yeah, it's risky, right? When it comes to BRs, you drop with another team literally right there on your heels. If they get to the building before you, the POI before you, I mean, you're kind of toasted, and that ended up being the case. Granted, for XCZ, like, why didn't he just have a little bit more patience? There was an engagement going down. There was a very real chance he could have got away. He makes the move. Maybe he's worried about being caught out in the open, but I think in that moment, he might have had a chance to stay alive. Discipline might have paid off there. Granted, an impossible situation, and we saw his teammate who actually had a gun get taken down in a 1v2 shortly after that. I want to move forward to Aces, who I think played fairly well, PB, and Team Aces, again, taking out SLR, but they were very aggressive, weren't they? They wanted to finish them off, and they chased them for a long time, ultimately hurting them in the end.
It really did. It seemed like they got a bit out of position there, and as they went further and further north, they kind of got out into no man's land. They rotated. You saw one of their players go all the way out to the center of kind of a grassy field and say, yeah, maybe we don't chase them all the way through. But that was right when the other team started to rotate in and converge a little bit, and they started getting shot up from a number of different sides, had to regroup, and ultimately probably kept them from a better rotation and a better spot in the circle. So that aggressiveness I like, and I like the fact that they got on the board early on against Super Lazy Reflex, but ultimately with them being one of the teams that did not have bonus points coming into tonight, they've got to play a bit conservatively because they got to finish high in the ranks as well as collect those elim points in order to move on here, especially with the Premier teams putting on such a strong performance in game #1. There was one point I wanted to make just a moment ago when you guys were talking about like momentum and getting things going. The Premier teams have already done so, and they came in with those 5 bonus points, so it pays to be one of the first teams to get it going because there's so many games afterwards in order to just hang on and have that momentum build. So I'm looking at this next game as absolutely crucial for the rest of the lobby.
I think so, right? Miramar. Plus, given the fact Miramar is also another map that's going to be repeated tonight. It's going to be played twice. So a good indication of how well a team is going to do was off of map 1. C4 clearly dominated. Along with the top 5, you could throw them in the mix. Miramar is also going to be a good representation how tonight might end up going. For you, Dave, though, you shouted out Lotus early on. In fact, that was your prediction to take map #1. And fair enough, they get 2 points. You mentioned early that they, or at least at top of show, that they averaged around 680 or 600 something damage per game, which is pretty impressive. This time around they get 785, so they're around the same number that they've been averaging. But I ask you, do you think that's enough though to make it in the top 4 or move to Premier Finals? Because in game #1 it wasn't.
Yeah, and that's my fear, kind of chatting with all these teams from the Challenger Division, chatting with Sentinels, Lotus, looking at their previous lobby, these teams were at the top when it comes to eliminations. But then the game plan, or at least what I gathered here tonight, is to play slow, play steady, play the edges. And in my mind, that's a little opposite of what got them here in the first place when it comes to a heavy elimination squad. So hopefully they're not changing up the secret recipe here, the secret sauce too much, and they just play their game on what got them here in the first place. And I can see them definitely bouncing back. I mean, we got 5 more games to go here.
Oh, 100%. You know, I just raised the question. We look at their stats a little bit deeper. I mean, 5 eliminations per game, honestly, is pretty good, I would have to say. And that damage per game actually is up to 1,200, which is quite nice. We look at this PB, and overall, though, for Lotus, do you think this is enough? Like I asked PB, or excuse me, like I asked Dave, do you think this is enough for them to make it out?
You know, when I look at the stats, I only look at their placements, baby. And that's what's going to be putting them into the final standings here in the spot that they want to be in. You look at the leaderboards there, we're seeing teams like C4, like Mezexis, really get those positions secured early on. So we're going to need to see teams put out on the elims. They're going to need to step it up. I'm going to need to see 7, 8, 9 elims a couple of different times from some of these teams. So the 5, that's cool. If they can average that, it might work out, but there's such a gap to cover already that we're going to need to see some standouts, maybe a chicken dinner with some big elims. But again, with 6 games, that's 6 different opportunities for other teams to do the same thing. We'll see if there's any point sponges tonight that soak up maybe 2 or 3 chicken dinners, but we won't know that for some time to come.
So, Dave, there was something pointed out by PB. He said C4 remained relatively quiet throughout all of map 1, okay? And C4, right, Hot Juke's favorite team out there, looking to punish him once again. What is it about C4, though? They stay quiet. They pop off at in-game. They clearly know something we don't know. Now, when it comes to BRs, I like to say that you get the bulk of your eliminations in that in-game, in that chaotic, open zone that we just saw in a hayfield.
Yeah.
You think C4 planned that? Is that where they capitalize? Is that where their strength is?
So sometimes the simple plan is the best plan. And I'm bringing this up because the zones, the circle shifts were chaotic here on game number 1. It was hard shift after hard shift. But when it comes to C4, they dropped in Nova, Military Base Island, the only team, the furthest team away from zone number 1, by the way. And what do? They just went straight to Yasnaya. They held it down, caught a couple zone blessings, and then once when it popped out of Yasnaya, they moved out. Simple plan. I mean, if you look at it when it comes to rotations, of course they were able to hit their shots and the team comes from point. But when I look at other teams that got eliminated early, they were going zigging and zagging all over the place, kind of reacting according to the zone. And they didn't really feel like confident rotations. But when it comes to C4, a lot of confidence in their rotations. I guess that's my point here.
Zig and zagging, I get it. Sometimes I'm walking straight to the gym, then I to the gym, then I zigzag over to Panda Express. I don't know how it happens. It just happens. PP, rapid fire. Who you going with for this game?
I liked a lot of the teams in game number 1, but if I had to pick one, I'm going with Mezexis. I liked the style. I liked their commitment. I liked the fact they knew they got to secure their circle. Mezexis is my choice for game 2.
I like that, and they know they need to be back in top 4 if they want to, succeed, right, moving forward. Dave, what about you?
I'm going to Mezexis too. Let's see.
Wow.
Two of us calling them Mezexis. Listen, game 1, they were popping off. It was looking pretty good. I can see them easily doing the same thing here on Miramar.
I hope they do, man. Mezexis, a team that, again, we wanted so much from them in the Premier League, but we just didn't get it. They've had great seasons before that, but Season 4 just wasn't theirs. But they can still turn that around. As far as I go, I'm going to keep it consistent. I'm going back-to-back with C4. Hey, tonight, they are looking to prove a point. And there's some meta to that, by the way. Remember, the final game number 4 last week, in week number 3, there was some love being shown to them while they were on the ground bleeding out, okay? They remembered that. They took it personal just like MJ. They want revenge. So we're going to be heading into map number 2. It's Miramar. Without further ado, Enigma, Dave, take it away.
What is going on? Game number 2. What a night. Game number 1. Super exciting here, Enigma. Before we get into game number 2, I got to ask you, thoughts on game number 1, my man?
I thought I was watching Death Race or something. I mean, everyone was kind of just sending it through the hills north of Yasnaya into the city just for it to hard shift out to the west side. And one note I'd like to make is that you talked about earlier about teams like Mezexis and C4. C4 landing at Yasnaya, but taking a proactive move earlier on in those circles to kind of set themselves up for success. If it were to hard shift off, and these teams that are playing that more reactionary style, in my eyes, it's a little bit too early maybe into those zones of having to do that. I'd like to see some of these teams start making moves earlier in the zones for them in those later positions to really start reacting and popping off.
Bro, talking about popping off, SOLR, you know, one
Oh.
really bad game. I'm a true believer in like momentum and confidence deflators. Definitely a confidence deflator in my opinion. But say you're the
Yeah.
coach, SLR, like game number 2. What do you want to see from them here?
I mean, you're on a bit of a cold streak, especially coming out of Premier qualifiers, not making it into the Premier finals. Coming into this, I hope that they had some sort of good gameplay when it comes to scrims and stuff like that. I know we had a bit of a break going over the holidays and stuff like that, but this team, you know, like there's a lot of time for them to be able to kind of iron out the mistakes maybe they had in Premier, but this is Challengers now. A lot of these teams, the 12 teams that had qualified to this finals portion from Challengers, all of them I see are on a hot streak, while all these Premier teams were bottom 4. They weren't really feeling it. Thankfully, to my surprise, especially C4 being the squad that had won last round, 3 out of the 4 on the leaderboard are Premier teams. So I'm interested to see what these sort of Challenger teams are able to come into and prepared for coming into this Miramar match.
A hot streak, like Hot Jukes picking C4 to win game number 1. Am I right? But SLR, they're going to be in El Pozo with Lotus Esports. Lotus Esports, one of those Challenger teams that I was kind of hyping up because they put out a ton of damage in their respective lobby here. So SLR, hopefully they have enough time to get some gear this time around, some weapons and some utility and some armor. And
wait a second.
And bring the fight here, because if they can get a fight going and win a couple trades, then they could be looking good. I mean, that's exactly what we have kind of been chatting about. Like SLR, they just kind of need that one team fight to send them in the right direction, you know, when it comes to the confidence and just believing in their gameplay. So we'll see if that fight ends up erupting. Strangers BD, another interesting drop. Game number 1, remember they dropped Kameshki, completely opposite of everybody else. This time around, guess where they are? Guess where they are? Take a guess.
I think it was Impala or something on the east. I'm not too sure.
They are far. All right, they are far, but we'll get back to that because C4 Pain right out here with the Tommy gun. Looks like they're taking a fight with the Sentinels right here. It's a big fight.
Yeah, and I mean, I'd expect that they had seen a solo player land here. They didn't have that golden Murado from Hacienda just south of them, but not too sure what was going on with the game plan of Sentinels. Really, Jelly, I believe it was, kind of being the top frag for his squad last map. They didn't really pop off too much, but I mean, any sort of eliminations is good at this stage of the game. We are only into the second match of the day. It is Miramar, and this is kind of the map I kind of related to Erangel, where a lot of these teams kind of know what they want to do, how certain zones play out. Sandhawks that wildcard. I mean, you're kind of just hoping that the zone blesses onto you, but these teams on this map, I'm hoping that they're able to kind of clean it up coming into the later half, because we only have 6 matches of play. It's not like you have those 3 weeks of qualifiers. It's just tonight, and you have to be in that top 4, and you and PB couldn't stress it enough of not only are you playing for that first, second, third place positioning if you were to make it into those Premier finals, but there's also that PMSL slot. I mean, that thing is worth its weight in gold in my eyes, because it's a limited opportunity for these squads to really come in and prove themselves. And I think that's why we're seeing teams like C4, Mazexis, Golden Eagles even really put in the work compared to maybe some of these other teams in that first match of, hey, we're wanting to play for that slot because there's a chance that you could be going, if it is a LAN event, to the international stage as a beginning roster even for some of these squads.
That's so beautiful. I mean, honestly, like that is where careers are started. It's crazy to think about, but that's exactly where it begins, right here, right now. Your shot at making it to that next level and just opening up the floodgates when it comes to the end of the year events that where the lands are. But we'll see. Sentinels Legendary right here. Looks like Sentinels, they're just getting picked apart right now from C4. Legendary strafing back and forth. 1 HP with the AKM, but let's see. C4 using their numbers just too strong right there. Pain with the VSS too. The hip fire. Popping off here, and C4 flushing out the Sentinels, one of the strongest contenders in the lobby right here. Gonna set them back a couple pegs. They did get 1 elimination, but C4 have 4. So it looks like Bond was flushed out of there, but yeah, interesting engagement here to start off the Miramar match.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a little unfortunate seeing Bond get thirsty there. He did get 1 elimination to his name, but you had the man advantage. You kind of knew where most of the players were at. Would like to see that maybe cleaned up in the later half of the matches tonight. But C4, I mean, they were the squad that popped off game one. They did have 4 players alive, though, going into that later half of the game with the zones. But now, I mean, you do have the 4 eliminations.
Yeah.
I'm expecting a squad like that to kind of play more passive, play more reserved into the late game, or maybe other teams will start losing players as the zones move on. And I mean, we can see right now Golden Eagles, stuff like that. They're just kind of rotating. A lot of these squads, though, I want to get your opinion on it. The early rotations.
Yeah.
And chasing people. Do you rotate center zone, Dave, or you feel like you can go for that? Because you and PB talked about, you know, Ace kind of driving down players and stuff like that. And I kind of had the same scoop of, I'm not liking it.
Oh, you didn't. I like the early game aggression when you know that there's probably a low chance of a team being near you, you know, for the potential third party. But as the zones continue to pop, those odds just kind of go against you, sort of saying if you do get aggressive on a pull up, you're probably going to get third party, which you saw in game number 1. So I think when it comes to early game, just straight up 4v4s, and you got all the intel, you know there's a squad in that compound, you know there's nobody near you, I think go for it. You know, you have to go for it. You know, because then you're just kind of leaving the zones to chance, I guess you can say. And if you can kind of get a couple elimination points like C4, they got 4 early game. That's equivalent to a 4th place finish. So they're already, in my eyes, having a great start to game number 2 when it comes to points.
Yeah. And I think eliminations are going to be the key here tonight. It's going to be the squads that can consistently put numbers up on the board. And unfortunately, last game, a team that's more of my fan favorite, along with, you know, SLR being my top team pick, is Blue Tiam. I mean, they had, you know, those few elimination points, but unfortunately, they're just 3-man. Looks like they're 3-man for this match as well. And this is a squad, you know, I had the pleasure you and I had seen in PMCO. Team that has kind of improved throughout the tournament play and stuff like that. I'd expect them nonetheless to be improving still and being able to be here in the Challenger Finals tonight. But unfortunately, we're going to have to see how that team is able to perform with just only 3 players.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in game number 1, they were able to take out, F29 as a trio. So if they can just kind of continue to do that, hey, maybe we'll see them progress on the overall leaderboards. But Strangers PD, it looks like they're trying to get some shots. But look at this, Control looking to take control right now, surrounding C4. Remember, C4 lost Bond early on. Looks like Jin is kind of getting tapped away right there now on their knees. JPK in the front lines, trying to cook a grenade, trying to flush out C4. Bonnie pulling out with the shotgun, but Moto with the UMP. So C4 going back to that early fight, they have 4 points, so they have some room to work with here. Of course, they don't want to get taken out this early, but if they do, they got some points to go with them here in game number 1. So let's see what they can do here. Payne with the DBS. We've seen Payne utilize this weapon so many times before, able to clutch it out. Look for that reload here. Pushing out. We spot the enemy. Looks like they were trying to toss a grenade. That grenade did tap them up a little bit. Jin was also picked up, so C4 back in the mix here, Enigma.
Yeah, and the scary thing is Blue Tiam's off on that side, I believe to the east of him while the fight was going down, kind of saving C4 from this engagement, but now it's going to be Jin taking the engagement. C4 somehow salvaging that, Dave. I mean, they were down to, I believe, just a solo of Jin. Stuck the res off even with the nade at his feet, and then I think a major part of that fight was Blue Tiam kind of putting a stop to Control. And I mean, this is the team that was in first before any matches of play with those 10 bonus points. Now, I mean, only having 2 points to their name coming into the second match.
Yeah, it's a rough one. And Blue Tiam, it looks like they're actually trying to continue to take that fight because they do have the intel on C4. So we'll keep tabs on that one because Lotus Esports out here, looks like they were able to accomplish a couple eliminations. But Team Aces, we saw game number 1 extremely aggressive here. They were able to take out a duo from SLR. Now it looks like they're going to be in the mix of the Golden Eagles. Golden Eagles, they love Miramar. You know why? Because they are so good at just taking control of the high ground. This is their bread and butter. I know it's in the name, but we've seen them play this position multiple times here, so they're definitely comfortable with this split that they're holding down right now.
Yeah, and some of these players, it seems, are a lot more comfortable playing alone compared to other contenders in the lobby. And I mean, we see 899 kind of just playing by his lonesome out here on the building, actually getting a bit of a strong arm nade to open it up, Dave. Now, unfortunately, the rest of his squad is still farther back, giving Overwatch, but is going for the thirst here.
Here comes the arrest of the squad mates of Team Aces. Goat 69 in the front lines. Look like they're trying to prioritize getting the pickup on their squad mate over here, but the Golden Eagle is 899 in the front lines with the DBS lock and loaded. But look at this. Whoa, from behind with the Tommy gun. That was unexpected. And now 122 trying to get on out of harm's way right here. So the Golden Eagle is kind of falling apart at the seams here. Getting surprised from that off angle, but let's see, 122 peeking the doorway with the AKM. Huge shots coming on out right now. It's all up to Goat 69. What can they do here with their UMP? The smokes are providing some cover for the time being. But they're playing a huge off angle right now for their squad mates to really explore the different aspects of this warehouse to really have some room to work with here, and it's paying off dividends. Now it's a 1v1 here, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, it's 1v1 in the warehouse. I'm not sure where the last Golden Eagles player is. I think he's still playing a little bit of a spoiler Overwatch, but unfortunately, Aces is still there. Goat 69 is kind of, I believe he's doing a little bit of a cook with the nade, trying to get that finish. Doesn't get it. And I mean, this is kind of spelling disaster right now. You're allowing Golden Eagles. It takes 5 or 6 seconds to cook that nade, Dave. Getting the reset like that is not what you're wanting to allow happen. And unfortunately for him, kind of getting that re-knock. But T44 still playing this Overwatch position.
Playing the Overwatch, but with only 12 bullets. I mean, what are we doing up here at this point? Only 12 bullets. Goat 69. Is that a massive grenade? Pre-cooked just a little too much, but the UMP right to the dome will do it. Golden Eagle is continuing to get the revives and the reset over here. Look at that. Their squad mate in the front line go for a Tommy gun drop shot, but Goat 69 did get the heal off. We cannot discount the anchor position on the high ground enough here, but only 12 bullets. I'm not sure how much that'll play effect here. Goat 69 doing a lot of damage to themselves here. This fight is back and forth, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, wait a second. What? Did he self-nade there, Dave? Oh, no. That's not how you want it to end. I mean, Golden Eagles, I guess they get 3 eliminations there, but this fight took way longer than it needed to, Dave.
You know, it happens. You know, the first grenade, remember, Goat 69 pre-cooked it just a little too much. It did a little bit of damage, and it looks like the second one just kind of did them in there. But now T44 able to group up with their squad mates and get some loot, some ammunition to help them out here. But yeah, I mean, I was surprised with the back and forth and how long this fight was just able to play out here. Here's Goat 69's first attempt at trying to get the grenade. 3 grenades. That was nice. That was nice. 122, making this a little 1v1, but don't forget, we got that high ground.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Any tips or tricks for that on how not to allow that to happen? I mean, I'm sure you've been there before in game. The nerves, you know, your blood's pumping, your heart rate's 180.
Don't be shaking too much. I'm not too sure. I mean, a lot of people play with gyro and stuff like that. So if you're trying to line it up through doorways and stuff like that, if you're shaking, it definitely happens like that. Unfortunately, you'd rather have that happen, you know, in a scrim and not, you know, a 6-game finals tourney play with PMSL on the line and stuff like that, and a good chunk of change if you're to finish top 3. So really unfortunate to see. And for that team, I mean, I'd like to just say it's Golden Eagles having a bit more of control with their nerves and stuff like that, being a premier team and kind of, you know, being in Titan series every once in a while. But it's really, you really just hate to see it, Phrase.
Hate to see it, and definitely a luck of stroke for the Golden Eagles. Yeah, T44, I feel like T44's presence is what helped them there, because of course they didn't know the Aces, but we knew T44 had like no bullets to really provide the support from up there if they needed to. So the presence was definitely a factor. But Team Ace is doing a great job at just making sure the fight was in the compound, you know, out of the sight of T44. So that awareness right there was also impressive. But getting into the match here, the old Gangsters, one of the desk favorite here. Looks like they're trying to make a push right now on a Team Fierce.
Yeah, and I mean, they're unfortunately only down to 3 players. Kidu actually kind of ISOing himself out in this 1v1 situation. His team's trying to scramble in, and I mean, this is complete mayhem in another warehouse in the center of the zone.
It's all about the warehouse play right here. Old Gangsters looking to clear out the warehouse. I believe that's Telecrime on the high ground is too. Blue Tiam, there's just so many fights going on right now. Old Gangsters hacker tossing a grenade. Bot 4 with the M4 actually from the Fierce right there. Swap it to the DBS. So the Old Gangsters down to just a duo. Gonna need to work together here. Let's hope they don't get caught off guard by Bot 4. They are looking for a little spread, get that crossfire going here. It's definitely a counter to the DBS.
Oh,
They were able to take them down. So the Old Gangsters, just a duo, their teamwork, their ability to work in tandem to flush out these angles. It's working here, Enigma.
yeah, and I think they had a bit of a re-knock onto one of the Fierce members, allowing themselves to take a sort of 2v1 fight. I believe one of the players is still by the compound on Hacker, allowing them kind of just outman, even with them being down a player in that situation, being able to outgun their opponents. And unfortunately, the third party comes in at the end. Old Gangsters doesn't pick up that third elimination. But, I mean, this match right now with the zone shifts and all this edge fighting is kind of opened up. We could see on the top right, this bottom southern side of the center of the zone. So I'm interested to see where the zone shifts can happen, because a lot of these teams have taken early casualties.
Yeah, it is without a doubt wide open right now. Only 9 teams to go, completely opposite from what we saw in game number 1. A lot of early game fights here. So, and not only that, a lot of these teams are still in it. They're down to 1, as we see. They're down to a duo. So, honestly, looking at the numbers, SLR, a fighting chance here this game. And they have the high ground, dead center. Definitely that opportunity come back up on the overall leaderboard. No eliminations so far. I'm going to point that out, but they do have the whole squad up and active.
Yeah, and I'm liking their positioning here. We can see the zone shift went straight east towards the water treatment compound. And a lot of these teams that opted to take that center position, I'm looking at Lotus, I'm looking at, I believe it's HC taking a center position, kind of having to force themselves into the zone a bit more. We do see the Golden Eagles duo far off towards Crater Fields on that western side, gonna have to make the rotation in. But now we're starting to get to the point where even though there's only 9 teams, 26 total players alive, you're gonna start running out of space. You're gonna have to start shooting your guns, and you're gonna have to start taking these engagements sooner rather than later. Because I couldn't stress enough about last match. A lot of those teams in Yasnaya waited to rotate earlier on, and then for this zone, I'm wanting to see it happen sooner so you don't have Papa Blue at your back.
Without a doubt. It's Jimmy in the elimination feed. I saw them for a hot second. So, OG Old Gangsters, the decision to take this warehouse last circle paying off big time. This is dead center. I do see them taking a couple pot shots out there in the distance. If I'm a duo and I got prime real estate, I might opt to just chill out a little bit here and try to just prepare for a defense. But hey, you do you. You know, you do you.
Yep.
We'll see what ends up happening. F29 Reborn still going to be alive here this game in the northeast. Looking pretty healthy, if I have to say so myself. No eliminations, but still a 4-in team. So they definitely need this one after game number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of opening the door. We're seeing a lot of the teams that are near the top really struggling this match. Looking at C4 and stuff like that. Mazexus being down on that 13th, 14th. Now, obviously, C4 had a lot of eliminations. We'll leave it up to the end. But this is a big opening slot for SLR, who, you know, kind of fumbled last match. You see Golden Eagles, who had pretty decent performance, still in contention of finishing in that sort of top 3 position. And teams like Hawks, I mean, I know you're a Golden Eagles fan, but Hawks, you know, maybe they're wanting to be the big bird in the lobby.
Yeah, hey, I forgot to ask you, by the way, who do you have winning this match, game number 2? I know we're kind of late into it, but still never know. I mean, based on positioning, based on numbers, if you had to put the stamp, the Enigma stamp,
the Enigma stamp. I'm going with SLR. I'm liking the positioning. They're 4 up.
Come on, SLR right there in the feed with the blow up. So yeah, SLR like, hey Enigma, thanks for the stamp. Let's get an elimination right now, baby.
The zone shift too, Dave. We see it went just south. Now, obviously, there is, I believe, Hawks on that southern side. They're gonna have to fight for that hill, but a lot of these teams, you know, they were able to kind of scare each other away, stay in their own little compound zone buildings. Forced now to play what seems, I believe, just mostly an open field, a ridge, and I mean, I guess the Old Gangsters warehouse that they've proven dominant in. But wait,
My dude's got so many bullets.
Yeah, and I almost feel bad thinking of the Golden Eagle squad. Like, this guy's got 300.
And 8 times.
Yeah, like,
Oh, wow.
he
No
basically
wonder.
spawned
That's
in
where they
with
all
the
go.
full 3 gear. I mean, Fishy here, he's got the full 3 gear, but I'm not sure if he's going to make it into the zone. Looks like he's kind of healing off.
Mm-hmm. This is
Not
going to be
too
right behind
sure.
Hellcrime, too. So Hellcrime, with the whole squad up, they're going to be looking right over here. Jimmy, OP. We've seen Jimmy hit some clutch shots. 1v1 situations, too, in the past. I mean, this player definitely pulled the rabbit out the hat multiple times here. Oh, I don't think they're aware of Fishy's position, actually. So Fishy just continuing to survive and creep and crawl here. It's still going to be in the blue zone.
Oh,
I'm rooting for Fishy. If Fishy can get here and, like, use a Molotov, use a grenade.
oh
That could
gosh.
be it. Oh, they spotted Fishy. Oh, the third party, actually. But they were aware, though. They heard. I
Yeah.
saw all of them immediately look in this direction. But can you imagine a grenade right there? I mean, Hellcrime, they were right on top of each other. That would have been beautiful.
Yeah, if he had given it maybe a few seconds as well before coming into the zone. I mean, Hellcrime was starting to stack in a little bit of a clown car, that bus, so to speak, to rotate in, because they're on the edge of zone. It wasn't like Hellcrime has a spot in. If he could have had the meds and that sort of timing down of coming in right behind him, I mean, he could have definitely made it into the next zone shift. But unfortunately, having to move early. And we're seeing here, I mean, it looks like Golden Eagles had to take the
See ya.
full send play. Unfortunately, getting eliminated by Unique Legacy, who has 3 players in the game, but 6 total elimination saves. Looking pretty good from the squad.
Looking pretty good, and it looks like now SLR are going to opt to rotate here into the foothills. They do have Hellcrime down range, and then the Hawks up range, so they're in somewhat of a sandwich. The next circle does shift, and it doesn't favor their current position any longer, but it looks like SLR setting up a defense here. A nice little grenade wall, trying to force Jimmy to not push up here for free. So this is not in the next circle here, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, they're going to have to make the move on to Hellcrime, I'd assume. We see Unique Legacy now taking that sort of positioning. They were on the edge of the north side, allowing themselves to take the ridgeline behind Hellcrime, kind of forcing them into this sort of sandwich position. It's a matter of who's going to be
Got
getting
him.
knocked down, and White Eulogy actually opening it up for the squad, possibly coming in to take the spot in zone.
My dude's got the ammunition to hold them at bay, and looks like SLR with a soft 2-2 split. They are going to be pulling them back, grouping up right now. But it looks like a duo. We're holding out the Hawks. Meanwhile, the other one holding out Hellcrime. But now they're making the send here, getting some runovers. Jimmy ran over, and SLR just steamrolling them right here.
Yeah, and one thing I liked is just all of them opted to kind of stay in their vehicles to try to get that sort of run over potential, kind of forcing Hellcrime to take the fight. But now, I mean, you have the uphill advantage. I think he just got a double nade knock at the shack. So SLR opting in to take the fight when Unique Legacy applies pressure on that north side, giving themselves the position in zone.
SLR, man, they're just looking to seal the deal here, get this winner wearing chicken dinner. Hopefully they'll get the pick up on their squad mate that is bleeding out. 5 eliminations going their way so far. They took out Hellcrime. Who's the next target now? Is it going to be Unique Legacy or the Hawks here? Looks like Gio with the mini will be taking some shots. XCZ just tapped right there before the rotate here, so they're going to be leaving them out to bleed, unfortunately. But look at that, SLR still getting runovers over there, as they are going to be pushing OGs. And they also pushed Unique Legacy, so SLR popping off right now.
Yeah, I mean, they were in the car and they just kept holding the gas down, Dave. They ran completely after Unique Legacy into old gangsters taking that 2v2 fight, winning it out for the squad. And F29 forced to kind of play this little bit of a ridge. SLR might be able to get the 3-man reset here, giving them the opportunity. Actually, looks like Hawks is trying to prevent that. But the zone shift happens. This is stage 7. Does center up a bit, but Hawks, in my eyes, having the prime position in zone, able to watch all these ridges that these other duos are taking. We're starting to see the fight unfold here.
F29, the duo. Reborn, yep, there you go. So SLR kind of just getting picked apart from multiple angles right here. Hawks also on the opposite end, trying to clean house over there and get some additional elimination points. Now it's down to just a solo from SLR behind the boulder, cooking the grenade, but their position is going to be compromised. Exodus pulling up with the UMP, sealing that one. 2 eliminations going over there. They are going to be looting here, though. Meanwhile, the Hawks looking to close the gap, looking to get the winner chicken dinner here in game number 2. See you later.
Ooh.
What they said, and look at that. The Hawks taking a match number 2 here, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a squad that was just to the east of SLR, playing that sort of high ground positioning. They played it slow. They made sure not to lose anyone, kind of getting a little too overzealous maybe and taking those engagements. And what I like to see from Hawks is that they didn't opt to just stand on top of the hillside. They actually decided to rotate behind SLR, recognizing that, hey, all of this side of zone is completely free. They're able to fill it in, pick themselves up a few elimination points at the end, and secure themselves that winner chicken dinner. So I like to see this stuff from them. But Taylor, I gotta ask your opinion about it. I know my prediction was a little late, but what were your thoughts on that game?
Hey, man, prediction late, better late than never, all right? Plus, it gave you a better chance to be right, given the fact that you had about half the teams already eliminated by the time Dave ended up asking you. So no harm, no foul. No, great game overall, and some teams that didn't really show themselves in game 1, now showing themselves in game 2. Dave, you've been running that joke, and well, sort of a joke, but honestly a real story. There can only be one bird represented today, whether it's the Hawks or the Golden Eagles. Well, Golden Eagles look strong game 1. Hawks look even better in game 2. They get the victory along with 5 eliminations. What do you owe their success to?
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, Golden Eagles getting more damage done that game, though. Just saying. But yeah, the Hawks playing that one nice and slow. They had multiple opportunities to just kind of full send there towards the late game, especially with SLR in their sight lines. But instead, they had their eye on the prize, and that was getting this chicken dinner, baby. Those 10 points for the winner chicken dinner. So shout out to the Hawks right there. Cool like a cucumber, my man.
That's it, man. Well, we start off the rip, right? Sentinels running into some issues. The favorite for PB off the rip, Enigma. C4 takes them down with a flawless win. Payne and Jin. A big reason behind that, we see Jin just getting that first elimination. But it turns out C4 was here for a good time, not a long time. They're finished off very early in 14th place, but 7 elims.
Yeah, I mean, 7 eliminations just speaks for itself. Maybe they came to the mindset of, hey, let's fight this squad that lands next to us. We saw that engagement earlier on go down, and I believe zone 1. So they knew exactly where that team kind of looted and dropped next to one and say, hey, we got another Miramar coming up. Make sure not to land near us, or you're going to have a repeat of the Payne train coming in town. So I like to see that stuff from them. Unfortunately, it did take that earlier engagement. They did get those 7 elimination points, but going out early like that, 14th, doesn't sit too well with me.
I'm really more impressed here with Team Aces out of this whole fight. I know this happened, all jokes aside, but I am really impressed because obviously they didn't know T-44 only had 12 bullets over there on that off angle, but they were aware, that pressure from above. They knew what angles they could take the fight. They knew what angles they could peek, and they made sure to keep the Golden Eagles continuing to funnel through the doorways where they had the advantage. So really, really shout outs right there to Team Aces.
Yeah, Dave, great shout, honestly. I was going to ask you about that fight, and T-44 was going to be one guy that I was going to bring up specifically with that off angle on top of the ridge. Anybody from Aces, they go out the doorway, they're most likely dead, right? Golden Eagles recover, and then that fight goes very differently. Self-nade, it happens, but ultimately, that was a wonderful engagement from Aces despite the self-nade, and honestly, a good job from Golden Eagles, too, to get out of that. They really showed how well they can set up and what they can do and capitalize when a good setup is there. F29, though, second place. We see a couple of their members on the screen, Enigma, end up dying off, but they get second. What do you owe that to?
I mean, I think a lot of it was just kind of their positioning. Not a lot of people were on that eastern side towards water treatment, and thankfully for them, no one really rotated into them until that last zone 6, 7, 8 range. And for them, I mean, 2 eliminations, I believe it was. It's all right in my eyes, but would like to see some more aggression out of them coming to the later matches.
It's man.
Well, fair enough. Aggression. We'll see if it happens. Super Lazy Reflex with 6 eliminations, though. Big game from them. Felt like they were non-existent, Dave, when it came to game number 1. But map 2, they take a page out of the playbook of C4. Come late game, they turned that kill switch on, and they started slaying out.
Huge turnaround game right here. Game number 2 for SLR, and that's exactly what we were talking about. Game number 1, it could be a huge confidence deflator, or morale deflator, whatever you want to call it. It really just gets you in the mindset of possibly tilting, but they didn't let that affect them. They came into game number 2, really aggressive, 9 eliminations. They were going for the run-over plays, really aggressive. And I hope they just continue to bring that game plan here for the rest of the evening.
And another team, I don't even want to go down the list, another team that I want to focus on, number 5, Unique Legacy. Really showing what they're made of, Enigma. 6 eliminations, total of 9 points because of the placing. They were a team that was understated in game 1, but very overstated in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think PB earlier on kind of made a great point of, we're wanting to see teams drop those 6, 7, 8, 9 elimination matches per game. And, we had seen Mezexis and C4 that first match drop numbers like that. This time around, we're not seeing too many squads doing those sorts of numbers other than Super Laser Reflex. But the team I can't take my eyes off of, unfortunately in a bad way, is Control. I mean, the squad that started off with in first place with those bonus points, really not even making it out, I think, of Zone 5 in the last 2 matches.
Yeah, they haven't been playing well whatsoever. We'll be seeing them 9 through 16, but C4 still leading the way at 36. Dave Hawk.
Let's go.
Mezexis, SLR, a lot of the usual suspects up the ranks.
C4 just chugging along with the eliminations. You love to see it. And we were chatting about like when you want to take the fights. Is it good? Is it bad? A whole, we can dive into that. But the 7 eliminations, that's more points than a second place finish. So if they can just kind of continue to get these kills in their belts, they're just trying to maintain first at this point, honestly.
That's it. Well, there's Sentinels, total of 12 points. Game 1 was phenomenal. Game 2, not so much. First team to be eliminated. We saw their fight early on against C4. And, of course, Enigma, you pointed out Control, only sitting at 12 points. They started the day with 10 because they were the most dominant team during the Challenger qualifiers. Now they find themselves in Challenger finals and seem to be dropping the ball, kind of alluding to Dave's, bonus points kind of curse, which I am starting to believe at this point. And also Team Aces down there towards the bottom, which Team Aces started out very well. They've been playing incredibly well, but why are they down at the bottom? I don't know. But we do have 4 games to go, and when we do come back from the break, we're going into Sandhawk, which will be the only time we'll be seeing Sandhawk tonight. As we do go to the break, though, we have a special opportunity to hear from C4 Esports coach. It's going to be JP47. He's going to give us his thoughts on the Titan series.
What's up, everybody? My name is JP. As you all know me, I'm the coach, manager, and whatnot of C4 Esports. And today, I'm going to be talking about the team's most favorite tournament, Titan Series. The only teams that I see that might be winning PMGC from the American region is just Alpha 7, Loops, or Influence Kemen, because the rest of the teams just don't have the mentality of winning, and we have seen these perform dominate in the American region, so I hope one of them really take the victory. Well, also in support of Sniper to win, because there's a very low chance of them winning, taking their past how they have choked in finals. But if an NA team perform well in a global stage, the region gets more recognition and it's just better for the entire North America. Teams in Challenge Division of Titan Series this season are the bigger deal, as there's the pro-season qualifier slot for next year to the winner. And honestly, I'm not even sure who can pull this off. There are so many teams that I know are really good in the contention, but a few teams that I think can pull off this miracle could possibly be Sentinels and Blue Team, taking their performance in PMCU. They did really good. It could also be straight out of Nepal and Hawk Esports, because I know them players and they can pull it off as well. But who I really want to see would definitely be All Gangsters. They're my friends and I really want to see them in PMP next year. But I hope the fans are ready to cheer us up, not only because we are going to be the defending champions, but also in the hopes of another water bucket on our favorite Hot Jukes. And as we are advancing in our career, we are prepared for PMPL next year, so all the support that we can get is better. This has been your mate JP. I'ma see you in PMPL next year.
Might take too long, but he hits the free fire on 2 players.
Oh my gosh, Ayala! Don't do it to him, Ayala! Don't do it to him! Happens, the magic happens! Mythic! Oh! Oh, from Naden gets the first.
Reload.
What an opening salvo!
Ooh,
Oh!
the beam, it's a 1v1.
Say peekaboo! 1 down, 3 to go. Ooh, this is gonna be Zombie Boys. They need speech. They got 1. They're looking at 2.
Oh, this is look good. Actually,
Oh.
it's real good, baby.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Season 4 Challenger Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Powerbang and Enigma. Map 3 is hot and ready, so we're going to get our predictions out of the way so we can see, or at least continue, the action. Enigma, straight to you, baby, because you're back on the desk. Who you going with?
We're going with Hellcrime. They had 4 up in that late game. A little bit too much of overzealous taking that center spot, having basically 5 or 6 teams aiming at them, but Hellcrime's it in my eyes.
All right, Hellcrime for the first time tonight on the desk, getting predicted to win a game. Let's see if it proves to be true. PB, what about you?
I gotta go with C4, man. The way they came out in game 2, just crushing people. I mean,
oh gosh,
I didn't want to pick them because it seems like the front runner popular choice, but they won game 1. They are crushing it in early game 2. They didn't go far. But I'm gonna go with C4.
All right, fair enough. I think I'm going to switch it up tonight. I've been going C4 the whole time. I'm going to go with 4C to win map number 3. Not C4. Come on. They're just too dominant, bro. Like I said, last game they were here for a good time, not a long time. This time around, they're going to be here for a good time and a long time, and they're looking to wreck some faces. They're in first place for a reason, and we heard JP47 say it best. They've got the utmost confidence that they can beat anyone, and once they turn that confidence level up and they start executing, well, the lobby, they're in for a treat. Let's head into it, right? Map number 3. It's going to be Sandhawk for the first and only time tonight. PB Enigma, take it away.
Woo-wee! Sandhawk, I haven't casted a game in the jungle in quite some time. We are back, baby. Enigma, good to be casting with you again, dude. What are you feeling for the jungle match we got going on? It's the only time we're seeing Sandhawk tonight. What are the keys to success here for these teams?
Well, I think the majority thing is going to be where that zone ends up. Are you able to get into that center position? Make sure you're not getting gate kept on the edge of the map. Now, we do see the plane path. In my eyes, it's pretty good. Being a previous competitor, having to drop, on different parts of the map here. But a lot of these players may be a little bit nervous coming to this match because after this, we're at that halfway point of where these squads are at in terms of matches played tonight. And a lot of these squads, if you're at the bottom, you're coming out of Sandhawk, that's really more so maybe you just felt like the zone wasn't in your favor. Having just 3 games to finish top 4 is not a solid feeling.
Absolutely not. We got the team starting to drop in. Hawks Esports dropping down right now off a strong game 2 performance. They're going to get looted up here. And I got to shout out their drop spot. It is Tatmok. And in chat, we've got Telly predicting boldly that whoever lands Tatmok is taking a W here, cashing it in. So strong prediction from Telly, and looks like it's going to be Hawk Esports 2 games in a row if that turns out to be true.
Hey, I like that prediction. And Telly was a player that used to play with me way back in the day on the Enigma fan club. A lot of people maybe know that. I know. Shout out to me, of course. But, our drop was Tatmok Cow. We did have a lot of zones where, unfortunately, when it does end up, there are kind of sort of team curse was if it's Cow and Tatmok in the zone in the late game, whatever spot we held, whether it was Cow, it would shift to Tatmok. If it was Tatmok, it would go to Cow. And unfortunately, we just could never get a solid win with the zone blessing. But the team that's getting the zone blessing, PB, is going to be Blue Team, the only team on this Western Island going right back up to the mountain.
Unfortunately for them, they're also the only team with 3 players, so they'll have to defend it shorthanded. Would have loved to have seen them get their rosters filled out in time for this event, but hey, they're going to get some great practice here going 3v4 against a lot of these squads. I'm curious to watch the early rotation here, and Tatmok under attack already. Hawks Esports landed here, but they are already under assault. Can we debunk Telly's prediction in the first 30 seconds of the game? I don't know. This is not looking good for him, though. Geo answers back, though. That's a huge trade.
Yeah, and the DBS shot was insane, but he's going to get traded out immediately. And I got to go back to Telly's remark. If we have every single team land at Tatmok, surely one of those teams will win the match. But unfortunately, we only have 2 squads that being Lotus and Hawks. And I'm seeing on off screen with my little map screen, looks like Hawks is kind of just backing away, kind of tucking tail and running. So a lot of these teams, they see the zone shift. They opted just to kind of make their rotation in. Mazexis, unfortunately, getting a little bit of a gridlock situation going on with, I believe it's Control, a squad that has been struggling even with the first place bonus points tonight.
What kind of points? The bonus points.
First place, bonus points,
bonus.
bonus. Yeah, the free one.
Absolutely. Check it out. We got Control going up against Mazexis right now in the center of the map. This is a big one. We need to see this Pinon encounter happen. We need to see Control come out on top. They desperately need the momentum. Nate sees the crossing, calls out to his teammate, Zuko, who does go down, and unfortunately for him, looks like Mazexis is going to lose one member early, and Control needs to get this fight going in their favor. Only 2 points tonight have been scored by Control. This was your number one team after the qualifiers, and we'll see if they're able to get anything going here against Mazexis.
Yeah, I mean, they had the opening knock. They had one, I believe, off-screen as well by the solo player across Pinon. Now kind of just ISOing out Mazexis, a team that finished strong in that first match, really just getting pieced apart right now in Pinon. So really like to see this sort of stuff from Control showing life coming into the Sandhawk match. And this is at a part of the map where, you know, a lot of these teams that are going to be rotating won't be coming anywhere near you. It would be a straight-up 4v4 fight showing dominance on Sandhawk.
Oh, baby. We got life out of Control. They're trying to hunt down Valak, the last remaining member of Mazexis, and with Pinon being such a central drop location, they know he's here. Very unlikely that they're going to find 3 players and 1 split drop somewhere else. So they're going to be clearing these buildings, hopefully pretty meticulously going in groups. You can see them swarming, trying to find Valak here to put another point on the board. Control desperately needs to get things going, but the good news for them is they came into today with 10 bonus points already in their pocket, so they can afford a bad game. They got a free chicken dinner in the standings just to start things off. So there's still time for them to get their mo back, but they have fallen from 1st to 11th in just 2 games.
Yeah, knowing this is against Mazexis, I think it's going to be a real momentum shift for them, being able to kind of perform well in this sort of tournament play and Control. I can't stress enough, this is the point of the match where you're wanting to make sure that you don't lose 1 point going for Valak here, but Valak thankfully not being able to get the finish on the Nox player. Control going 4 for 0, having the edge zone to work with.
Absolutely. It looks like there is the trade, but ultimately JPK will get picked back up here from Control, and Mazexis is out of here. So interesting turn of events. Enigma, we have the standings after just a couple of games. Mazexis firmly in the top 4. But this seems to be a bit threatened at this point now because they're out early with a big goose egg. They need to continue to perform well, obviously, to maintain their spot as the Premier Finals again are this Saturday, and only the top 4 teams move on.
Yeah, and I mean, the only team I can say is more in a comfortable position, not just guaranteed just yet, would be C4. A squad that's got, you know, 21 eliminations, I believe, after just 2 rounds of play. I have to put a note into that, though, because Unique Legacy now taking a fight with Sentinels, 2 squads that are desperately needing points, trading back and forth. There's on the off angle, I believe. I have no idea how to say this name, but Sentinel squad taking the aggression towards the 2 last remaining Unique Legacy players, but Bad Boy taking the fight to him.
You know, half the people in the world, I think, are named Mohammed, so I'm going to go with that.
Oh.
I don't know if that's actually true,
Yes.
but seems like by the odds, it's a pretty good guess. But anyway,
Yeah.
It looks like Sentinels here getting a bit turned around on. Unfortunate for them, they were just starting to build that momentum. They really needed to kind of keep things going, and unfortunately, they're getting pieced up. They're down to their last member, who's in the blue, having no health left, but maybe they forgot about him. Maybe they left him alone. He's got to try to fight to see another day here.
Yeah, and these squads, I mean, we're talking about only a few points separating them, maybe just 6 or 8, I believe, looking at the standings. So we're at the point in the lobby where you're going to start seeing teams that are consistently performing kind of make that cushion, while the other teams are just scraping by those for those few elimination points. But the zone shift does happen. It does center more towards the Camp Alpha drop. The mountain's not really going to be too favored for some squads. But C4 now, I'm not sure what happened, PB, but they're down to just a solo on the drive-by.
Things are getting crazy right now. Lots of action early on in this one. And C4, again, They can afford a bad game right now because they came into this with 5 bonus points and they absolutely owned the first couple of games as far as picking up points. So off to a great start. You love to see it for them, but they got something to prove. I was talking to JP in the chat and he said, just wait until our favorite caster comes on board. So that's going to be interesting to say the least.
Yeah. I'm kind of scared for Jukes, I'll be honest, because I'm hearing a gallon of water. I'm hearing he's, doing like a million different things for the squad. He's cooking them dinner, something like that.
Buying them all new cars. Yeah, just all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, little Balenciaga or something. But I mean, hey, I'm not the one doing it, so a little unfortunate for Jukes. But right now we're seeing Team Ace. They do have 6 eliminations. I believe that was from a bridge camp just along the southern side of the zone. But I'm looking at the map feed right now, and I'm seeing a lot of Michael Phelps in the water, okay, PB? I'm not one that's too crazy about the boatation play on Sandhawk, but we're seeing a lot of people opt into it tonight.
Michael Phelps on your screen right now, swimming the 100-meter from left to right. He has gotten to safety, maybe? Bestia here trying to spot him out, has lost track of him a little bit here, but they still got to get to shore or try to rotate in. Zone favoring them for now, but Lotus not exactly sticking to the game plan, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, they had the boat, maybe Blue Tian blew it up or something, but I believe on that western side of the map, there's not too many places really to get up from the shoreline. Kind of opted to be funneled into those 2 or 3 little ramp spots on the rocks that get you in the zone, but a lot of the teams now opting to make these rotations, kind of stay towards the edge of the zone, leaving a lot of the center portion in play, but Strangers BD now making this sort of rotation. I believe Golden Eagles just to their south side, taking some pod shots at them. Interested to see if they'll actually take the engagement or maybe just rotate in zone.
This is a zone we don't see oftentimes, too, just centering up straight away on Camp Alpha. Everyone knows that this island is in from the outset. Normally, when we see the Camp Alpha zones, it's split like midway across the river, or perhaps even a 3-way split on the, the ruins part, boot camp part, and Camp Alpha part. That's usually what we see. So I'm really curious to see, a central zone early on. We've got the teams already kind of trying to grab that high ground. You see Super Lazy Reflex working their way in. You can see the old gangsters kind of still in Camp Alpha. But we'll see here as this shakes out. Who's going to grab those mountaintops and own that high ground as the circle gets a little smaller?
Yeah, and all these early engagements, I would want to say it's more so just people kind of feeling each other out in the lobby. But we're in game 3. You don't have much time to really be feeling out what these squads are made of. And Blue Tiam is a team that, even though they're a 3-man, we see it here. They already have 1 elimination on the board, getting the reset for their trio squad. Fortunately, would have liked to see them as a 4-man, but showing to other players in the lobby that, hey, even if you're a 3-man, you need to be able to show up and put up the numbers because that PMSL slot is not going to be waiting for no one to join the lobby. So interested to see. The zone shift does happen, though, and it goes straight south. And I mean, I feel bad for old gangsters almost because that's a squad that I'd figured they'd be center zone. They're a little bit off of it in the zone shift, but really not in that too much of a power position in my eyes anymore in the zone shift.
Not at all. I think Team Aces is looking probably the best right now out of all the teams. They had that compound kind of secured, and it looks like SLR is maybe going for it right now, so they're going to crash on him.
No.
We got ourselves a fight, but into your living room comes White Elegy and the teammate. And on the defense, perfectly done from Team Aces. They'll set him down, but there is a trade. Goat69 is down. Super Lazy Reflex has breached, and they do secure this point in the first building. We'll see if they're able to make something out of this opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, this was the duo, though. It wasn't like SLR slammed with a full 4-man. Ace losing 1 player in the engagement, but the nades come out. Nothing you can do about it. Unfortunately, SLR being eliminated out. And a lot of teams, they did hear the action, choosing not to take the aggression to them. So Ace picking up 2 freebies. They have 8 eliminations on the board, PB, only losing 1 player in the process.
It's a good defense there from Aces, and I would be prepared if I were them to have a couple more of those because they have a very desirable piece of real estate right now in this circle. Half of the zone right now is quite literally in the water. You still have swimmers out there trying to make their way ashore, and the shoreline is starting to get a little bit crowded, so it's going to be interesting to say the least. Teams may have people come out of the water like the SEAL team when they least expect it, so everyone's going to have their head on a swivel. But right now is the time to secure position, and Team Aces sitting in an optimal one.
Yeah, and I mean, on the right side, we see the battle tracker. It's not like these teams, it's just the bottom 4 squads that were eliminated taking casualties. We're seeing C4 down to a solo, Unique Legacy, and F28 down to just duos. And a lot of the squads, they have eliminations on the board, but being down 1, 2, even 3 players really makes you wonder if you're going to be playing more passive, if you're still going to try to keep that sort of aggressive play style coming in the later parts of the zone.
Absolutely. We take a peek over here to Blue Tian. Again, 3 players coming into the game. They still have 3 alive. Got 3 elims so far to their name. Obviously blessed with zone straight away here, but they find themselves on the edge now, working their way in. Kind of interesting that they weren't able to be the ones to secure that center circle, playing perhaps a bit more passively than they normally would due to their numbers. But ultimately going around control here, they're going to take a spot here on the northern edge of the circle. We are right here inside of a little divot as we take our attention over to the Golden Eagles.
Yeah, and I mean, the only people on this eastern side, I said the mountain was really going to be kind of that icky sort of spot. Not a lot of teams are going to play it, but Golden Eagles now opting to take a control just to their south, kind of creeping up onto the compound that they overlook. Interested to see if the Golden Eagles can kind of set up and make some sort of rat play happen. We also see a little bit of Michael Phelps going on with Ezra, holding this sort of western side, swimming up. A lot of the squad, actually 4 lows being spread out on the coastline, but all these teams, maybe the zone shift just happened. All the teams on this western side of the coast having to come straight towards HC, dead center of the circle.
Beautiful little picture of the zone here as we see our swimmers going around the island. I felt like underwater they were looking for some lost treasure or something, trying to find a hidden cave system. Unfortunately, unable to do so. But hey, they're still alive. They're still in it. And who knows what can happen here in Game 3 of our Challenger Finals of Season 4. Again, the top 4 teams right now will be moving on to the Premier Finals that'll be going down this Saturday, December 2nd. Want to give a huge shout out as well to Sixless as well for watch partying tonight's stream. Big shout outs to the homie from Passion Fruits Esports as well. We'll hope to see them in the Premier Finals and doing incredibly well. So now we got more action. Enigma, take us through it.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of these squads, STE, OG, opting to take a slam into the Hellcrime compound, not without casualty. Blue Tiam staying on the outer sides, kind of picking off 1 or 2 players. And a lot of these squads that took these sort of early rotations kind of getting picked apart in the crash. It's kind of like that fight with SLR earlier on. Now it's going to be Volt on the back foot in the closet.
Ooh, that's not good. Strangers meeting the butt end of that joke. Man, oh man, the shots are ringing out across the zone right now. Hellcrime getting into it. Fierce getting into it. Unfortunately for Fierce, they lose 1 man, and they will have a chance to get them back up. Not a whole lot of full-strength squads still left in this lobby. It's down to just the Fierce and Hellcrime, it looks like. But everyone else kind of down at least 1 or 2 men.
Yeah, and I mean, the Fierce are kind of off in their own little world on that southwestern side. The main thing is going to be the center compound. See the Blue Tiam solo. We're seeing Old Gangsters, Hellcrime, kind of just holding hands next to each other, playing a little bit of neighbors, so to speak. On this western side, though, I see the zone shift happening. The Lotus players did end up getting up off the coastline, but the fight with control now, taking the aggression onto the Golden Eagles squad and picks them apart. 8 eliminations on the board, PB, for the squad right now.
Hey, they needed this. Them and Aces are both near the bottom of the table right now, having kind of weak performances in the first 2 games. Ace is putting together a bit of a run right now with 9 elims, and same with Control up to 8. Both squads still have 3 players remaining, so that should be enough to really give them a good chance going into these final circles. We still have a couple of teams to go out before we start getting into the points for rank placements, and you can see Bestia taken down here from Bot 4. That's a real person.
Bot 4. But hey, that is the squad. They're both going to be in zone. I expect some sort of reset to happen. But the squads that aren't in zone, I'm looking at Ace. I'm looking at Unique Legacy, Control. And still the solo on C4 kind of just ratting it out on that shack on the north side. Now forced to rotate into what I believe is just a huge swamp outside the compound here. Interested to see what kind of plays these teams make. Because at this point in the game, I'd opt almost to just take the engagement, take the fight with someone, rather than let Papa Blue or let the blue zone tick you down enough for some free pickings for these other squads.
Absolutely, and like we kind of talked about during the break, this is an important game for a bunch of these teams. A big storyline right now is Mazexis out with 0 points, Golden Eagles out with 1 point, Super Lazy Reflex out with 1 point, C4 down to 1 man and 0 points so far. This is the time for these teams on the bottom of the table and in the middle of the table to make their jump and make their push for that top 4 placement. We've got the Aces up to 10 elims in control with 8. This is their time to shine. They have to be ready to take advantage.
Yeah, and I mean, Control right now is trying to take it into their own hands, taking these engagements. Unfortunately for Hellcrime, they're going to be the ones taking casualties right now. Control actually making a great effort into pushing this compound of mines. Looks like a 2v2 situation on the wall of the compound. JP unfortunately getting gate kept, making it a 2v3 situation for the Hellcrime squad. And if I'm Hellcrime, I'm opting for them just to kind of play numbers and try to group up, taking these engagements. But Jimmy almost getting caught off guard at the doorway.
Baby Tang on the push, and he pushed right into that shotgun. That was unfortunate for him. Baby Tang looking to be potentially eliminated here, but Jimmy not going for the finish just yet, opting to finish the heal first. Ends up being a good move. And he's going to connect, but missed the follow-up, and he goes down. Hellcrime still in it.
Yeah, but I mean, the knock there, you're on the edge of the circle. Hopefully they're able to get that sort of reset happening. We're down to just the top 5 squads in the lobby. 12 total players up. I believe it's the Fierce being the only squad with 4 players up. Ace, though, name we have to shout out, having 10 eliminations on the board, and Blue Tiam with 6 to their name.
Good sightlines here, looking down on this compound as Hellcrime will be forced to leave. They take some cover, which is great. Blue Tiam finishing in 4th place overall. We are down to our top 3, but I got to commend the effort there with a 3-man, making it to the top 4. They're going to secure some good points in this game. They really needed it. But now we've got the Fierce with 4. We've got Hellcrime with 3, and then we've got a solo from Team Aces trying to get it done, trying to clutch it out for his team. But we are down to, it looks like, a 4v1 against Hellcrime here.
Yeah, and I mean, the Fierce, it's a matter of just if they can take the engagement without losing anyone. The Ace player is way out in zone, just heal stratting, so it's only a matter of time. And I mean, the squad dropping 8 eliminations. I'd like to see them pick it up on Minato here, but not too sure if they're going to give it to him. And it looks like he might just be doing... Oh, there we go.
Everybody seems to know what the drill is here. Aces Minato will be going out to the zone, but not before securing a 2nd place finish for Team Aces. Those 6 points, along with their 10 elims, are a sight for sore eyes for that squad. That's going to vault them way up the standings. We'll see if it's enough to crack the top 4. But the story here is the Fierce picking up a winner chicken dinner. 8 elims in this one. Enigma, gotta ask, any surprises in that game? Obviously, you mentioned a lot of the top teams going out early in this one, kind of opening the door a crack for some of the others.
Yeah, I mean, it's them and Ace being the 2 squads. They were top 2, both of them almost dropping double digits. I believe Ace was the only team in the lobby that dropped 10 plus eliminations. But for these squads, I mean, there's a reason why they're in this sort of finals play. It wasn't like they were invited or stuff like that, or this is qualifier stage. This is these teams qualifying into finals play, battling it out against their other teams in their respective groups, now battling it out against each other. So Taylor, I want your opinion on it. With these squads coming in, with the challenger teams against Premier, do you think there's going to be a bit of a shift in momentum from the Premier squad?
Could definitely be. You know, clearly this map has been practiced throughout the Challenger series because that's pretty much all it was. And by the way, shout out to you, Enigma. Hellcrime, 3rd place. Very well done. Great prediction. I don't know how you do it. You just come out of nowhere, you say a name, and I'm just like, there's no way. Right? Even JP in chat was like, dude, well, you know, what is Enigma on right now? But then Hellcrime gets 3rd, blows me away. But I think I want to bring it back down to reality, though. This was a much-needed game for many teams, specifically the challenger teams looking to make it into the Premier Finals. But the reality is, PB, this map is only played once today. Now we're going back to the maps that we've been playing, right? We're going back to Erangel. We're going back to Miramar. Now, while this map was important, how important do you think it was now that we're about to go back into the bread and butter maps?
It's important. if there ever was an opportunity to kind of break the momentum from these teams that are obviously great performers on Miramar and Erangel, the traditional battle royale maps of PUBG Mobile, if we're seeing the lesser played Sandhawk as an opportunity for some of these other teams to maybe take down some of the less practiced teams on this, they closed the gap here some. Maybe they didn't get into the top 4, but they've made it a race, and that was so important in the first half of games tonight to actually be within a stone's throw of those top 4 spots, because as the night moves on, if we are 30-40 points out of those top 4 spots, it's a wrap. You're not going to be closing out, multiple chicken dinners in a row with 20, elims a game. That's just not likely to happen. So now you can, again, just focus on consistency here as these final 3 games conclude.
That's well said, PB, and I guess you can say map number 3 obviously is the halfway point of today as there's 6 games, but it could very well be the swing map needed to change the momentum and change the intensity for some of the teams that were on the outskirts of even breaking into top 8. Control being one of them, Enigma. A great game coming from them, 9 total points from 9 eliminations. It seemed as if they finally woke up, although it took a little bit to get there.
Yeah, and I mean, the eliminations speak for themselves with the squad, and it wasn't like they were gifted the zone. It wasn't like they just sat there and did nothing. That was a team that had to fight in through teams and teams themselves. Golden Eagles, I believe, the first team that took those sorts of engagements, but unfortunately taking the losses against Hellcrime later on, which ultimately was a team that finished 3rd place in that match. So if you're in that sort of position, you're kind of looking at the squads like, hey, if we won that fight, we finished in that top 3. But the squad that finished at the top, we could see the Fierce's total stat numbers right now. I mean, 8 elimination points. In my eyes, though, the big one's going to be the revives, because a lot of it's going to come down to, can you keep your 4 players alive? And they were able to do just that.
Do just that, PB. What impresses me about the Fierce, or what excites me about them rather, is 10th place map 1, 11th place map 2, 1st place in map number 3. Something just ticked and something worked out. What was it?
I have no clue. I wish I was the expert on what happened here.
I love
with
that
them,
answer because I would give the same.
But honestly, I don't know what clicked with them. I want to kind of see if there's a trend as the game goes on. But quite honestly, Enigma just pointed out something pretty brilliant. If you can stay alive and stay in the game, I like your odds here. Hot Chooks once told me, hey, what was the keys to the game for C4 Esports? And, the truth is, it's just don't die. That's really kind of the trick and the tactic that's going to put these teams up on top. But let's turn our attention here to the match results. Taylor, I mean, when you look at this board, we got the Fierce putting up 18 points. You have Team Aces putting up 16 points. These are massive jumps for teams that were near the bottom of the tables. I'm going to like their chances to kind of sneak into potentially right around the top 4.
Yeah, 100%, and I think that's well said. For me, I got to focus down towards the bottom. Zexus, for the 2nd game in a row, scoring a goose egg, 0 points. Hawks Esports goes from 1st place in map number 2 on Miramar, goes into Sandhawk map 3. They get near last place, from 1st to worst. Signals as well, who looked like they were stepping it up, looked like they were doing very well. You shouted them out at the beginning, PB. Off over there in 14th place. They continue to slow down. SLR, same story. I thought maybe there was going to be a turning point come today after game number 2, but it seems as if now they're back to their old ways. And, well, C4, with a bit of a lackluster game 3, they kind of taper off. They're still in 1st. Now, they're still in 1st by 11 points. Very impressive. I don't see them, placing outside top 4 today. However, with them not having a star-studded game, Enigma, it allowed others to potentially catch up. We're looking at Hawks, the Fierce, Blue Team, the Fierce, with the biggest come up yet.
Yeah, and I mean, on the last showing, I think it was 4 total points for the 4 premier squads on that Sandhawk match. So really opening the door for some of these squads that, I mean, we had shown the Challenger qualifier scores. It was virtually within 20 points. That's one solid game from some of these squads. And we can see it here tonight with this Sandhawk that, I mean, 8th place to 4th, it's only 3 points. It's not like someone's blowing out the lobby. This is still anyone's game at the half point of tonight's show.
That's it. Anyone's game. And let's focus on reality. Let's take a look at 9 through 16 PB. It's getting a bit scary now. We reached a halfway point, and there's still some heavy hitters down there in the bottom end.
There really are. And one of the things that I'm seeing here as you look at these standings, we've got Chicken Dinner split through 3 squads right now. 3 different teams, Hawks Esports, The Fierce, and C4 have all picked up a Chicken Dinner. That has split the points that are, being sucked up by those top teams. But if you look at places 4 all the way down through 12, only 7 points splits those 8 positions. This is anyone's game right now. The difference between number 2 and number 13 is only 12 points. I mean, literally, any one performance right now from any team puts them right back into the rankings. So no one is safe right now, not even C4, with all of those teams being right at the doorstep. We've got 3 games left, and teams have better leave it all out on the line, because this is where the championship rounds come into play. Who is going to be left standing? I honestly don't know where it's going to go from here, but it's clutch time, baby. We have to see who shows up.
Baby, you pumped me up, man. 12 points. That is such a great shout. Look, that is nothing, okay? We can see that covered in literally just one game, and we covered very well. Map number 3 could be the swing point, could be the momentum shifter for a lot of teams that were not in the Premier League, for a lot of teams who didn't have a chance to play in Premier or have that much broadcast time. That map number 3 done puts some of these teams that much closer to not only potentially earning some of that $2,000 prize pool, but also getting that coveted spot for the PMSL qualifier, right? Something that I think is greater than money can buy, a chance to truly prove yourself and play amongst some of the greats out there. And who knows, maybe we could be watching one of the greats today before they start becoming great. But either way, great game number 3. And one key point that or at least one thing that I want to ask, Enigma, I've got to throw this to you as a previous competitor. Lotus was doing something pretty unique. It seems like they stayed waterbound for the majority of that map. They come on the land, they pick up a couple of eliminations. I think it was 3. What was the strat there? Because you don't see that too often.
Yeah, and I mean, I think they kind of got lost. Maybe they got gate-kept on the edge, thinking that there weren't going to be too many teams on that western side. But what I did like to see that you had noted out is that they did pick up a few elimination points. A lot of squads, when they're in that position of kind of being on the back foot, really struggling, being able to kind of fight their way into zone and pick up the elimination points they need. So for the squad, I mean, I believe it was 600 average damage David talked about. And obviously in their qualifier standings, I believe it was around 1,200 or something outrageous for their average damage. So this is a squad that we know can frag out. It's a matter of if they're able to do it in this sort of lobby tonight.
All right, well, Erangel, we're going back to what should be the homeland of C4, right? PB, they end up winning it, and this is where they kind of started their run and continued their lead forward. I think for game number 1, and I'll double check, C4, 14 eliminations. So now that they go back, we talked about that lead. It didn't grow too much after map 3. You think it's going to grow after map 4?
They're hoping it is. They're talking a lot of mess in the chat right now. Again, big shout outs to the chat watching this stream tonight. You guys have been fun to engage with. A lot of them are asking, how do I type and talk at the same time? Hey, professional multitasker here, just saying. But as I take a peek at the overall standings once again, one of the things that I noticed from game 2 early on, we had 4 of the 5 top teams were all the Premier teams coming down. But take a look at the top 8 now. Who do you see from the Premier Division that came down? No one except for C4 Esports. All of those top teams have dropped down to the second page. So they're 9 through 11 right now, essentially. 9, 10, and 11. Right. And that is a big deal. But again, with everything being so tight here, just look at the distance. I mean, literally every single elim matters. Every rank point matters, because it could vault somebody, finishing a squad wipe and moving up a rank. That could move somebody from 8th place to moving on to the Premier Finals at this point. So again, so clutch. All of these little micro transactions and micro, interactions that are happening during the game.
Yeah, well said. I think from this point forward, it should be pretty serious for every team that is not within the top 4. Because top 4, like you mentioned, 12 points, right? Pretty much separating everybody. And some even less than that. I mean, you look at Hawks, or excuse me, let's Blue Tien, who's now at 4, tied with Control, who came out of nowhere. So liking what I'm seeing so far. Really, the competition's heating up, and that's what we expect, because there is quite a bit on the line here, and I think a lot of teams trying to make history if they
can. We give a shout out?
Can.
I think it's shout out time. I want to give a shout out to Blue TM. again, I'm going to challenge you guys to finish out these Challenger finals with, you know, an equally awesome performance that you guys have put out so far. Again, I haven't won any games yet, but they came into tonight a 3-man, and a 3-man has currently secured a spot in the top 4 and is in position to move on. That to me is impressive. I can only imagine they were full of strength tonight. But again, Blue TM, you guys have my support. I hope that you guys are able to get it done. But it'll take some pretty stellar, flawless play to do it with a 3-man. But shout outs to them so far for their performance tonight.
And also shout out to Sixless for the watch party over there from Passion Fruit. We love that. Hey, he's keeping the knowledge. I mean, he's got all the knowledge in the world, being the OG that he is. You know, if you want to check him out, Sixless, that watch party. We love all our watch parties, and if you're out there, we haven't shouted you out, understand that we do appreciate you. Rapid fire predictions. Let's go for it. Enigma, who you going with?
Unique Legacy. That's the money ball right here.
All right. I got to, again, carry some weight when you predict a team, man. Unique Legacy. I'm feeling it. PB, what about you?
I'm going to go with Control. They started slow. First 2 games were non-existent, but had a great game 3. Put up some points, and now they're challenging. They're knocking on the doorstep right now, tied for 4th place. I think it's Control's game to win.
All right, Control, and for me, I never do this. I'm going C4 all night tonight, baby, because they're just my team, all right? They're going back to where they won. They're going back where they picked up 14 eliminations. They've got the confidence. They want to find success. They want to reclaim the title once again as Titan Series champion. Will they get there? Well, they got to finish out tonight strong before they do. Without further ado, let's hop into Math Lore. We're going back to Aaron Gale. Hot Chooks Dave, take it away.
And I'm going with not C4. That's right. I hate their guts. I'm just kidding. I think they're just doing this just to mess with me at this point. This is ridiculous. I mean, they absolutely throw, right, in the Premier Division and then just come and dominate in the Challenger Division. Dave, what's going on?
It's all according to plan, man. This is their strategy. You know, they want to get as many reps in before the main lobby, right? They want to stay warmed up, loose, and ready to go and scope out the competition, honestly. So I appreciate it. C4, I know you're one of their biggest fans. They're looking to not only make you proud, Hot Chooks, but also be the back-to-back Titan Series champions. 4! That's 4, ladies and gentlemen, by the way. So yeah, I'm rooting for them here.
I swear, if they do it, this needs to be renamed to the C4 series.
The C4.
Like, seriously, this is ridiculous. I mean, it makes no sense. I mean, I don't know if they're doing it, like I said, if they're doing it on purpose just to get some extra reps in, you know? Because it's almost a meme. It is a meme at this point. Just how they could just do so bad, again, in the Premier Division, and then just straight dominate all of a sudden. So, you know, when the whole bet of this season came in, if C4 was going to win it, I'm just super hesitant because I just, like I'm saying, like it just happens too many times for it to be an accident.
I feel like we're heading down the same path that we did last season, where if I recall, you had to like pour water on your head or something like that because you didn't believe. But let's see. C4, Jin out here in the open doing a little bit of bunny hop action with the DBS. Already looking to get some eliminations on the board here in game number 4.
Hello. Okay, here we go. Jin trying to get it done with a DBS. I know it looks like one of the players does get caught. Culprit. Going to be the culprit of that one right there. The rest of the team is too far away, so he is going to get finished out. C4 is going to start it off with an elimination. That's like basically just, you know, hey, Hot Chooks, we're here. We're ready to go.
Is Hot Chooks casting? That's what they said.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, is he casting?
elimination.
Okay, we're going to get this first elim for sure.
Oh, man. And that's on the Fierce, too, who are on the back of a really solid game. Same could be said with Team Aces out here on the Golden Eagles, your second favorite team over there. So the Golden Eagles to be somewhat separated for the time being. Team Aces picking up some steam here tonight as well. I don't think it's too late. Still got a couple more matches to go, so they're honestly starting to head in the right direction at the right time as Team Aces currently in 6th place right now. So that last match definitely boosting them up the leaderboard, and now here they come, full on sending it on top of the Golden Eagles.
Well, here they go. I mean, hey, might as well. You see them starting to bleed. It's time to take advantage of that. But it looks like one is starting to send it right on in and right on back. He said, hey, man, I tried.
I tried. I don't think I got this. It is early game, so the utility, the armor, it could all be pretty low, but they did make a U-turn. 122 looking for the revive. On a 233, but the grenades from Goat69 looking nice out here. Hot Jukes connecting on the mark right there.
Yeah, it looks like Team Aces does have plenty of utility here. You see Minato up there. He's going to have that perfect angle. He's trying to catch those audio cues. He's going to miss it right there, but I think he has a pretty good idea where the rest of the squad is. So Golden Eagles has to be careful not to get naded here. Big 1v1. Oh, actually a 1v2 situation, and 8 is not able to convert.
Shotguns coming into play here. Let's see. T44 with the vault over the broken wall. Yeah, that's going to hurt them right there. Now it's up to 122. Tommy gun, AKM. Out here, no helmet, level 1 vest. Looks like Team Aces trying to get the squad Wiperino over here. 122, yep, gonna be eliminated right there. So the Golden Eagles, the Kakas of the lobby, going out there early first here in game number 4.
Terrible, terrible. Golden Eagles continue to break my heart. But I mean, heck, you know what? I mean, there's still 2 more games after this, right? It could still happen. All it's going to take is 1. It's not going to be in this one, though. So they're definitely going to put themselves in a really, really difficult spot. I always say when you try to qualify for a tournament or you're trying to win, especially a short one like this, you never want to leave it to the last game because those teams at the bottom don't have anything to lose. As we're going to watch F29, right? This is the team at the bottom, right?
Yeah.
Now starting to get some eliminations in.
Yeah. On SLR as well. So I believe, what are we going to watch? Okay. Little replay action right here. That's what opened it up. That's what started it here. I do got to give it to Golden Eagles, though. We were kind of talking about that one squad mate kind of hitting the eject, running away, retreating, but nah. They came back, man. They turned around, and they're trying to make this group effort out here.
I mean,
Go out with the squad, Hot Jukes. You go out with the squad, all right?
Yeah, if you're gonna go out, you definitely go out with the squad.
Yes,
I do agree with that. I think at a certain point, though, like especially in an early game of the position that they were in, I think they could have easily escaped with those vehicles on that back wall. If they would have just gotten a couple vehicles, just dipped over the hill, I think they would have been fine. But you know, sometimes you got to leave it up to the IGL, right, to decide whether to commit or not. I mean, it could have gone the other way, right?
Yeah, and also in that replay, one thing I did notice, I noticed in the elimination feed, the Fierce getting picked apart by C4. So C4, 3 eliminations to kickstart their game number 4 out here. Good looks. Bad looks for the Fierce, especially after their last performance. That momentum, you know. Hate to see that get put to a halt. But over here, Control, baby dang, up here on the high ground on Mount Everest.
Baby dang.
Pulling it down. Control, another team here, Hot Jukes, who started really lackluster. I guess you can say they had some bonus points to really help keep them afloat. But they're picking up the steam here so far, now that we are officially over the halfway mark.
They definitely need to do in this game, right? I like the fact that they're trying to play Everest here, playing it very controlled. Nah, you know what I'm saying? You're just making sure that they get those.
I see that.
Yeah,
okay.
You like that? I just busted that one out for the first time. I can't
the
believe it. I'm
control.
proud of myself.
I see that.
They do.
10 out of 10. Chat, let us know. 10 out of 10.
Do they have it? Because now Super Lazy Reflex is starting to creep up on them. This is one of those places, especially so early in the circle, they could just they could hug this. They could share it out. I mean, they don't really have to take that fight. Like, I hope that Golden Eagles look back at this one and say, okay, you know what? I understand why we tried to go for an early game, but if we're gonna do it, let's make sure we're in a position where we have the terrain at least to our advantage. Like that spot where they were at a big disadvantage, and they had to know that.
Yeah, there's just too many open positions right now that they could have taken and survived a little longer, or maybe, you know, set up like an offensive position. We even saw some of their members no armor, no helmet, so already at that disadvantage. But look at this, talking about being at the disadvantage. Looks like Lotus already set up on the defense here. C4 getting separated on the rotation here. Looks like Jin is going to be somewhat off of the squad as a whole. DBS Scar in hand.
Okay, looks like got him with that B-zone. Very nice. On that other angle. I wonder if they're going to realize that they do have a player completely separated from Lotus. Because if they do, C4 should collapse on this. They're just playing with a lot of confidence right now. But Lotus does have 3 eliminations.
Yeah.
Oh, Ezra's really out of position. He's got to come out and help his squad here somehow.
Yeah, Lotus definitely with a lot more to lose here. 12th place, really haven't been doing all that well here tonight. What people would have expected just based on their last lobby, but this could be a huge turnaround for them here as Jin going to be lean peeking right there with the Scar, taking some shots long range, missing the mark, but they do have the intel
Yep.
Now we're looking to make a play happen here, get within grenade range. The thing is, no grenades, no utility, unfortunately here. Just the B-zone.
Yeah, I do like the fact that Ezra's leaving that position. He had to know, like, oh, they spotted me. They know I'm totally out of position. You can see C4 trying to collapse on that building. Oh, but gosh, that rotation. So smart and a good shutdown there. That literally stopped C4 in their tracks completely. So now the rest of Lotus need to realize that now C4 has a player out of position and they should sweep on over to that left side. But I think Garish going to try to catch some sneaky angles up here on this roof. So Lotus, I don't mind this defensive play here. This is a risky cross. Really risky. Are they going to pre-fire it? Yep.
Oh. Here comes the grenade. 2 grenades.
He's gonna get away.
Looks like that smoke tunnel was a success. And we were chatting about C4 feeling confident right there. The bond push, overconfident in my opinion, and they paid the ultimate price. So gonna set this up for a 3v3 right now. C4 definitely have a lot of points to work with. Already 4 here this match, so that's equivalent to a 4th place finish. So they're definitely feeling comfortable in this fight. Meanwhile, Lotus have a lot to lose here. Gira, I like their position on the roof. Oversight, some grenades in hand, ready to let it rip. Pull the pin. Jin's position.
I do like what you said. I do like what you said earlier about C4 having so many points. That's the right thing to talk about because they can flex. This is the great part about starting off so strong, right? They can take those risks. So if there was any team I could say like, oh yeah, that was a little bit of a greedy push. When you're that high on the leaderboards, even though, right, it's not necessarily that high, they have plenty of breathing room for sure.
Yeah, the goal, top 4, ladies and gentlemen. Top 4, and they're up there with a nice little cushion. So obviously they want to continue to just solidify themselves, but they have room to work with. One of the members from Old Gangsters, Cardi, out there in the north as well, just kind of watching as both these teams rotate through Pochinki. I don't think they're going to have any action, but look at this. Oh, F29, I was about to say, we're about to have some action over here, but it looks like the third party from downtown. SLR, very interesting squad here tonight, Hot Jukes.
What do you think about them?
I think they're doing a lot better in this lobby compared to the Premier. I feel like they're finally finding their foothold, I guess you can say. And I think the main strat, surprise aggression, catch the enemy off guard. I think that's what's really been helping them here this evening as we progress with the matches.
Yeah, I've been looking at them. They just remind me of like a young and hyper. I think, me and Zoo were talking about that before. It's just when you look at them, when it comes to rotationally, they're on point, right? I think they have a good IQ for the game. They just struggle in fights. I think that's literally just their kryptonite. So if they're able to kind of get their fight game up and just really level up their synergy, and they will, the more they play together, I think they're definitely to be a team to be concerned with here. But C4 pushing up onto Lotus here on the backside of Pochinki, looking to finish him off. It can go either way here. Jin is down and out, gonna get thirsted here. That's tough. So Lotus now making a nice little bounce back. C4 making some mistakes.
5 eliminations on Lotus here. This is their map. Really kickstart them in the right direction. Pain with the shotgun UMP combo. Now the last one alive. Nowhere to go here, Hot Juke. So what I want to see is Lotus just full on send it here, but be cautious of the DBS. And yes, that's what they did. The teamwork. Oh, with a little pre-fire on the crate right there to show them what's up. But Lotus, 7 eliminations here in game number 4. That's a solid start here.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. So Lotus are feeling themselves right now. Lotus where were they on the leaderboards?
Lotus, 12.
Yeah, they were 12. They were 12.
Yes.
So this is huge for them.
Yes.
Yeah, really huge.
Oh, now Cardi what? Now Cardi
gosh.
decides to fire some shots out. Cardi, come on. You watched that whole thing happen this whole time. Why pop up now?
Confidence,
there's
man.
OGs.
Confidence, unfortunately.
Confidence. Yeah.
A little too confident right there. So, yeah, the OG is going down. That's going to feed this squad, man. Lotus, 8 eliminations so far. That's huge. They had 16 points at the end of the last game. This alone and just eliminations is going to jump them up easily into the top 3, right? So all they got to do is continue this now, really take advantage of this, play it more, I think, smooth. I think they've taken enough risks, right? They got enough elimination points. Now it's time to get into endgame.
Endgame's where it's at. It's all about that smooth move as Lotus look to slide up the leaderboards. And honestly, my eyes now have to be on Control. If I recall, Power Bang, Enigma, kind of looking at them here, 5th place overall. Another team that we were chatting about, not really showing up in Game 1 and Game 2, but starting to kind of gas it up here as the night progresses. So, talking about this circle, all these players waiting to see where this next circle takes us. Going to be somewhat down south.
Ooh.
What sticks out to you here, Hot Jukes?
Pachinki. Let's go. Look, we're gonna have a full-fledged Pachinki finish. It's been too long, Dave.
So does Lotus move out though, or does Lotus just straight up chill? You know, being in Pachinki already.
I don't mind them chilling here, right? Because I think by now they have to realize that all the other dominant spots like Pachinki Hill, you know, different areas like that have to be probably already taken. With how many elimination points they have, I don't mind them staying, especially right there on that outskirts. If they can make sure they protect some vehicles just in case, you know, we have a crazy hardship, I don't mind seeing them just turtle and play it a little bit safe. You know, not too safe, but just for now.
Sending it! Oh! So close, jumping out with the 360. UMP spray down. Team Aces, baby, showing up to the party, Hot Jukes.
Let's go. They said, we want to take this spot right here, right now. That's how you do it, with full-faced aggression. Almost looking like straight out of a movie. Now we're going to have, Team Aces there trying to make the pushback. Here goes Minato. Oh, you actually know, Unique Legacy.
Yeah.
On the back foot here, trying to defend. Nice shots. He does get one. He almost gets two here. Can he hit it? Oh, just ran over and blew up.
Team Aces, I think they unlocked the cheat code out here, and that's just stay in the vehicle, baby. Stay in the cars. Get the runovers. Why do we need to pop out and fire our weapons? That's the old meta here, Hot Juke. 6 eliminations on Team Aces, and they were able to claim the spot like you were pointing out.
Nothing like the power of family. That's how you do it right there. Team Aces working together in the vehicles. That's how you get it done.
Oh, man, that's how you get it done, baby. So I believe, smart play. You don't want none of that. 2 more members. Oh, last one, actually, because their squad mate bleeding on out over there. So last member of Unique Legacy popping in the vehicle, trying to avoid that mayhem, trying not to be roadkill. But, going back to what we were chatting about, Lotus and Pachinki, looks like they actually pushed out here a little bit. Interesting play. They are going to be grouped up as a trio out here.
Okay, not a bad build. I mean, This is a tough building, in my opinion, right? I mean, they are going to have those vehicles held onto for now. It's very weak against this hill. The problem is that that's where they're going to stay the whole game.
That's
you know what I'm saying? That's what I don't like about that building, is that trying to leave it is so hard.
That's it. That's the play. That's the spot. And hopefully the zones continue to favor them. With Hellcrime on the hilltop overlooking them, you can kind of play their Guardian Angel almost, just in case the team decides to crash that one. You know, they can take some shots, try to get some eliminations in the pocket. But I agree with what you said. Lotus kind of just putting all their eggs in that basket here on this map here. So let's see
that's
if it
what I
pays
was
off.
like. I like the edge of Pachinki because it does have that hill, but there are a lot of options like for them to be able to push through. They did it. I mean, this is a spot that they dominate.
Yeah, they won that last fight. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they moved out.
It's an interesting play. It's an interesting play. You know, this is why I kind of get a little nervous because it's, it is a very conservative one. Is it too conservative? That's the question. We'll see though. We'll see. Maybe that is the 1,000 IQ play, especially if the zone goes in that area. They're going to be set up.
Love your point though. I mean, Pachinki, just so many options to move through the city without being spotted, right? So we'll see. Next circle is about to pop here very shortly. Zexus in that church just on top of Pachinki. Lutiam still alive. Okay. Next circle does favor the Lotus squad. They're going to be right there on the edge. Hawks as well going to be in it. So Strangers BD. Let's see what they can do here. Oh, Sentinels Jelly. Yeah, it's going to be Control. Losing 2.
Okay, Control down 2 now. Let's see what's going to happen from here. Yep.
They know Jelly's alone here. Jelly cooking the grenade, prepping it, cooking it. 4 to go. Tossing 1. Moto, 3 themselves.
Hello,
Make sure
Moto.
not to blow up your squad mate. Going to be pushing upstairs with the DBS. But look at this. Jelly with the DBS as well. Vaulting on out the window, trying to go for that 200 IQ window peek. There's one. Moto down here as well. Pretty low. Jelly. 9 more slugs to go. Jelly. The 200 IQ vault out the window right there. control. He didn't even see it coming, Hot Jukes.
That was sticky, man. That's how you do it right there. Way to go, Jelly. That's a play. That's a nice little highlight reel moment right there. He's gonna get looted up. Good to go. 4 eliminations to his name. He does have this edge as well. I mean, man, that's how you do it. Not to mention, he still has a teammate up.
Yeah,
In Legendary. Gonna go ahead and be like, hey, come get some loot, buddy.
Or listen, Legendary, just stay back there. Keep watching. Just keep watching as Jelly.
That was the 1v4?
Jelly lays down the law out here with the DBS. I love the vault.
It was.
Moto, no clue right there. Just boom. Done.
Hello,
DBS.
Moto, dude.
Listen, DBS. All right, that's it. Enough said.
Put him in a blender. That's tough. A huge 1v4 right there. That's how you clutch it up for your squad, because we're Citadel at. Citadel at is... Oh, yeah.
Sentinel,
They're in 14th
they're down there,
place.
14th.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they needed that one big time. That's going to give them... I think that'll put them to 18 points so far. The leaderboards is so close that it's fine, right? If they're able to... Those last two players are able to snake it out and put some points on the board, they're in a good spot. Here comes Team Aces. Ooh, okay. I wonder if we're going to hear Lotus. Is Lotus going to hear these shots and try a third party? This could be a good chance for them.
Good chance for Lotus to really get some points over here. Looks like Jimmy rolling on up. Jimmy Top with the DBS to seal the deal. Take out Team Aces right in time, but you called it, Team Lotus. In their vehicles, investigating here just a little bit, but making the U-turn, turning back around, turtling on up. This was the opportunity, Hot Jukes.
Oh, they're taking too much time. I mean, this is what I was talking about, right? They have 8 eliminations, and this is a tough point for an IGL. You have to make a decision here. They opt to play it safe, but will it bite them? Because if they did take that fight, that would have been some huge eliminations and full control of that hill.
Yeah.
Now Garrett's going to have to push more central in, and it's going to be more risky.
Yeah, huge missed opportunity right there. Of course, you just got to pay attention to elimination feed too and just your surroundings. But Hawks swooping on in from above, taking out the Fierce, eliminating them in 10th place. The Hawks with Trio. Clown is going to be already eliminated. So now it looks like Lotus are going to be finally push on out, but Hellcrime going to be rolling in right behind them. So we'll keep tabs on that one because Lotus, they're putting in some work here on the front lines, clearing out the path ahead.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done. Now, yeah, here they go. Lotus going to go ahead and take this fight out. Now they're going to worry about that backside.
Yep.
They need to take out the Hawks sooner rather than later, and they do. So Lotus making that rotation and taking this team out really quickly, putting themselves in a really good spot. Now Hellcrime's on the back foot.
11 eliminations going over to Lotus.
Wow.
Good game for them. Checking on over here. There's like 9 smokes right here. It looks like one of these teams attempted to make the push. Valak now going to be sending it in the smokes in the buggy. Getting pieced up, though. Looking for the heal. Right there, knocking on the doorstep of Blue Tiam. The trio who has been doing solid here tonight. Here comes Mazexis, the 4-man unit, looking to clean house here. Valak on to Junior. There's one. There's the flush. Second story.
Party at Slaughterhouse. Here we go.
There it is.
Done.
Mazexis clean.
Wow. Great job from Mazexis. Now they got to make sure they secure this back building before it gets taken. Actually, they got to worry about their building down. They can just hold it for a little bit longer here. This is a very, very common circle for a lot of these teams. They know this area very well. So if you can just kind of snake it out a little bit on that edge, maybe get a knock or two, they'll be fine. But honestly, even playing it quiet here is going to be huge. Because Changers BD trying to get some shots down range.
Yeah, those some nice shots down there looking for the vehicle explosion. That was way downtown onto the Sentinels. Oh, it looks like Jelly's still popping off with the DBS here, Hot Jukes. Jelly's still popping off. Take the DBS away from Jelly, somebody, please.
That is insane. Jelly is making a name for himself right here. It's plays like that put yourself into the PUBG Mobile Hall of Fame. Meanwhile, you got Lotus on top making a statement here. 11 eliminations, 3 players still up. Jelly, though.
Jelly.
Like you said, he's got that DBS. Lotus, you better watch out.
The DBS is his peanut butter to his jelly here, Hot Jukes.
About to be the peanut butter to his Garrett if he ain't careful.
Spotted,
yep.
okay.
Spotted, and he's a terrible spot. Oh, he's in a terrible spot.
See a couple
put him in a sandwich.
Yeah, here comes a grenade.
Put him in a sandwich.
Got him.
Goodbye.
Still, Huge come up for Jelly right here this match. So tip of the cap to Jelly out here
Definitely.
on that DBS.
He put himself in a good spot. I mean, heck, he still made, what was that, top 5 finish?
Top
So
5.
at least, you know, gonna go ahead and put up a couple placement points. That's good. Lotus, though, is continuing to eat like crazy. Wow. I mean, we're gonna see them not just jump, they're gonna rocket launch up the leaderboards here. Who knows? Even C4 needs to watch their back at this point.
Yeah, C4 really need to start picking up the slack here and not coasting, not making these micro mistakes here with their over aggression. But Mezexis still 4 strong. Lotus still 4 strong. Same with Strangers BD out there downrange. So gonna be an interesting end game here. So many full teams still being active. SLR down to just a duo. Nate, nasty Nate over here with the M4. Pop some tires, get some shots down there on the Lotus.
Got him.
Looks like
Yeah,
it was
now
stolen.
it's just about surviving. Yeah, it's just about surviving for Lotus. They're not necessarily the best spot. Yeah, especially with the zone shift, they're in a lot of trouble. Just try and hold on. Not gonna work out though. As man, Revenge from downtown gonna put in the work, and that should be the end of Lotus here.
Oh, we got our couple trees to work with for cover, couple smokes. Volt looking to toss some grenades out there and flush out Lotus. Here comes the follow-up run. There we go. 17-38. Finally eliminated here. Player from Lotus who has just been putting in the work here on this map. So 6 eliminations going over to Strangers BD here so far. Mazex is still active in it. Ready to go in the compound. Revenge keeping tabs on him for the time being. Oh, boom, baby! Nate for 2 right there. Solid grenade.
Oh, gosh.
Do you push out, though, if you're Mazexis after that knockout
Ooh.
jukes?
That's the question. That's the question. Do you push out? I am not. Honestly, you don't. You just hold this top. Hold this top edge.
top.
You know that they are completely stuck. If you run out towards them, you're running right on the opens. Just hold it down. You have circle. This is a Mazexis win all day long.
Zexis coming into this map 10th place overall. Strangers BD 13th. So huge come up for whatever team wins this. A huge game for them with only 2 more maps to go. This game alone is shaking up leaderboards without a doubt, Hot Juke. So I agree with you. C4, you better watch your back at this point.
Yep. Definitely, because we got a new monster squad. That's Lotus. And Mazexis gonna put some good points here. Valak, you got Zuko up front, gonna start throwing those nades. I like those offensive smokes there. Very good. Strangers BD, all the smokes they're throwing are completely blinding them. They need to throw those a little bit deeper, but it doesn't matter. And Mazexis just dominating.
Dude, do you hear that? Nothing but M4 sprays right here. The pre-fire through the smokes, mowing down the grass right there. That was about 60 seconds of just pre-firing right there. And Mazexis, the winner chicken dinner of game number 4 here. Solid win from them.
Beautifully done right there. I mean, they did get blessed with that circle, right? They were able to secure that building there and just take advantage of it. That's like the big point of those kind of situations. You got to be able to get the dub with some eliminations, and that's exactly what they did. But I'll tell you what, Lotus was definitely the team that I had my eyes on right there because they were dominating.
It's all about that momentum. By the way, Hot Jukes, hey, what's going on, my man? The Hot Jukes Dave Stash combo back here. Very interesting game without a doubt. Let's bring in our main man, our main homie Taylor as well. But I'm getting worried with C4. You know, I've been gassing them up all evening. I know top 4 is the goal. I don't know, but with Lotus now popping off, taking a lot of the points, 2 more games to go here.
Yeah, and coming out of nowhere as well. You know, game 1, not really existent. Game 2, okay. Game 3, a little bit better. Game 4, the best game they have seen yet. And PB laid down the law. There's not a lot of points separating really, you know, top 2, top 3, all the way down to maybe top 8, top 9. There was only a 12-point spread. So, a big game like that from Lotus could very well put them up in the top 4. And with C4 only getting, what, about 4 points and then 7 points the game before that, that's still okay comparative to some of the other teams. But they've kind of been cruising ever since their first and second game where they popped off and picked up about 21 eliminations. So because they're slowing down, C4 definitely needs to be careful because everybody's got it from only 2 more maps to go. HotJukes, great to see you first off, man. You know, glad to have you on the desk. And as soon as you do get on the desk, C4 doesn't perform well.
All as predicted, or maybe they're just faking me out. I don't know. So I'm not going to get too confident just yet. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you on that, man. I feel like they fake us out every single regular season, right? And then they come into, you know, of course, Premier Finals. All of a sudden, they're just the gods of PUBG Mobile. I don't know how they do it, or at least the gods of Titan Series. Let's keep it right there. But great game, though, seriously, from Lotus, and a great game too from Jelly, from the Sentinels. You know, Dave, it seemed like all game you were singing his praises.
Oh yeah, hey, listen, I can't make my toast without the jellies, so definitely gotta be singing the dude's praises. And it was a great game. Listen, when you 1v4 a squad, you deserve to be talked about and then talked about some more. But talking about some more stuff, Team Aces, they're going for some unique plays here this evening, that's for sure. I love it.
Super happy with Aces. Super happy with Aces there. You know, HotJukes all night. I know you've been watching. Aces has been a team that has been impressive. You know, they have been kind of, you know, hit and miss at times. But this game, very solid. They're a team that is moving up the leaderboards, and they're a team that could very well break in the top 4 by the end of the night.
100%. They gotta do it sooner than later, though. I think this next game is gonna be one of the most important ones because I think we'll definitely see a gap on that bottom side after this next one. So those teams at the bottom got nothing to lose. They're gonna start doing some shenanigans. So I think out of all the matches, this is gonna be the huge deciding factor coming up. So they've got to definitely get that huddle going. You know what I'm saying? You know, maybe drink some of that secret stuff and get it going.
Oh, I don't know what the secret stuff is, man, but I'll tell you what, I'll love that. Well, Blue Team, you know, we've been singing their praises tonight as a team that has just been excelling, Dave, but come game number 4, not really a good game from them, right? And the scary thing about that is they were top 4, going into game 4. Now they could be dropping down.
Yeah, that last fight, not really sure what the game plan was from them. They were on defense. Mazexis had a beautiful smoke tunnel to kind of bridge the gap from the warehouse to their building, but I didn't really see any solid defense from Blue Team. I didn't see any utility usage like a Molotov or grenade in those smokes, anticipating the push right there. Instead, they kind of just held their own angles and waited to die almost in that replay. So hopefully lessons learned from them. They are just a trio, and they're still doing a lot better than a lot of the teams with 4. So that's something to be said in its own right there.
And real quick, HotJukes, SLR, seems like they've really been hit or miss. I've been saying that about a couple of different teams, but they're a high-profile one coming from Premier, looking to make it back into Premier. 5 points, not a lot. They still continue to move up the leaderboard, but very slowly.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that I think when it comes to their whole fighting style, they are a little bit slow off the rip. So if they're able to kind of just get acclimated to it, to get, you know, now they should be fully warmed up. If they have a good game here, they're in it. I mean, really, that's all it takes here. So I hope they're able to kind of settle those nerves a little bit with how much experience they've had and just get it done.
All right, well, we said map 3 could very well have been the swing map, the map that changed momentum, and for Lotus, well, it definitely was. I'm sure they're going to be shooting up the leaderboard, something they desperately needed. They were in 12th place going from game 3 to game 4. Game 4, after their wonderful performance, should absolutely put them up there in contention. Who knows, maybe even top 8. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the final 2 maps will be coming your way. First, we're starting off with Miramar. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
takes too long, but he hits the free fire on 2 players.
Oh my gosh, Ayala! Don't do it to him, Ayala! Don't do it to him! Happens, the magic happens! Mythic! Oh, from Naden gets the first.
Reload.
What an opening salvo!
Ooh,
Oh!
the beam, it's a 1v1.
Say peekaboo! 1 down, 3 to go. Ooh, this is gonna be zombie boys. They need speech. They got 1. They're looking at 2.
Oh, this is look good. Actually,
Oh.
look real good, baby.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Season 4 Challenger Finals. We're deep into it. 4 games down, 2 more to go. The final 2 maps, the last chance for several of these teams really to break in the top 4. And we just had a massive shakeup, I'm sure of it, after that game number 4, which was exciting. Lotus being the heavy hitters off of map number 4. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, your host. Let's bring in, though, 2 familiar faces who've been here most of the night, or if not all night. Of course, Power Bank and Hot Jukes. Hot Jukes, that smile warms up any cold day, man. How you feeling?
Feeling great, dude. Being able to cast with the good old PB, you know what I'm saying? It's a PB and J action. What more could you want?
And nothing, man. PB! And then we had Jelly popping off in map 4. We got it all, PB.
PB&J back at ya, coming to you live here on the good old internet. I'm excited to see what went down here in game number 4. Full transparency, we got some things burning on the back end. We're gonna figure out scores for game number 4. But the good news is we got the storylines kind of figured out. And that was Lotus and Team Aces putting up massive elims in game number 4 to rocket themselves up into the top 4. C4's got company, ladies and gentlemen. They're nipping at their heels. So big performance from Lotus. They put up 17 points in game number 4. That eclipsed what they did in the first 3 games combined. So Lotus needed to show up, and they did.
Yeah, you know, the reality is C4, okay? If they have a good game number 5, I think they're pretty much guaranteed to break into top, or stay in top 4 rather, and then play in Premier Finals. If they have a bad game number 5, it really does come down to a solid game number 6, and they're going to have to perform well because it's pretty much do or die at that point. So this game, in my opinion, almost more important than the final game number 6, Hot Jukes.
Always agree with that. Yeah, game 5 is so huge, especially in such a short form tournament like this, because that last game, teams, we've seen it every single time. Those teams at the bottom got nothing to lose. So all of a sudden, they're going to start fragging out. Maybe even some of them are going to be depressed and say, hey, let's just get out of here and just push people quick. So those teams that are desperately going to need elimination points, especially in that mid pack, are going to be screwed if they don't get it done right here and right now.
All right, well, the Hawks were a team that took this map just a little bit earlier. Map number 2, F29 SLR. That was your top 3. Will Hawks be able to do it again? Well, this would be the time to do it, PB, as they've kind of fallen behind a bit, but they've got the potential to shake things up still.
They really do. They got to do it now, though. Like you guys were mentioning, Game 5 is so crucial here. We've got C4 topping the charts still, but only by a little bit. We got Mezexis nipping at their heels. We also have the newcomers. We got Lotus and Team Aces. Yep. Big elims coming in game number 4, so they've got to get it done. So if I have to give my prediction for how Game 5 is going to shake out, Mezexis, I'm going to go back with them. They had a clutch game 4. They need to roll it back here in game 5. Get it done.
That's a solid pick, PB. Mezexis performed very well in game 4. They're heating up, and they're not looking to slow down anytime soon. Hot Jukes, rapid fire, who you going for?
I'm going to go with SLR. You know, I have faith in this team. I think they have the IQ. If they could just settle down a little bit, get it done, I believe in them.
All right, fair enough. All right, look, we got some solid picks for me. I'm going to go C4, okay? I think C4 is going to take it. And hey, I'm keeping with the trend. I'm going to be honest with you. My faith is wavering now. Like, it really is, okay? They're starting to look pretty rough, but they're still in first place. They still got top 4 locked in, but I think they understand the importance of this map number 5. It has to go well. They've already played Miramar today. They had good success. Were they outside of top 3? Yes, but did they still get a decent amount of points? They did. So this is their time to shine, and if I'm not mistaken, they got 14 points last time they found themselves on Miramar, and those were all from eliminations. And like I said, they were there for a good time, not a long time, but they made an impact. So let's see it. Map number 5, so critical and important for so many teams out there. Without further ado, Hot Chicks PB, take it away.
Thank you so much, Mr. Reflections. We are into it here. So close this race is, Jukes. C4 sitting on top of the table still, but only by a few points. By my math, again, this is completely unofficial, but I got C4 sitting at 42 points overall. Mazexis right behind them with 38. Lotus and Team Aces both in the low 30s, and a number of teams in the high 20s. So again, C4 needs to perform right now. They have to separate a little bit and make it impossible for a number of those teams to pass them, because again, they've been sitting pretty, honestly, been a bit cocky in chat, like they got this locked down. Not just yet. They've got to have one more good game here in order to get it done.
I think so. I think it definitely would not hurt, right? Don't leave it to chance. Put in that work. Let's get, I don't know, maybe 9 points. 9 points, I think, should do it, right? What do you think?
Oh yeah, they'll be good with that for sure. I mean, there's teams that are close. It's certainly not all said and done at this point in time, but it's one of those things where 2 games remain at this point, right? We're here in Game 5 right now live, but how many of the teams knocking on that doorstep, how many of them can also simultaneously put up great points? I'm sure that a couple of them will, right? But C4 have to have 4 teams past them at this point to miss the cut. So 4 of those teams have to perform in games 5 and 6. The odds of that, probably not likely, but still very, very possible at this point.
100%. Definitely don't want to put up a goose egg right here, because I don't know if you remember what happened in the Premier Division, right? The last game, C4, hey, all I had to do was put up some points, and then Passion Fruit, right? On purpose. Said, nah, we're going to put you in the Challenger Finals. You know what I'm saying? So that's not a situation that they do not want to risk replicating, because one of these teams at the bottom or even in that mid pack can do the same thing if they want to.
Whew. I'm loving the points, Hot Jukes. You're on fire tonight, baby. On fire. We've got SOR seemingly playing it safe. Finally, they see somebody dropping near them and they divert their path. So that is helpful for them for once. They're going to try to grab a vehicle here, but unfortunately, these bad boys are broken down. They might have a live one here. They got that US. There we go. They're going to be off to get some loot here shortly. We'll see if they run into anyone else.
Look at this circle. Oh my goodness. All right, taking it all the way up to the north. I think a lot of teams would prefer this though, because those southern zones are just trying to drive down them. Not fun, especially against those good invisible rocks. You know about the invisible rocks, BB.
I've had a few in my time. You have made fun of me for doing so also. Yeah, this is good stuff here as we take a peek at this circle. This is probably the most northwestern circle I have seen to start off a game on Miramar. Gonna be interesting. Maybe we get the trailer park finish we've all hoped and dreamed for.
Oh, the dream. I'd be so excited. Let's take it up north. You know, I know it's not Zarky. It's close enough though.
It's not Zarky, I will say. So
yeah.
Golden Eagles, one of the teams here needing to put together some points. They are still in this race, but at risk right now of being knocked out and not making it back to the Premier Finals this Saturday. They definitely know that they need to perform, so that the pressure is on. We'll see if they can come through. Blue Tian, another team here, really kind of doing quite well today despite only having 3 members. So definitely curious to see if they're able to put together some elims here in Game 5.
It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard because we've seen, like, especially in that last game, their play style very, very passive, right? I think they definitely know what to do come like rotationally. They're putting themselves in great spots. They're just definitely on the back foot with their play style. I think they're playing a little bit too passive. Even though they only have 3 players, if you just make some good shots pre-fire, you could make it seem as though you have 4. You know what I'm saying? And that could definitely deter some teammates. You don't want to just be stuck in a building looking at a corner.
That's right. It's like being out in the woods and coming across a bear. You gotta get loud, you know?
That's right.
And that's exactly what's going on here. Lotus having to run away. Shots being fired in from one of the opposing squads occupying this nice little town here. They're gonna be content to park it, loot up some nice buildings here. Lots of loot at their fingertips, but looks like here we got a nice little stadium. I always like to loot these little stadiums, check the steps. You never know when you get a nice little present here. You on from Super Lazy Reflex getting squared away here, I believe, in El Pozo.
Yes, that's right. Yep. Also, the highest loot area inside of this map. And I'm telling you, right, if there's going to be a team that's going to, have that heads up and just, hey, let's just take a vehicle, go there quick. It's going to be a team like SLR. They know this map. They have the strategies down of a really high-end team. I will say that, it's just when it comes to a fight, they panic. As you just see them just kind of like, oh, like all that, that tight play style, everything just kind of goes out the window. If they can just really just stay diligent here, clutch it up. I mean, I think this is absolutely a team to be reckoned with.
It is, and we see them looting up right next to Lotus Esports, able to get some shots in early on Lotus. And one thing I will say as we watch these teams, kind of down south get looted up in Valle del Mar, it's Hellcrime here, and they are right next to the Fierce, who has gone to the southern island as well. They're down by Los Higos and the prison. So interesting long rotations from many teams in store right now. Also, F-29 Reborn coming out of the south. Also, Sentinels down there. They're going to be rotating right into each other. They are very, very close on this map.
Yeah, so far down south. Not worth taking the fight at all. Like maybe if you pop one person out, go for it. But other than that, just try to get into this circle. I do like to see a team like Old Gangsters, right? Being able to get the heads up of, hey, you know what? We have a hard shift circle like this. Let's take it up to La Corrida and let's go ahead and get to that hard shift side. Big chill. It's a really smart play from them.
Absolutely. Sentinels, another team needing to get things going. Man, there are so many teams. I feel like you can say that about more than half the lobby right now. Everyone is in it right now, really all the way down to the bottom of the tables. Unfortunately for Unique Legacy, they have been caught out. Mujitaba getting taken down, but it looks like they're trying to trade right now and protect him. Fat chance, though, from that far away.
Ooh, it's going to be hard. Pika Pika needs to do something in that top edge of that building. Let's see what he could do, though. Team Aces looking to make that push. Sadra, you see him. Oh, a nice pre-fire there. Gets caught right on that edge. Definitely getting picked apart there. Team Aces now down 2 players, getting shot up like crazy. They're in trouble.
Aces need to convert here. They are down on their knees, but they are definitely not out of the fight. Pika trying to get that heal up. Another one goes down. Goat69 on his knees. And just like that, Aces, after a strong Game 4, eliminated early with 0 points in Game 5. That is very, very sad because Jukes, they were sitting, it looks like, in 4th place coming into this match, and I don't think that the teams around them in 5th, 6th, 7th, etc., I don't think they're going to get a goose egg here. They're going to be putting up points, and Aces is going to have to come through in game number 6.
And they're gone. That's gotta hurt. Oof. Tough position to be in here. So it's going to come down to the wire for them. And all those teams right below them on the leaderboards, they got to be licking their chops right now because the door is wide open to get that golden ticket to the Premier Finals.
Is this a chink in the armor here? C4 Jin down and exposed. There's angles on them from above. We got the Golden Eagles with the Overwatch here. Unfortunately for them, that one of their players was traded, but I mean, this is a lot of pain they can bring down here. Let's see if they can protect their teammate. They may just let him go, but it's also going to be a challenge to get that finish here.
Question. Now that they have one of the players from Golden Eagles knocked, once he gets finished, they'll realize who it is. Do you think that them realizing it is C4, do you think they get aggressive here or just let them go?
I think both teams have a potential here to get on the aggressive once they realize the other one. So now they know 2 has been down. I think it could be likely that you'll see C4 go on the aggressive here. This is a team, Golden Eagles, that is just outside of the top of the standings. They are one of the teams challenging. So, it could go both ways. It's like if the teams are feeling confident, as I know C4 does. I mean, you hear them talking a bunch about how they got this. This is all part of the plan. They're just here to get some, free elims and hunt everybody down. Now that they know that this team is challenging them, they may just go try to put a nail in that coffin right away.
Now let's see if that's what's going to happen here. Meanwhile, you got other teams after that next circle shift going to start heading into the zone. Hellcrime making it all the way from down south, taking that hard shift side. Very, very smart rotation. They are very close to Strangers BD, though. Oh, actually, yeah, no, here we go. Let's see what Bolt can do. Yeah.
This is Unique Legacy already with 4 points this game, and they're not satisfied, and they need it, man. They need those points. But they're going after Strangers BD right now, and this is kind of a last chance for Strangers BD. They have to win this fight, get that momentum going, or they can kiss their chance at the Premier Division Finals goodbye. And there is a good push from Flash God, taking down the first member and turning on the second. They've now taken down the off angle, and the push is on from Strangers.
Oh, here they come from the other side. Beautiful rotation. And Strangers BD picking Unique Legacy apart here. Uh-oh. Nice little return knock, though. Could make things interesting. He's got to win this 1v2. Can't do it. That is Unique Legacy done for.
That's going to really hurt their chances, Hot Jukes, as it's probably pretty obvious there. But Strangers BD, was that not the cleanest run over on the pull-up you ever seen? You saw the drift come in, and just like that, runs over Mujitaba, and just like that, we're done. That's a squad wipe. Done for Strangers BD. Love it. So, hey, one of the teams I want to keep my eye on, Jukes, Hellcrime. They put up 7 points last game. That got them to around 5th in the table. They are 2 points out of the top 4, and they're rocking a full squad so far. So I want to keep my eye on Hellcrime as this game continues to go on.
Meanwhile, you got Blue Tian. They're rocking that duo now, because they did lose one player. It's tough. Oh, there's a big fight. Lotus now against C4. 2 monsters in the lobby. Once
stakes are high with that
knocks, you know they're definitely gonna go at it right here.
Absolutely. Good nades from both teams to start off this fight. They're just looking for that opening knock. Fishy on this severe off angle right now. This is an important one here. He's got to stay up, because once he goes down, C4's got the advantage and they can turn their attention. But it looks like he has retreated to join the group just a bit more. Overwatch coming in from that top player up there, 1738. But if he is unable to support, he's kind of out of the fight.
100%. Let's see what the options is going to be here. As Bond, going to throw that nade a little bit off the mark here. No problem. I want to see him hold on to some of this utility towards the end, though. He doesn't need to throw everything he has here.
Or does he?
Throw it all. Why not, right?
Just throw everything and the backpack.
Oh, boy. I think Bonnie's the one that's screaming that, since he's inside the building right now. He's like, throw it all, please. We need a knock. Ezra, trying to get the same thing in return up here up top. Bond's got to be careful here.
Look at the sneaky third party sneaking in from behind with SLR having angles there. Ooh, Gira gets the clutch knock. There is a trade. 2 players down now from Lotus, Gira, and Ezra on the floor, but 2 players down in Pain and Jin from C4. It's a 2v2, and Bonnie's got to come here clutch with this heal. Hopefully, they can get it in time.
Jin screaming that I'm safe. Getting that res off. Bond kind of on the back foot here. Just kind of, I don't know what he's doing. Why are you looking inside the building? Make a decision. Go. And it looks like he is going to start finally committing to this push. And let's see if we can get an angle here. Is that Mizexis looking at? No, that's a different fight. Okay, all right. I saw the C, and I thought it was them for a second. But we're going to go ahead and switch to this fight for now. We might switch back. Because, man, that's a huge fight right there between the 2 top teams in the lobby.
Absolutely. This is another big one here between Control, who desperately needs to get things going, trying to pick up Rhyme right now. Baby Tang on the push. Nate holding point, though. Is he going to connect? He misses the shots. That seemed like kind of a layup, and unfortunately unable to convert. Nate now has to deliver. It's a 2v1.
Oh, that's them done for. So that's Mizexis eliminated just like that. So that's a huge loss. C4 get eliminated, PB, with only 1 point.
They're opening the door. You know, they picked up 1. They're sitting, by my count, about 43 points overall. So, again, not where they want to be, and that has got to be a bit scary. They've got to come through in game number 6, which will be closing out with Erangel here in just a bit. But for now, Miramar is where the opportunities lie for all of these other teams. Lotus Esports, again, knocking on the doorstep after game 4. They've got 4 elims right now in game 5, off to a half start, and a full squad left to boot.
Oh, boy. All right. Well, let's see what happens here, because the rest of the lobby saw those names go down. And you know that they're going to try to hunt these points and try to get one of these teams out of that top 4. And there's a lot of chances, that's for sure. So we'll see how these teams decide to play it here. This is that critical time, that zone 3, zone 4. I think teams need to avoid fights at all cost here, because if you take a fight and this type of timing, you're going to get third party almost 100% of the time.
You really are. And, you know, as I kind of continue to look at who has gone out so far, we look at the bottom 12 through 16. That's 3 of the top 4 teams that came into this match. So it's really anyone's game. Like, I know we keep saying that, but this is the closest PUBG Mobile tournament I think I've ever casted. Literally, the parity here from 1 on down to 14 in the lobby is dang close. And at this point, it's really hard to rule anyone out. And it's also hard to rule anyone in. We always see that one team that's way out in front and they've secured their spot and they're kind of coasting in the last couple of games. That is not the case right now. Every single team needs to be on notice.
That's right. I will rule out F29, and that's it.
RIP. Unfortunate for them. They have not had a great performance so far, but literally the only team in single digits here after, 4 games.
Yep, tough. And they got nothing here in this game, so it's going to be 5 games, you know? But hey, you know what? This is what this is all about, right? Putting in that work, being able to learn, adapt. Not everybody's going to come up and, just get first place, off the rip here. So hopefully they take these lessons, don't get too, put in a bad spot, and, put in that work, come back the next time.
That's the way the math works, Jukes. There can only be one first place finisher,
That's a fact. That's a fact here.
Can't share it with all 16 teams. There's got to be one top dog in the lobby. It happens.
Don't you stop it. Stop it. I know that you are a huge fan of participation trophies.
I don't know, Mr. Jukes. How about that one? See, my generation, we came up a bit different. We had to fight it out, and there was 8th place that actually went out. It wasn't just first at everyone else,
That's right. That's right. Only one team got the trophy, and that's who won it all. And Lutiam not looking good here, as that tire does get popped. The buggy's on fire. Is he going to be able to get away? Ooh!
Junior, really cutting it close there. Somehow, some way, gets out of the vehicle on time. But not enough to get to safety. We're going to see a kill steal here. Someone got the knock. I think it was the old gangsters over there, but Hellcrime picking up the point. That is massive for Hellcrime. Again, remember, knocking on the doorstep, coming into this match, believe 5th overall. They need every single point they can get, and that will put them 1 point closer because, again, our number 3 and 4 teams already eliminated in this one. So very interesting stuff on this leaderboard.
100%, right? Being able to get those elimination steals are just huge at this point. I think that's why we're seeing so many teams, that meta shift to the mini, because that mini is so strong at stealing libs. If you're just able to kind of just put an eyeball down range, get a couple taps. Oh my
Look at this hard shift. This is crazy.
This is tough. I wonder if we're going to see Strangers BD go into that hardship side near Crater. That's actually a really good place to be right now. Maybe even the teams at the bottom can do that hard wrap. We'll see which teams want to do it. We always know when we see a hardship like that, that hardship side is wide open, and that's exactly what it is right now.
Definitely wide open. I'm curious to see that Crater, and there is some hard cover there. Does Hawk actually back up and take that spot, or do they try to put up the hard wall and make it impossible for anyone else to get there? Right now, Hawk's in the center of the zone. That pink on your map, they own about half of the circle right now. They are in the compound with this hard cover, but they have Lotus looking right down on top of them, so clearly not in a position of comfort, I would say, but are in a position of safety, at least for the moment, until others start to rotate in.
What do you think you do in this position if you're the IGL? Would you tell them to hold on to these buildings or head up the hill?
I'm not the best IGL in the world, Hot Jukes, but I'm always a fan of the high ground, and I'm always a fan of being outside, and on Miramar in particular. So I like Lotus's position here. If I'm Hellcrime, if I'm Hawks, I'm probably peacing out and going and grabbing some terrain here to try to spread out and cover more angles. But again, I'm not the pro PUBG mobile player here, but I like Fishy's line of sight here from the top of this mountain.
I'll tell you what, I think that's the right play. I think that's the right play 100%, right? Get out of those buildings, get some more lines of sight, and be able to really control this. Because right now they have no information inside those buildings at all. So they're just betting on that circle, locking onto them. If they have those ears, they should be able to tell that there are teams pretty far away from them. So I'd like to see them get a little bit more active. Maybe even one person, right? Send them out to get some intel. But let's see what happens. So let's see if it pays off.
Sentinel's starting to pick up some momentum, Jukes. They've been kind of flying under the radar, but 8 elims so far. And we're not even to rank points yet.
They got 8?
So, this could be the massive game that they are looking for. Jelly picking up his boy, and they're going to get to circle. 3 players left on Sentinels and fighting Papa Blue at this point. But again, this is a massive, massive game for them so far, and they're going to need to continue to put up the pressure. All kinds of squads, though, on the horizon right now. This is a tough one.
100%. They're going to be sending it straight down the middle here. So not trying to do that hard wrap in the blue, going through Crater to the hardship side. They're just going to take it right up the throat. Let's see if they're going to be able to get it done, though. 8 eliminations. I didn't even see when they got that many, all right? So they are in that running. They need more, though, with where they were at in the last game, that's for sure. Oh, nice knock.
Absolutely. Strangers BD into the action right now. And this is where things are going to get chaotic. You see Sentinels in the action, Hellcrime in the action. Unfortunately for Control, they're getting beat up a little bit right now, which is not what they're looking for. They're down to just 1 player as their last guy gets finished there. And oh man, TFC getting crushed as well. They're having a hard time making it safely into circle.
Oh, yeah, they are. This is what I was talking about, that hardship side, PB. Guess what? Wide open here. That zone going right in that direction. I don't know why we see so many zones on a hard shift continue to go in that direction. You can start seeing the teams start to panic a little bit with only 1 minute left on the clock. Strangers BD has got to come up with a plan here. They got to move. Vamos.
Lotus is on the wrap. They are passing up. It looks like on that right side, trying to get to that little divot. The hard shift continues to go to the north, and only 2 teams right now in the circle. That's Hawks Esports continuing to hold down the only compound left in the zone. But beyond that, it is tough at this point in time.
Yes, it is. Yeah, especially tough for Culprit here. He's in big trouble. He's trying to protect that vehicle at all costs. They are going to shoot down that buggy. Is that on fire? Oh, it's done for. Yep, that vehicle's gone. That buggy's tires are shot out. Culprit's in trouble.
They really are. And, coming into this game, we do have our updated, Game 4 data. As predicted, it was C4, Mazexis, Lotus, and Team Aces in the top 4 spots, with Hellcrime and Super Lazy Reflex 2 points out, tied for 5th. Hawks Esports in 6th, 1 point behind 5th place, and then 1 point behind them is Strangers BD, 1 point behind them is The Fierce, 1 point behind them Control, 1 point behind them Blue Team. Literally all the way down the leaderboard is 1 point separating these teams. So anyone that's popping off right now, Sentinels, I'm looking at you. Strangers BD, I'm looking at you. Lotus, looking at you. Y'all are doing wonders for your standings right now and giving yourself a chance to move on to these Premier Finals.
Yeah, C4 only got 1.2. Oh, SLR, White Elegy, it's on fire, and it gets blown up from the blue zone. Baby tag from Control, getting a much-needed extra elimination point because he's not going to make it to this next circle. Papa Blue started chunk.
Papa Blue does chunk, if we know it does one thing. Zone centers up here. Now it's a dash to the center. It looks like Strangers BD getting early position here. They've got 1 player down and another very, very weak, but Hellcrime also in serious trouble as they try to get to circle. They may be at risk of going out here.
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen here. It could be a Strangers BD wins if they were able to control that center circle so well. You can see them trying to get that player up there. That's going to be Flash. So Volt trying to hold it down here. Hellcrime. Every single one of these teams know what is at stake. They want to get that golden ticket to the Premier Finals, and this could be that make or break game. Lotus, with how they're doing so far, they might even pass up C4 after this one.
They very well might. I think Lotus is doing enough right now. Again, C4 out with just a couple of points here. I believe that, what do they have, 1? Or do they have 2? Let's see.
Yeah, 1.
Yeah, it looks like they were out with just the 1 point. So 43 overall is where they'll be sitting right now. And Lotus doing work. Lotus coming to play again. 7 elims right now, but they're also going to get top 4 placement points at a minimum. And that is going to do wonders for their ranking as they shoot up the leaderboard even more.
That was the exact hill that I wanted to see Hawk leave and take. That is the spot right there. Lotus recognized it. They took it. Now they're in the most dominant position here for the zone. Look how much room and real estate and cover they have in this position. So all they got to do is just focus on one team at a time And we're going to see a Lotus win because I think Hawk are playing this way too passive, but they need to take out Strangers B team from this position.
Center circle again. Zone is just reset. It's dead center, so all of these teams just need to scrunch it in a bit more. Hawks can kind of leave late from that shack. A lot of attention on them right now, but Lotus, really nice spot here. They just got to be careful not to get caught by Strangers BD with those sight lines down to below. They have some nades they can rain down as well. They're going to be getting hit from two sides. Revenge on the rotate right now, getting split from his team. Probably a smart call. And he's going to be trying to take down the flank of Hawks. Three players left alive for them, though.
Hey, not three players, 3 teams left alive as well. And you got Lotus with only 2 up. But I'm telling you, with their position, they're going to cause havoc on all these squads. And these teams are just focusing on each other here. Oh, Ezra getting knocked up top is critical. It's up to Gara now.
Yeah, he's out of range for the revive here. Gara's not going to be rotating around, trying to get that revive done. Just too far away, but still in a great position right now, I think, to finish ahead of some of these squads. They've made it to the top 3. That'll secure them 5 points at least. Hawks now 4 players up, the strong favorites to take this one home. And, you know, as we look at where they're at on the leaderboards as well, they were just 3 points out of 4th place. So, again, with this strong performance from them, 4 and then a 4, if they get a chicken dinner here, they could vault all the way up to, 2nd or 3rd place.
Yeah, they are going to they only have 4 eliminations so far. But at the same time, they're going to get some crazy placement points. Now we're starting to see them recognize. Okay, with that kind of movement, we're starting to see them recognize that, hey, okay, we have the advantage here. We have all 4 up. Let's get it done. Strangers BD got the elims, though, 9. But they're in a real big trouble here.
With how close this is, if I'm Lotus and if I'm Strangers, I'm probably going out to the zone. I'm not giving any points to any other teams, honestly. If you don't feel like you can actually win the game or outlast for a 2nd place here, I'm literally taking my death to Papa Blue because it is so close. There is 1 point separating all of the top 10 teams, and that is going to be the difference between moving on and not.
Oh, that's a good point. It's tough, though, because Strangers BD have that little ridge line. They have something to work with. One nade could really flip it on either side of the table here. Looks like Hacks finally recognized it. That smoke literally just opened
right now,
them
Jukes.
up. Yeah, look at that. That smoke just said, hey, hello, boys. Here we are.
Love to see it. Little offensive smoke here, potentially. Hawks really split across the zone. Gara also very well aware of where Strangers is. And he's trying to get this elim. There it is. He connects. He might get the 2nd. Kill stolen, though. Geo picks up the point for Hawks. Unfortunate for Lotus.
100% Hawk win here now with their position where they're sitting at. They're looking way too strong, way too good. And here they go to take a huge chicken dinner. And this could be the game that clinches them and sends them on over to the Premier Finals.
It really could. Strong performance from Hawks in that one. Very, very impressed with them. And also impressed with Lotus having the back-to-back strong performances. Again, for Lotus, they're going to pick up 12 points in this game off the back of a 17-point performance in game number 4. So that's literally, 29 points in 2 games, and the cutoff was sitting right around low 30s here coming into this one. So Lotus showing that they want it real bad to get into that Premier Finals again. Coming up this Saturday, make sure you guys bookmark it now, RSVP. Tune in to the Premier Finals. Hot Jukes, amazing stuff casting with you as always. Let's bring back in Taylor from the desk, and let's riff about it a little bit. Why don't we, gentlemen? Taylor, what'd you think of the game?
Man, great game overall, and back-to-back wins for Miramar, at least, when it comes to the Hawks. I mean, dude, honestly, incredible performance. We are now reaching the very end of our series, specifically Season 4 Challenger Finals, and now we have one more map to break into top 4. If they're outside of top 4, one more map to hold on to what they got, and I'm looking at C4 with that statement. This is an impactful game, and I gotta say, towards the tail end, PB, right back at you, man. We talked about Game 3 being a momentum shift, being a big opportunity for, teams who were maybe outside, or maybe, the other than the top 4 teams that had such a big narrative around them. I'm talking Hawks, I'm talking, Strangers BD, Lotus, to really showcase what they're about. Throw Hellcrime in there. I think definitely after that game 3, it's not been the same for the typical heavy hitters since that point.
No, it really hasn't. You've seen the likes of Super Lazy Reflex slipping down the board. Same with Mazexis. And Mazexis had a massive game in Game 4. So again, really tough to say like where kind of they're sitting right now. But honestly, everyone's in danger is the memo that I'm hearing in my ear. Everyone's in trouble. Let's take a peek in at Hawks Esports and their performance in this game. Hot Jukes, we saw them gifted center circle, and they chose to hold it. Ultimately, that proved to be the right decision as they were able to gatekeep everyone else from that crater. How did you feel Hawks performed in this 5th game?
Woo, 0 revives, baby. Didn't even need one, right? I mean, that's what I love about this game, right? Is that there's different strategies that could work out. Personally, I would have loved to see them play that hill a little bit more aggressive to try and, take a win like that, because you don't get those circles very often. You know what I'm saying? Take a win with a lot more eliminations. But I mean, what more could you want? 7 eliminations, 10 points. That could be just enough to get it done here, especially with how they perform so far. So I don't really blame them, right, for putting a nice little, passive play style to get the win.
Yeah, I agree with that, man. That's actually, you don't see that too often, man. Yo, honestly, good luck stuff out there for Gera. Lotus Esports being represented very well in that end zone. Sad he didn't get that elimination. It was stolen from him. I mean, he was putting up one heck of a fight, but Lotus, still great effort. I mean, 3rd place, 7 eliminations, and that's off of a massive game number 4, which was on Erangel. They get 2nd place, but plenty of elims, and that kind of catapulted them up the leaderboard, you'd have to assume. So Gera, a big reason as to why that is. And I even look at Sentinels, Nosh being there, and PB, Sentinels had a wonderful game. You were pumping them up in the very beginning. You believed in them. Will they make it in the top 4? I think they're on the precipice of doing so, but Game 5 didn't hurt them at all. I mean, they obviously pick up a massive game. I think, a total of 11 points, so surely they're going to be up there.
Oh, this is incredible. As we take a peek at the match results, you see some big jumps right now, and I do have the total scoreboard, which I don't think we'll be able to show, but we can set the stage for this 6th and final game. Hawks Esports crushing it with 17 points. Strangers BD, 15 points. Lotus Esports with 12, and Hellcrime coming in with 8. Those are huge. But I want to talk about the overalls here. Again, we're not going to be able to show it on screen, but I want to walk you guys through it. Lotus Esports, we talked about them coming out of this last game. They put up 29 points in the last 2 games. Massive performance. That's enough to vault them all the way up to the top of the tables at 45 points, but tied with them are Hawks Esports at 45 points, but the tiebreaker goes to Hawks. 2 chicken dinners, and it's impossible for Lotus to catch them right now. They have none. Wow. So Hawks in 1st place coming into the final game. But what about C4?
Yeah,
where the heck is C4? They were 1st place.
Right.
They're not in the top 2 at this point. C4, they're down to 3rd place, 43 points. They're only 2 points out of 1st place. So, yikes. Have they been caught? 4th place right now goes to Strangers BD at 42 points. They're 1 point behind C4.
Oh, wow.
So the gap is closed tremendously.
Yeah, what is that gap officially? Well, unofficially anyways. We're talking 5-6 points, not even like 3 points.
3.
Jesus.
3 points right now separates. Let's go through 5 through 8. Mazexis sitting in 5th place, 39 points. They're 3 points out of 4th place. Hellcrime sitting at 37 points. They are 5 points out of 4th place. Sentinels with a big performance there in Game 5. They're sitting at 35 points. They're 7 points out of 4th place. So again, right now, the official gap between qualifying for Premier and not qualifying is just 3 points, and there are a number of teams still in it. All the way down to, I would say, Unique Legacy, who is currently sitting in 13th place. If any of these teams wins a chicken dinner and they can put up some elim points in the process, they might be able to punch their ticket to the Premier Finals. So it all comes down to this. Taylor, I'll let you take us away to a quick break. But man, the scores are absolutely mind-boggling as we come out of Game 5.
Brother, that's nutty, and I appreciate you setting the stage because that just shows how important Game 6 truly is going to be for multiple reasons and multiple teams. One thing is for certain, though, I've been so impressed with some of these rosters that I didn't know too much about going into it, but I tell you what, they have proven to be resilient, they have proven to be consistent, and they have proven that they can absolutely bang with the best of them once they make it into Premier Finals, which there will be some new names making it into Premier Finals. You better believe that. They are not going to let that opportunity go to waste, and all the Premier teams need to be looking out because things just got serious. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the final game, game number 6, to determine it all. Who will be top 4? Keep the conversation going in chat. We'll be right back. And welcome back, everybody, to Season 4 Challenger Finals. The final game is about to begin. Game number 6. We go where we started, back to Erangel, where we saw C4 take a massive win early on. But now they find themselves in a bit of peril. Will they be able to qualify in top 4? I don't know. After a couple of rough games, it seems as if there's some other challengers who are looking to knock them down a peg, and that is now a reality. PB said it best. Only 3 points separating several teams up in the upper echelon, so things start to get a bit serious. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble. We'll bring in our two casters for the final game to set the stage, and that is going to be Hot Chooks as well as Enigma. Boys, things are getting serious. Hot Chooks, you were just on the desk. You're back again, and like I said, man, it's close. PP laid down the law, and the law is saying, look, things are about to start getting crazy.
Hey, you know what? C4 ain't gonna make it, baby. They ain't gonna get it done here. Oh, I can't believe it. No, I don't know what to do. What do you think I should do, right? Because the last time I doubted them,
Yeah.
they got it done
Right.
in a major way, right?
That's
So
it.
do I reverse psychology and like cheer them on? What should I do, Taylor?
I don't know, because I'm at a loss myself, man. I've been going for them all night. Now chat's saying we cast or cursed them, but like when at the beginning when I was going for them, they were winning. They were performing well. But that turned into a curse. Hotchukes, I'm at a loss to Enigma. What does he need to do?
I mean, I think he's gonna need to just flip a coin. We're not mathematicians.
Fair enough.
We're not, I'm a wizard, but I haven't been right all night. So anyone's guess is as good as ours.
Flip a coin, 50-50. All right. I don't know if you have one. Flip your
I already
desk.
did it. C4, you suck, baby.
Ooh.
That's right. You're not gonna get it
Wow.
done. You got no chance, baby. I know you got the last game. You did great at the start, but then now, woo, that's what's gonna happen.
This didn't work for you last time, Hotchukes. I'm just warning you. All right, that water, it didn't feel too good. All right? Didn't feel too good, but we're about to go back to that. Look, this is a big game, though. This is a big game, and I'm curious who's going to be able to take it. And let's go to the wizard himself, Enigma. You haven't been right tonight, but granted, you've been close, and you've done some like crazy picks that I thought you were crazy for, but they actually worked out. So final
Listen,
time, who you going with?
Hot Jukes is gonna hate me. We're going with C4 on the last match.
Oh, C4,
F2.
Hotchukes, real quick, who you going for?
Oh, Mazexis, baby. Come on. I want to see Quan clutch it up and get it done here. I have a lot of faith in this squad.
All right, hit the Quan. We'll see if he does it. For me, Enigma, I'm going to do it one more time. I've done it all night. I'm going C4, but
There
they
we
better do
go.
it. If they don't, they're out of top 4. Without further ado, boys, take it away for the final game.
How much does C4 pay y'all? That's my question.
See, they only gave me a small amount. They did like a back half bet sort of thing. Now, Reflection, he's definitely paid off. He's been a fanboy since day one, or game one, I guess you could say on the night. So I'm not too sure, but we still have our own, pocket picks. I know you're a big fan of Blue Tiam and stuff like that. I'm a big Super Lazy Reflex fan. Unfortunately, they're not doing too hot. But looking at the last 2 games that I had the chance of watching, not really cast. A lot of these teams, the leaderboard's kind of close. I didn't think it was going to be. I thought there'd be maybe 1 or 2 teams almost with a blowout here tonight, Jukes.
I mean, it's just insanely close right now. So Hawks secured a great position, but it's not necessarily, they're not even like really safe, to be honest, which is crazy. Even with 45 points, you have Mazexis, Hellcrime, some of these teams that really do well in this match and put up big points. Boom, we can see a huge flip here. So we got a nice northern playing path here. Nothing too insane. I'm wondering to see how passive some of these teams are going to play. I'm also interested to see what these teams at the bottom are going to do, Enigma, right? Are they going to go out and then hunt down some of these top squads and just try to ruin their dreams?
Well, I mean, the bottom of the leaderboard is kind of hard to say as well, because from PB, he's saying that it's top 13 have contention out of 16 into these top 4 slots. So, I mean, you get a win with maybe 5 or 6 elimination points. The top team, drops a goose egg like we've seen people like Mazexis and C4 do at times tonight. I mean, a lot of these teams have a possibility of doing wonders. And my big question was, how many teams are we going to see hot drop each other? Because we had seen it all night, whether it's Erangel, Miramar, or Sanhok, people taking early game fights. And here we could see a bit of it with Blue Tiam taking a fight with the squad just to their east. I'm seeing a lot of these teams, I think, go almost like lay it all out on the wall, go for it, and try to secure that top 4 positioning yourself instead of leaving it up to the zone gods.
I'll tell you what, this is a huge fight right here between Lotus and OG. Lotus, 45 points on the board, technically in the top 4 right now, but it's totally possible we could see them get kicked out. And a team like OG, I mean, I'm not surprised to see them want to hunt this squad down here. So if I'm Lotus, honestly, I think holding this fight is not necessarily the best decision. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, old gangsters, I'm looking at the side here, and it's showing that they're not in that top 13. I'd assume they're somewhat close into making it into that range, but if you're a squad like them, you're needing all the points you can get. You need to start off strong, hot drop a team, get those 4 elimination points, hopefully without losing any players, but then continue that aggression throughout the whole match, which a lot of these teams, we've seen it with C4. They've won maybe 1 or 2 of their first engagements, and then unfortunately getting pieced out later on. So I'm interested to see which of these teams are going to be able to kind of put the gas in their sort of play, or if they're really going to start faltering and have these other teams come in and stop their reign of terror.
I'll tell you something right now. I've been doing this for a minute. I cannot stand squads when they're in a big gap on the last game trying to play the same they've been playing all tournament. It pisses me off like you wouldn't believe, right? You have to be aware of the math, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If you're a team like Unique Legacy, that's a 17-point gap from Strangers BD. You're not going to just get 17 points and let these teams at the top do their thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You have to take out one of these squads early, get all 4 points, right? And then hunt down a ton of eliminations, at least 10 with the chicken dinner, if you want to stand a chance, right?
Ooh.
Oh, what a nade there from Baby Tang. That is how you get it done from Control. They have a 12-point gap. That's going to blow it down to 1, especially once they realize it's Blue Tiam. They're going to recognize that this team's been down one member all night long. They're pushing this all day.
Yeah, and I almost feel bad for Blue Tiam because they've played so well as a 3-man. I think theoretically, just from the fact that they're not taking these early first zone engagements, they're kind of waiting 2 or 3 spots. But now, I mean, Control taking the fight to them, making sure, hey, this is a fight we should win on paper. Now we're seeing it. A few trades going down, actually down to just a solo now. Blue Tiam, I think a 1v3 situation, Juke, so not something you want to see out of a squad in contention. And
wow,
that's it. I mean, just really unfortunate to see a squad that had shown a lot of prowess in PMCO and now here in the Challenger Finals, unfortunately just falling a bit short. But wait a second, C4's coming in on the action, Jukes.
C4 coming from the third party, and they get an elimination off the rip here. Now, this team has to recognize, Control has to know that, oh my gosh, this is C4, one of the top teams in the lobby. What do we do in this situation? You can see the panic on their faces, especially now that they're down a member. At this point, do you run? It looks like C4. Oh my gosh,
Wow.
Nice shot there on the Bond. That kind of stifles them up a little bit, but Control needs to get a hold of the situation.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get an opening knock. Unfortunately, Moto wasn't able to be the one. They know his position now. And look at this. I mean, Baby Tang's trying to support his teammate, hugging just outside the building, but it's all 4 players of C4 up, kind of just flooding the first floor of the building.
Oh, nice nade there. Just chunked Jin down a little bit, but not enough, unfortunately. C4 seem to know this side of the map very well. They know these apartment buildings. You can see them just kind of doing that kind of in and out play style here. Oh, and that's it. That's all it takes, right? Is just try to find some angles, get a knock, and then push it up. And I think they recognize that this is a player. Did they recognize that Moto's on this other side?
Yeah, I mean, it's a matter of, do you want a chance letting him get the reset or just take the guaranteed 1v1? And Moto, I mean, he's not any sort of support for the squad. Baby Tang in a 1v4 with an S12 now here, Jukes.
He's got to clutch up. He made noise. Oh, and he missed the shot. Oh, you had to hit the first one.
Oh, he's out.
It's over now. It's over. He's reloading. Nope, not going to do it. See you later, Control. That has got to hurt. They were in 10th place right before this match started, and now they are done for. So, hey, better luck next season for them. I don't think they played too bad here, but man, C4 getting aggressive off the rip, really looking to punch it home.
Yeah, and I mean, Control, good effort from them. They did their research where Blue Tiam drops and went for that 3v4 engagement. A little unfortunate for Blue Tiam. It ended that way, but C4 being the team that really reaps the awards and comes out on top, keeping all 4 players alive, getting 4 elimination points to their name. And this is the squad that was in 3rd place coming into this match. They had basically a 1-point buffer, which I don't know if you could really call it a buffer from 4th place. But now, you know, this is a team that seems to keep their play style going throughout the night. These early game engagements, I'm interested to see if they're able to keep that going into the mid and late game part of the match. But this fight, you know, it's not just on the western side of the map. I believe we're just south of Yas9 with Team Ace against F29.
You said it best, brother. I mean, C4, I love the fact that it didn't falter. You know what I'm saying? That they stuck with the playstyle that got them here in the first place, right up towards the end. That's a really big sign of a clutch team, at least in my opinion. And they did clutch it, because now that gap is 5 points. The rest of the lobby noticed it. I wonder what they're going to opt to do here. Meanwhile, Team Ace is on the back foot here, trying to hold down this Alamo building, and it's not going to do well. Oh, actually, they do get a couple knocks there as the GOAT.
The GOAT!
Trying to get this res.
Yeah, and I mean, the stairs are just a funnel for use to pre-fire. It kind of doesn't matter if you have a shotgun. If your teammate's going to start body blocking you, we're seeing the rest of Ace come in and try to support. It looks like F29
Nice
still
save.
trying to salvage this, but really not able to make the cause happen. Kasumi now jumping out of the building, trying to play with his teammate, but everyone's kind of turning their back on who's where. Fight's still going on.
Man. Wow. Team Ace is trying to find some angles. Here comes Sadra. Now making the push. Here they go. F29 done for. So F29 not able to get another point on the board, and that is their tournament done for. But heck, you know what? You got to start somewhere. Good to see them at least make it here to the Challenger Finals.
Yeah, and the scary thing is just Team Ace, they took that engagement, all 4 players left alive. They basically just got 4 free elimination points, whether you needed meds or scopes or attachments. Hopefully one of those players' boxes had it, because they're one of those teams that was in that sort of cusp. And this zone, I mean, it could go literally anywhere in my eyes, but any of these zones around Mansion, especially when Shelter's in play, Jukes, is always a sight to see. Because if it decides to pull down south, you really start seeing teams struggle to get in and start opting to take those earlier fights rather than later.
What do you think you need to, what do you think they should do right now? And I'm talking about Team Aces, because Team Aces was in 9th before this, 11 points away from top 4. They just saw C4 get some points in. Mazexis, this is a huge fight right here. Mazexis in 5th place, right there on the cusp. Zuko is knocked. Not the best position to be in, but they do have plenty of cover here with this broken wall. They just got to watch out, especially for third parties. They got to either get this fight done or leave as soon as possible.
Yeah, and the saving grace is I think Valak opted to go down the wall a little bit more with his own vehicle, trying to give a bit more support for the squad. And actually, it looks like they were able to finish one of the super lazy reflex players. Mazexis now in the 4v3 position. I thought this was looking more in SLR's favor, but now it's not. Valak now catching one off on the wall. The chicken armor, something sticking out, but Mazexis now opting to take the fight to SLR, a team that's desperately needing points.
That's it. That's it. Down 2 players. Super Lazy Reflex needed 10, and even with 2 players, oh my gosh, what a just heat-seeking missile of a nade onto Yon. And we're gonna see Zuko throw another one. This should be it.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, actually, he got that heal off just in time. Here comes another though.
Yeah, I mean, any damage is tough to take. And I mean, we can see on the north side on the mini-map, there's a solo of Mazexis holding the window angle. It's all a matter of if they can funnel through and kind of get the shots. But Nate takes it to him, shoving the UMP in his face. Now in a 1v4 situation, Hojuan forced to molly himself off the stairs. And now it's only a matter of time. Yep, Mazexis, the team in 5th. Now, I believe, coming up into that 4th place contention range. We're seeing only 12 teams left alive. We're going to start seeing those placement points start to add up, along with the eliminations these squads can muster up.
Huojuan is now gone. That is tough right there for SLR. A team I definitely had a lot of faith for. I wanted to see them in that Premier Finals, but still not able to get it done. Hopefully they can continue to go back to that drawing board and level up here as time goes on, because I think they have the IQ for it, but it's these fights, man. They just can't seem to put it together. Meanwhile, C4 starting to get aggressive. If this is Aces, I think they need to take C4 out right here. I just can't. They can't afford it, right? Because Team Aces were 11 points away. They got 4. They noticed that C4 got some as well. I think if you're Team Aces right now, you have to push every fight you can get, because these eliminations are going quick, Nigma.
Yeah, and I think both of these squads have the idea of, we've already won one team fight. Let's just not bring the heat to these squads that are kind of playing more passive. But Ace, I think, has the same idea. So when it's head-to-head 4v4, it's a matter of who gets that opening first. But with Ace kind of leaving the compound, Old Gangsters now has taken the fight to them, taking it from behind. And oh man, Jin absolutely beaming Goat out of the vehicle. Not something you want to see out of a squad on the edge of contention. And I'm interested to see if you're Ace, if you just leave him or not.
Oh my gosh, this is bad. I mean, they know now who they're going up against. Oh, Ace just putting themselves wide out in the open. C4 is taking this all day long. Here come the nades. Easy knock right here for C4. Yep. Oh, Old Gangster's even getting in the mix now. Yeah, this is it for Aces. They're going to lose everybody in the process. Oh, one player trying to get away. But man, C4 just turning it up here in the last game.
Yeah, and I mean, they got to make sure they confirm the knocks and get the thirst down on the players. But Old Gangsters now would be a little bit worried. You don't know exactly where all the C4 players are. Don't want to give that sort of opening knock, because C4 is a squad where they're in their vehicles and you give them an opening knock, they're going to turn right back around and start throttling it down your team squad. So it does seem like they are going to be able to get out of it. I believe Ace has 2 players up. Never mind. Make it 1. Bond absolutely just dumpstering the whole C4 squad. I mean, we're talking 6 eliminations, Jukes, right now for the squad alone.
Crazy. C4 just doing their thing, baby. I mean, this is what I was talking about, right? You start hating on them, and then this squad just goes off. Whoa. Oh my goodness, man. This team, I can't believe it. And now we have a hard shift on over to Yasnaya as well. This is perfect for them.
Yeah, and I mean, C4 is a squad that showed their prowess on the first match with it being a Yasnaya finish. Looks like a lot of teams, though, kind of got the piece of the pie. They're trying to send it in themselves, but a lot of those teams, they opted to kind of congest around Prison and Mansion, now forced to make those same rotations as these other squads. And I'm interested to see how many of these teams are going to lose players, because if we're seeing the battle tracker on the right side, Golden Eagles is last one and Ace is down to a solo. Everyone else is still a 4-man, Jukes. It's not like these players have been taking these early engagements or getting caught off rotate. It's mostly been just these 4v4 zone 1-2 engagements that get absolutely cleaned up by one squad.
Oh boy. Let's see what happens here. Strangers BD now desperate, right? Desperate, trying to put some points on the board here. They were on that 4th place mark, so their job is not done yet, and that is a long shot. Unique Legacy, one of those teams that was that 13th place. They were down 17. They got to recognize that there's already 4 squads out of here and a lot of players, right?
Yeah.
They need 10 eliminations minimum. That's almost 3 more squads. They got to definitely start turning things up here.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're doing the math, you know, I'm not a mathematician or anything, but, you know, 10, if you finish first, only 1 team's going to get it. If you could pull at least like 8, if not 9 eliminations, that might be enough. But if you're someone like Unique Legacy, I mean, you have to drop 10 or 15.
Flick.
And, oh, I thought he had that for a second, Jukes. SCE is starting to salvage the fight a bit, maybe getting a little bit too overzealous, kind of salvaging it. Now, hopefully getting the reset.
What are you doing if you're in Unique Legacy? Oh, it's these plays like this that blow my mind. Just push. I'm sorry, you have no choice. Like, there's no way with a duo you're gonna get 10 eliminations. You know, like, I understand that you're on the back leg, but you got to commit to that fight because you recognize just the points. I mean, I don't know. It's tough to see.
No, I mean, I'm completely with you on that boat. The squad, you know, I thought they were making a decent play, and unfortunately, some of them kind of just kowtowing out, leaving their teammates hung to dry, not taking the engagement. And they had the opening knock, too. They had the pull-up, the little off-angle slot, no support whatsoever. But the team that's needing support, unfortunately, it's just him as the last Ace player.
Oh my
C4
gosh.
finding him, and now it's 7 for the squad. I mean, this is the team that it's kind of a bit of a shaky start here, Jukes, out of that first game, and then now, you know, kind of salvaging it on this later half.
Oh,
and
no.
you know, I don't want to say it, Jukes, but there's still kind of 4 players up.
not kind of
salvaging it.
Yeah. They salvaged it. All right, that's it. This team is gonna be in the Premier Finals with how they performed here at the start, and this is what I'm talking about, right? Those teams below them need to count up, take a look at that elimination feed, realize, okay, C4 is dominating. They're taking out everybody. Now that they know that they're going to make it, they're going to destroy this lobby. They're going to push everybody because why not? Right?
Yeah.
They have nothing to lose here at this point. So if I'm a team desperate for eliminations, I'm talking about you, Sentinels, you know, Aces, all these other teams that were still up. You got to start pushing teams like crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, Hellcrime's another team as well. Unfortunately, getting caught out in the zone, but Sentinels now losing 1-for-1 right now and actually getting thirsted immediately. And oh, a little bit of an off angle, Jukes. He gets the opening knock onto, I believe, one of the Hellcrime players, but now starting to scramble. Someone's trying to get an off angle on Jelly, but if you get in the car, you can't really do much, Jukes. So I'm liking Sentinel's position right now.
Yeah, you know, Jelly's in a tough spot, but I'll tell you what, Jelly already made him a name for himself, in my opinion. He got a nice little squad wipe. He got 4 eliminations in the last game. That's 4 at least back-to-back games with a nice off angle. He's got the fighting IQ, so I think that, you know, this is the kind of player that I like to see. Like, hey, even if you don't make it, performances like this is what gets you picked up by another squad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and if you don't feel like your squad is really, you know, improving at the same rate as you, there's always options with other teams. There's no harm, no foul on it. And that's the point, you know, is to improve and get better and try to compete at a high level. Some people do it for different reasons. In my eyes, it was always to get better, always improve. And Mazexis, this is a squad too that's, they've had their fair share of roster swaps, but mostly this main 3 core of Nate, Zuko, and Valak has stayed together. And we're seeing it right now. They're the ones with the eliminations for this squad trying to save their contention into the Premier Finals.
Oh, baby. Well, let's see what happens. Meanwhile, you got OG up top. Mazexis desperately needing those points. That's 4. That's a solid start for them. But where the zone is and OG, they're not going to take this fight. So they're going to hold the police station here for now. This is off circle, but it's a really great spot. Oh my gosh, it's so hard to attack a team in that building. So let's see what they decide to do. Old Gangster's going to get their players up. Yes, Naya feels finish. It's been a while. It's been a while. And look where C4 is in the best spot.
I was going to say, you wanted them to take the engagements, but if you get centered up, I don't think they're really going to be moving too much. They'll just count their eggs in the basket and kind of just wait for the eliminations to come to them. Because, we're talking about it's a huge field. I believe they're at the yellow 1 stack just south of Yas 9, able to overlook virtually everything. And with the zone shift happening, the east side is looking like it's going to be the spot of congestion as we're seeing Golden Eagles, STE, and even the Fears start to move in and struggle to find a footing in this next zone.
Oh, man, this is going to be a tough spot here. A lot of these teams need these points. They got to start taking some fights because they need every elimination they can get. Here goes Sentinels getting some much-needed eliminations, but they lost 2 players in the process. Jelly is still up, though, desperately trying to find a spot. This is where he's going to take for now. Let's see if he can get some steals. He might just be able to do so as well. Oh, my gosh, players driving everywhere. This is a tough spot. Sentinels, we're in 7th, -7, and that's only 4, and a lot of the teams above them are still in here.
Yeah, and those teams are still, a pretty dominant force in the lobby. It's not like they're going to be stopping right now. With it being 10 teams, if you're eliminated right now, you're getting 0 placement points. A lot of these squads, they're starting to get eliminations to their name, but I'm looking at Hawk, looking at Golden Eagles squads that, are unfortunately kind of saving other teams from not getting those much-needed placement points. But right now, Sentinels being the force, focused, and 0 elimination points, Shooks. You really hate to see it. And I think they were on the edge of contention with the point spread that is running currently.
They were in the top, right? They were in first place here. So that is the first top 4 team to go out. Now, Lotus, C4, Strangers still in the mix here. And I believe with what C4 has done, they have already moved into first place. So Hawks not going to be getting that first place position there, but we'll see what the rest of these teams do.
Wait a second. Hellcrime just got eliminated. And Mazexis, now this is another team on the east side, Jukes, starting to lose players. We're seeing just a solo alive for Mazexis. Now they do have 7 elimination points, but is that really going to be enough with other teams in the lobby still accumulating points for themselves?
Oh, this is going to be crazy because Strangers BD was that team, right? Was that team that they had a 3-point differential on, and they're still in the mix here. Let's see what happens. This is going to be a really close race. It's all to Quan. Did I not say at the start it was going to be up to Quan? The run over. He gets taken out. Mazexis with 7 points. Oh, I don't know if it's going to be enough. It's going to really be up to, I think, Lotus and Strangers BD. This is going to be a close. I think Strangers BD might be tied. I'm not too sure. It's going to be a close one, though. And yeah, let's see here. As we're starting to see some run overs. Lotus now in a really bad spot.
Yeah, I think they left the hill a little too late. He kind of just left his teammate out to dry, and Lotus now having to scramble for this sort of bunker play. While C4 is looking at you, the Fear Slow actually getting steamrolled and the run over. Lotus, I think they're only going to lose 1 player, so a bit of a saving grace to them, but oh my goodness. We're looking at Sentinels, then, they're getting placement points, Jukes. It's not like they didn't go out with any points, but there where they go, actually, 3rd place. We're down to just the top 3 teams right now, Jukes, on the last match.
Okay, well, this is crazy. Strangers put up 8 points. That could be enough. Hawks went out super early, though. Who knows what's going to happen? Meanwhile, C4 have secured the position. I believe Lotus are going to do it as well. OG, they're too far away. So this could be a battle to see who's going to get that first place spot.
Yeah, and I mean, Lotus, they were in that contention range, but with how many elimination points these other bubble teams got, they might have dropped out of it, especially with the placement points kind of accumulating just for the right teams that needed them the most. It's going to really come down to if they can pick up a few more eliminations and possibly even that second place, because right now, C4's position is the prime spot to be. They've got the buildings, they're able to jump on the roofs, and they're able to look over this entire field, being able to rain terror. So I'm interested to see which of these squads is going to be the first to be eliminated.
Oh, let's see. This is going to be huge. I think this is a battle for first place at this point. C4 versus Lotus. They only had a 2-point differential here. So let's see how they decide to do this. Lotus did have that edge. So C4, I think, realized their position. Now, here they go. Going to go ahead and get a nice knock and finish. Make that 8 eliminations. OG getting picked apart. 9 elims. Wow. Okay, C4 cranking things up. Here we go. C4 versus Lotus, and this could be for first place.
Yeah, 4v3, and I mean, they get the opening on the Ezra. It's down to just a 4v2 now, and everyone's trying to make the hero play, but it's down to just a solo, and C4 looks like they're going to take this back for the win. I mean, I'm interested to see, are they going to get the point? No. Jukes, though. I don't want to be that guy, but the win there, I believe, has secured them at least into that Premier final. So shout out to C4, but the rest of the leaderboard, chicks, I mean, I'm dying to see what the mathematicians in the back production team is able to put together, because this is just absolutely insane.
Oh my goodness. You know what? This is proof that if you hate them, they're gonna do good. You know, goodness gracious. I've been saying it, right? We might have to call this the C4 series, because they do this on purpose. They do this on purpose, right? They get everybody kind of not believing in them. Oh, what are they gonna do? And then boom, pop off at the last second. I love to see that they played their game from start to finish.
Yeah, and I think the squad itself, you know, they like putting on a show. Last season, it was, you know, we had a dominant performance somewhat, making it the top 4. But this season, it was them fighting for contention up to the very last game, even with such a strong start they had. So I think they're just wanting more bets out of you, Jukes. Taylor, we're going to need you to come in here thinking of just, you know, is it kind of the same mindset that I'm thinking? I think they just want to keep messing with Jukes right now.
That's what it is.
Bro, they're in his head rent-free. He goes to bed at night. Last thing he thinks about is C4, bro. He wakes up in the morning, he's breaking out in a cold sweat because he's thinking about C4. So what does he do to put the fire out? He dumps water on his head, bro. It's a revolving cycle that literally never ends. Hot Jukes, I'm sorry, man, but C4 seems like they're not going anywhere.
Unbelievable. I mean, it's so impressive to watch, to be honest, right? I mean, the fact that they took that aggression, right? Especially being in a really tough spot. I love it, right? I love teams that have the ability to clutch, because it's something you can't teach, and they've shown that they got it.
They definitely do. C4 holds on tight to what they got, man, and it is impressive. It really is. You know, and I know you joke around, Hot Jukes, but at the end of the day, you gotta have appreciation for what they are and what they can do. A couple of rough games, but they lock it in where they started, and that was Erangel. Enigma, C4 is a very talented Erangel team, and I got to ask you as a competitor, what makes them so talented specifically on Erangel? Because that's the map that they can always depend on to do well.
And you know, it's a thing to note that when some squads are better at other maps, I think a lot of the time it's them just having a good read how teams play during that week or maybe tournament play, especially today. We're playing 3 Erangels, your most dominant fashion on every single map, essentially, from the squad. I mean, it just works out for you in the favor, but it wasn't like they weren't putting up eliminations on the other maps. Sanahawk, I believe they had 3 or 4 eliminations to their name. So as a squad, they're still able to put up a few numbers, which might have been the saving grace for the night, but Erangel is the main talking point, with them showing up with 2 wins on the night.
2 wins, not bad at all, man. Super lazy reflex. They started in Premier, they dropped down the Challengers, and they will now stay in Challengers, at least for the time being. It is tough to watch, you know. Mazexis, another squad that, well, for what it's worth, Mazexis, 7 points, you know, very decent. I don't know if that was enough. I don't think it was, but we very well, Hot Jukes, could have just one team who dropped from Premier going back into Premier, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. These Challenger teams were incredibly impressive today.
100%, right? They clutched it up. They got it done, right? So, I mean, we did see C4 obviously make it in, but we saw a lot of heat from these Challenger squads that I really like to see, right? One of them in particular that really stands out to me was Lotus, right? Lotus was there all the way from beginning to end, getting it done and putting in work. I mean, I think towards that end of this game, they kind of panicked a little bit, but at the same time, it's like they knew they were going to make it. They did enough, right? So, I mean, take it to the bank all day long.
Yeah, Lotus is a team that exceeded my expectations. They started off, I believe, 11th place, or 10th place, and then 11th place. So I'm not thinking too much of them, to be quite honest. You know, they did get the early nod, however, from Mustachio Dave early on. You know, he was shouting out their consistency. You know, averaging around 600-700. I think we looked at it was about 1,200, but they were a team that could definitely bring the fire, and they did today, man. You know, Lotus is going to be very happy to watch them, I assume, anyways, when it comes to the Premier Finals. They're a team that can absolutely make waves. They're keeping up with C4, and let's not forget, everybody, C4 are still the champions. They're returning champions, and they are looking to go back to back to back once again. So the eyebrows of Jukes, well, they might be non-existent after we are done with. We take a look at our final match report. Enigma, what stands out to you?
I mean, the damage itself, I believe it was around 2,400 for the C4 squad. And if one player is almost dropping 900, I figure the rest of them are going to be dropping at least 500-600 to their name.
Right.
So it wasn't like one player was getting everything. The whole squad was just a force to be reckoned with. And as a squad themselves, they did show up at the start, kind of fell off in the middle, but thankfully for them, they're able to finish strong.
Finish strong indeed, man. And, you know, one team that wasn't able to finish strong, and I'm pretty sad to see it, is the team that came in as the top dogs today. They finished, though, almost at the very bottom, and that's Control. Hot Jukes. Control, man. They had the bonus points, they had the lead, they had the hype, but they didn't have the gun skill today to back it up.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, one day a tournament, you got to really just clutch it up every single match. And you got to have the grapes to make those pushes. You know what I'm saying? I always say that I hate seeing teams not adjust their strategy going into the last game. And they're a team that I just didn't see do that. Like, if you realize that you're down 12 points, if you have one player knocked, just push. Like, yeah, if you lose, right? But you need to win the fight with everybody up because you need to put up a ton of eliminations if you want to make it anyway.
That's it, man. Look at the names, though. We had a good day. Right, Enigma? I mean, Hellcrime, you were shouting them out. Granted, not the best final, but still impressive performance throughout the day. Hawks, you know, Old Gangsters finally getting a decent performance, making it to end zone. It was great to see them perform. But one team that was kind of understated throughout the tournament until the very end, Enigma, was Strangers BD. The question is, did they do enough to break into top 4?
Well, I mean, in my eyes, it might be a little bit short because they did go eliminated pretty early on. The eliminations themselves, I mean, they had a few each of the rounds, but wasn't really like it was a stellar performance out of them on most of the maps. It was more so just picking up the points when they needed them the most. But I think a big takeaway from the C4 squad that maybe Strangers BD took was getting elimination points. So the matches that don't end up going so well, you're at least able to salvage yourself a bit.
There you go, and another team that had a heartbreaking exit in game number 6, Hot Jukes, was Mazexis. Ran over, right? That is one of the most worst ways that you could possibly lose in the end because you can't do anything against it.
Yeah. It's so hard to deal with. I love to see these vehicle strats towards the end because they're just so overpowered, right? Just bring the vehicle.
Right.
You have to clutch up a shot. You're not going to have enough time to do it. So they did go out, but they did a lot, right? They put up a ton of points on the board. So big shout outs to them. Also, big shout outs to Sentinel as well, right? Jelly, I think, did so well. Definitely one of the star players, I think, here in this finals. So if he makes it or not, I want to see him perform, maybe get picked up by another squad, or, you know, keep it with the squad and get it going for the next season.
That's it, man. It's so close, isn't it? Only 4 teams move out of the top 16 that we had competing today, and we've set the storyline up. We've, you know, hopefully done the math behind the scenes. The question is, who are our top 4 teams? Who will be competing in Premier Finals coming up on December 2nd at 6 Central Standard Time? That's the question I have in production. If we're ready to show it, I am. But either way, we've set the story up, man, and I really don't know who it is because there's been so many talented rosters today, without question. There's been some goose eggs, too. I'm not going to lie. I expected some teams to do a little bit better than they did, but I love the call, and, you know, I think the big takeaway for me, Enigma, is even the teams that didn't break into top 4, like for the majority of them, they really showcased what they're about come future seasons of Titan Series. I can't wait to see what they do.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just surprised that the Challenger qualifier scores virtually reflected how the finals would be because the scores there were, I believe, 20, if not 25 points from first to 12th, and that's how they got into this section. And now for tonight, I mean, we were talking about top 13 teams going for that first through fourth place positioning tonight. So, I mean, if you're any one of these teams, just know that, you showed up and you showed out, and I'm glad that it was such a fierce competition for these squads all the way to the end.
All right, well, I'm ready to see the winners. I think we're all been waiting, right? On bated breath. We've been breaking down early exits and some top performers. Now it's time to see who our top 4 teams are. Let's bring it in. Who ended up taking it? Well, I think we'll start off at least with one. We've been hyping them up throughout all day today, and well, it's going to be C4. They make it through once again. A new addition also of Lotus, Strangers BD, and Mazexis back in. Jukes. They get splatted, they get ran over, but Mazexis barely makes it in.
Where are Hawks? Where are Hawks? They were in first place.
Flew away, man.
Oh
Flew
my
away.
gosh, so crazy. Man, they got to definitely be feeling it here. But I mean, obviously, huge shout out to Mazexis, right? To be able to clutch up, get it done, and push their way up. And PB said it, right? Any one of the teams in the top 4 could have gone out, and it just so happens to be the first place team. Oh, that's tough.
That is, dude. But Strangers BD sneaking in there. Honestly, again, they were a team that were understated throughout the day, Enigma. Like, they did have their moments. They had great moments. More specifically, Miramar, the second to last map, picking up second place, but it's clearly consistent where it mattered most.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a lot of it just came down to if they were to pick up the elimination points when they needed it the most. And unfortunately, I'm getting word of it as well. Hawks and Sentinels both missing out by virtually 2 points. So, I mean, if you think back, that could be any thirst you see, any knock player that you didn't really confirm before you went out. Just even a placement or two on a different map. I mean, could have just been worlds of difference for these squads. And it wasn't like they didn't go out there and try their hardest. A lot of these squads made it a fierce competition. And, we could see the maps here. Hawks had won 2 maps on the night. They won both Miramars and unfortunately still falling short as a squad.
That comes to the key takeaway. I think it was either you, Hot Jukes, that I asked, or it was David, and someone said, you have to find that 50-50. You've got to be consistent, not only in your placings, but also in your eliminations. And Hot Jukes, that's a good representation. Hawks, they get some victories tonight. In fact, winning Miramar again, they look strong, but because they didn't have the eliminations and the consistency, they just barely miss out.
It hurts to see. And this is why, in that last game, I was really encouraging them. I wanted them to see them take that hill. You know what I'm saying? It's just, you don't get a circle like that very often. So when you do, you have to maximize it to your best potential. If they took that hill, I mean, yeah, they got a great game, right? Chicken dinner, what was it? Was 7 eliminations? But if they take that hill, maybe they get 9, maybe they get 10. You know what I'm saying? And that could have been the difference right then and there. So I hope it's a good lesson. It's a hard lesson, the hardest one, right? To miss it by 2 points. But I will be honest, it's better to do it in the Titan series than when there's $1 million on the line, right? You got to learn that lesson somehow. They learned it here. Hopefully we could see them adapt, stick together going forward, because I do think they're a strong team.
Very strong team indeed. Again, for the teams that didn't make it in the top 4, I'm still very, very impressed. And truthfully, this is the first challengers that I've personally watched and had a chance to, be the host of, that I've been impressed by so many challenger teams. Oftentimes it's like, okay, our premier teams, they're just going to clean up. They're going to, do what they normally do. They're going to show why they're better than all the challenger teams. Not the case here. There was nothing guaranteed. Everything was earned and everything was gained by those who tried their hardest and were super consistent. I mean, after all, it shows. We have a 50-50 split down the middle, right? We've got C4 Mazexis joining, of course, Strangers, as well as Lotus, who were challenger teams. So great day overall, a wonderful day, great competition. I cannot wait to watch the Premier Finals coming up December 2nd, because honestly, nothing is guaranteed. Everything's going to have to be earned. Enigma, it's been a wonderful day. What are your final words before we get out of here?
Well, I'm just happy knowing that, I wish more than 4 squads could move on to Premier, but unfortunately that's not the case. And the 4 that did make it, thankfully for them, they're able to move on and try to secure themselves a spot, a piece of that $2,000 on the line for Titan Series. And I think Juke said it best. I mean, for the other teams, it's a tough lesson to learn, but unfortunately, you're going to have to learn it at some point.
Got to learn it at some point. Hot Juke, still some money on the line now that four teams now get a chance to compete for. And more importantly, right, that PMSL slot or qualifying slot. That right there is absolutely priceless. They have a chance now.
That golden ticket, baby. That's what you got to hunt down. I'll tell you what, that $2,000. I think C4 is already starting to put stuff on layaway with how they're doing this. It's so crazy to watch. So I am not going to be shocked if they end up winning the Premier Finals. So everybody watching, obviously, you know what to do, right? Mark your calendars because it's going to be a good one. I want to see Passion Fruit hunt them down.
Passion Fruit 6less, let's see what they can do. It's been a great day. All finals are a great day, and it's always wonderful having you out there in chat. Make sure you hit that follow button and the subscribe button if you haven't already, because we love having you. And also, final chance to hit the like button. Make sure you're hitting the like button every single time that we go live. For myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble, Powerbang, Mustache, Dave, Hot Chooks, and Enigma, our production crew, and you in chat, thank you for being here. Be back again. Premier Finals, December 2nd, starting 7 Eastern Time. And also, we have the Ladies Titan Series starting December 9th, of course, 7 Eastern Time. 2 great programs. We would love to see you again.